we're going to start with a work session to interview Planning Commission applicants. And we're going to move to the back of the room so it's just easier for the applicant and not quite as intimidating for us sitting up here and them back there on the table by themselves. So let's all move to the back of the room.
Thank you. Michelle Downard, resident advocate. Thank you. We are going to have a little bit of a run of interviews both today and during the next council meeting for Planning Commission seats. We have 4 vacancies, and so we'll be looking to appoint or reappoint those seats. We were very lucky. We had a robust comms plan and support from that team. And after social media, park record, and various advertising, we received 10 applications for the Planning Commission.
I think that's a record, isn't it?
And as you know, it is a very important role for the city, and definitely is a important undertaking, and it's a large undertaking that literally helps to shape the future of the city. And so with that, we did distribute both interview questions and a schedule. I have extra copies of that for anybody if you'd like a copy of that. Okay.
Can I have a copy of the questions?
Yeah. So I'm just going to pass this around. If you want to grab it. Okay. Yeah, I might grab my stack of schedules. So we'll get you some of those. Because the application packet was also so large, just because of sheer memory capacity, I know that some people had some issues with opening that. So I have extra copies of that as well if you'd like to see those. Let me know.
Michelle, was it you who sent out the actual applications?
Yes.
I had it on a computer. I'm trying to load up.
Yep.
It was in the closed.
In the close.
Yeah. So a couple of just logistical things that we can talk about a little bit more if council wants to discuss them. We have 8 applicants currently scheduled out of the 10. We did not schedule the current commissioners just because council may be more familiar with them and want to prioritize time with the new applicants. That's something you can discuss if you want to discuss that and revisit that.
When will we discuss that? Now?
Yep. We can talk about that and possibly bring them in for interviews if you'd like. And then in addition to that, I think one of the questions for council would be whether or not, in addition to the interviews and that process and the applications that you've already received, whether or not we'd probably ask the applicants to submit a disclosure statement just to understand whether or not anybody has any conflicts of interest in going projects or interest in anything that's going on that would cause a conflict in their serving on the Planning Commission.
And we would have that in time for our closed session when we deliberate before the appointment with the final candidate.
Do we deliberate today after these or
briefly
briefly today too?
Are we having our final our deliberations in public, in a public meeting like we did with council.
Very close. So we will be finishing the work session at 5:30, and then staff will brought some dinner in, so we'll run down the hall, grab dinner, and bring it back here and have a little closed session. So that we're ready.
Did you want us to answer those two questions then? Was that two questions? Yes.
Yeah.
Do we want to interview?
The two-
Okay, John and Laura. And do we want them to do a disclosure statement? Can we go first?
Sure.
Okay, I'm okay not interviewing Laura and John, but I would like a disclosure statement.
I cannot see any reason. I think that we maybe made a mistake last time, not in who we appointed, but I would like to see us interview John and Laura. I think the ground is always shifting and we have a deep pool of applicants, and I think making the assumption that just because somebody's been there means that they should be there. I think they should have to go through the process. Doesn't really make sense to me why we would give anybody any preferential treatment. We're filling a board, a commission, I would like for them to be interviewed. Now, I have to say, I won't be here for those. So I hope you guys ask more really hard questions.
Well, I would say though that I just watched so many planning commission meetings, and that's why. So I understand like what their, so their take is on everything. So anyway, that's why I said that. I guess I can give my why.
I mean, I was reappointed twice to the planning commission in the basin, and I was interviewed both times, and I was surprised not to see them on the list. I think those are, I mean, if nothing else, actually was a nice opportunity for me as a planning commissioner to have a conversation with the whole council and ask me about how you're feeling and the application. So I would interview them, even if, I mean, I don't have any reason to think I wouldn't.
Max, did you say disclosure?
Oh, yeah, disclosure.
Yes, on that.
Jeremy?
I'm fine either way. I'd go with the majority on it. I mean, I could see both sides of the argument. Like I don't think the Tana's point, we've seen what they do and how they operate, but at the same time, to be fair to the other applicants, like I said, there's pros and cons on both sides of it. So I'm firmly in the middle of this one, and whichever I support.
Will you be here for the meeting?
Right now, it's even.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like Jeremy. I don't know if I feel strongly either way on the interview process. But I guess considering everything going on, it might be nice to have a check-in. And I think that maybe we should just, at some point in time, be consistent in whether or not we just have that check-in on that interview or not.
What did we do in the past?
It's been all over the board.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
sometimes they've been interviewed, sometimes they haven't. And I think that if we choose to interview them, which I'm fine with, I think is great. I think then we need to come back and look at policy for our other boards and commissions, because some of our other boards and commissions don't interview people if they want a second term and there hasn't been any problems. And everybody's kind of happy with what they're doing. They aren't interviewed with the rest of the candidates. So whatever we do, I think we just need to come back and kind of have a consistent policy of what we're going to be doing.
Consistency is key. We did interview the members to RAB board that we interviewed every applicant.
Yeah.
And
Some of
that's
the other
been my
boards-
experience, with the exception of one time, which was Sarah Hall for planning commission last time.
Yeah.
Every other board or commission I'm on, we have interviewed all applicants regardless of how long they've served.
Yeah.
So.
Disclosure?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like, I'm just leading you away.
So I think I heard majority support for bringing in John and Laura for interviews. We can ask them if they're available next during the next meeting. And then also support for the disclosure.
Can I ask, do we have disclosures for all of our current city planning commissioners?
Yeah, we do. We
It's
do.
required by state law.
Yeah,
so
that's what I was just
it's-
checking.
It's part of the onboarding.
So we're just asking for it before we actually put someone in. Okay, that's
part of
the
the
difference.
application
Okay,
process.
thank
Do
you.
all boards have disclosures or just every board as appointed does? So, right?
Okay, anything else, Michelle?
Those are all my questions. We can get going whenever you're ready. The first applicant is ready.
So why don't I lead off and then we'll just kind of go around. So Jeremy, put down the questions. We may or may not get to all of them, and if we don't, that's okay.
Can we just pick one? Do we have to go in order?
Go in order. You can pick one.
Are we intending to ask all of these? Or are we just?
We're not gonna have time. I don't
I
think.
just-
15 minutes.
Hi, yes. Hi.
Hey, guys.
Welcome. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm Bob.
So let's just go around. We've met. Do you want to start with your introduction? or something?
Yeah, Jeremy, we've met,
Yes.
different task force, but yeah, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Hey, Ryan Dickey,
Hey, Ryan.
thanks for being here.
Hey, Bob, Max.
Hey, Max. Nice to meet you.
Tana Tully.
Hey, Ken. I met you before. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Becca Gerber.
Hey, Becky.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too.
So let's just start with a real softball question.
Okay, yes.
So
Oh.
tell us why you want to be. planning commission.
So the short answer is, I've been here for 20 years. And this is an amazing city and I'd like to get back. That's the short answer.
Okay.
The longer answer is, let me start 20 years ago. I have a partner of almost 30 years now. We have 2 kids who are 23 and 24 now. And when we moved here 20 years ago, there were 3 people. We were excited to be in Deer Valley. We thought, okay, this is gonna be a great opportunity for all of us. The first thing we did was send a check to Deer Valley with season passes for 2 adults and 2 kids with a family discount. And the first thing they did was send it back and say, you don't qualify as a family here. And so it was like, oh,
wow.
we're in a different city. We're not in Austin. We're not in Kansas anymore.
Wow.
But then we had 15 great years. We lived up in Deer Valley. We were the beneficiaries of everything and loved our life here. Then COVID hit, and we spent a lot more time here. We got to know a different side of the city, the people, the city, parts of the city I'd never been to, and it made me have a lot more appreciation for what we got here. Flash forward, I volunteered with the Summit County Health Department. We got to know a lot of people there. Then I got to know about the LGBTQ task force, which opened my eyes in great ways. And it finally made me say, this is a place I want to stay. It's a place I want to get back to. And here I am.
Great, thanks. I'm glad you applied.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bob, like I said, good to see you again. So let's go with this one. What do you see as the purpose of Park City's general plan?
It's the guiding light for the city. And I read it with great interest. I think it's fantastic. I think it sort of gives the game plan of where you want the city to go and how you want it to get there. Honestly, reading it carefully, there were several times I said, is this still accurate 8 or 10 years later? So it's probably time for an update at some point. With the 10 years of the future coming at the city, with the Olympics possibly coming here, there's a lot to go, but it's a great, this is what we'd like to be, this is who we are, and I really enjoyed it.
Thanks.
What do you view as the duties of the planning commission?
Short answer, advise the city council. Make decisions with, that are consistent with land use code, with the general plan, with all those things, but advise the city council. There's a sentence that I saw in one of those documents I'm gonna read to you because I thought it was really interesting. The primary purpose is to act as an advisory body, which makes perfect sense to me. But the second sentence I got out of all that material was one of the primary rules of the planning commission is to help the landowner accomplish with their land what the landowner desires, as long as it's in a manner consistent with the city's general plan. That made perfect sense to me. It like opened my eyes in a different way to how to look at it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Bob, you've been paying attention. We've seen you in a few meetings recently. And so while this is sometimes a softball question, I'm curious, if you were appointed, what do you anticipate being the most enjoyable and most difficult aspects in your role?
The last 3 planning commission meetings, the first 2 of them were eye-opening. I'm glad I went last night because it was not as eye-opening as the first 2 were. And it seemed like a normal sort of place to be and want to be part of. I will admit, when I first came to see you guys for Pride Month, my eyes were opened as to the camaraderie and the humor and the fun you seem to have as you address all these issues. And I saw more of that last night at the planning commission. Wait, what's the question?
It was just, what do you think is going to be the most enjoyable and most difficult aspects? We've been getting some feedback on the difficulties that were unanticipated difficulties And I'm just curious if you're seeing any of that, and if that's,
So the most enjoyable is being part of that group, being part of the city, enjoying all that comes from making these kinds of choices and helping grow. The hardest part is balancing the needs of residents with growth and tourism. I mean, you can't please everyone. It's a tricky balance.
Great, okay. I have to read this one, it's a little bit longer. So how do you see your role as a planning commission member in city government? Describe your understanding of the relationship and interaction between planning commission and city council. So, two-part.
So planning commission advises the city council. The city council makes its own decisions based upon that advice. How you see your role is, I think you're just part of a whole. You're one wheel in a cog of a complicated machine, trying to do your best to help people make the right decisions, right choices, but all for the good of Park City and not for the good of the few. And that's the tricky balance.
Yeah,
Yeah, if appointed, how would you make decisions on an application where there's a conflict between neighborhood input, CC&Rs, plat notes, development agreement plans, LMC compliance, and the general plans goals?
So this is a trick question.
It is hard. This is the hardest one. This is the one that really gets people.
Because when you read the general plan, there's a whole section in there that talks about the hierarchy of land management code, general plan first, land management code and zoning regulations second, and HOAs and CCRs third. And the interesting thing is, I think that really the top of that is, does it meet local ordinances? So it's a tricky balance. I watched a very tricky conversation last night with the residents who are arguing about a piece of land in the neighborhood. It's hard. I think at some point you have to use what the law says and what the general plan says, and then use common sense and compassion and try to make sense out of it. Short story as a result of all that. One of my first actual interactions with the planning commission was when our neighborhood went through the same thing. The Stein Eriksen residences were built behind us. When we bought our house 20 years ago, it was zoned for a 12-unit hotel or 16-unit hotel, I think. And then what was brought before the planning commission, much to our shock, was what appeared to be 3 Kmarts stacked up on top of each other. So it began a very complicated process where everybody tried to make sense out of what the balance should be and could be. I was horrified by the process, but it made sense and it worked. I was not horrified, I was frustrated by the outcome because I didn't think it was fair for us as neighbors, but ultimately it made a lot of sense. And here we are 15 years later, and it's all the things we were so worried about weren't issues.
Can I ask a question? Have you ever had a project with the planning commission?
No.
Okay.
Only as a neighbor.
Only as a neighbor? That's interesting. Thank you.
You have really a fascinating resume.
Thank you.
I love reading it.
Good and bad.
Yeah. Can you tell us something about your work experience or your life experiences that you think would really contribute well to the planning commission?
Yes, because the job of an executive producer is a very complicated job, and it's not what anybody thinks it is. I worked on 3 words that have to do with problem solving, consensus building, and matching personalities. I don't think those are inconsistent with what you guys deal with. So it's those skill sets that I think serve well. It's also an instinct to stay big picture and not get caught up in the details, so you can try to keep the overall issues in mind. And then trying to listen to stakeholders and not dictate solutions to them, but listen to what their needs are and then try to make answers based upon that. Somebody recently told me that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. We have to use them proportionally.
That's good advice. I like that. Well, we've been grilling you. Can you tell us if you have any questions?
No, I mean, I gotta say, as I drive around the city and I see all the great things that I see, and I naively came into this process 3 weeks ago thinking, God, there's so many things that need to be done, so many things I need to think about. You guys are thinking about all of this. I read the general plan, I read the other documents. It's like all this has been thought about. Some of it's not solved in the way that please everybody, but you guys have done an amazing job, so thank you for that. I don't know what the plan is. I see the big challenges ahead with traffic, with parking, housing, possibly the Olympics, and I go, How are you dealing with all that right now? That's the question.
In a lot of fragmented ways. I think your vision of keeping an overall vision of all the moving parts, all the moving pieces is what this council has to deal with. And the planning commission certainly plays a key role in that, in really analyzing land use decisions and making recommendations back up to the council.
Mhm.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
Can I ask you just a quick follow-up question that wasn't on here though too, is that, as you probably noticed, a lot of our planning commission meetings go a lot longer than most that you would, do you think that that will be an issue at all for you if there are meetings that do go longer into the evening,
No.
or do you have any sort of cutoff times?
No, I mean, the general question was in these questions was how much time do you think it takes? Naively, 3 weeks ago, I told you, oh, it's a meeting every 2 weeks and it's a package and you look at it and you're done. 2 weeks ago, I was like, whoa. Now, part of that's the steep uphill climb for me of learning all the stuff that you guys already know. So when I read all those documents, like the 500-page, 750-page documents, there's a steep curve to try and understand all that. I'm hoping that curve flattens out at some point, and it doesn't take quite as much time. I'm also trying to absorb the general plan and all the other stuff that I've been doing the last 2 weeks is complicated. But in terms of the time commitment, I think that the 2 meetings a month and the hours for those meetings don't matter to me. The preparation time, I think, is manageable. So yeah, I think it's all manageable. The ironic thing is that for the last 3 weeks, there's been a meeting every 3 weeks, and that is a lot more work. So I apologize to everybody who's gone through that.
Well, again, thank you so much for applying and spending time with us today to talk with us. The process from here is we do have 10 applicants for 4 seats. And so we're going to be interviewing 4 candidates today and probably 6 next week. I hope if we can get that all in
I'm sorry.
on the schedule. That's great. It's wonderful. And then the council will deliberate and will make their decision. The council gives the residents of Park City the month of August off from us. And so we'll be reconvening in September and we'll make the appointment at a meeting in September.
Great. No matter what happens, I love the city. And if it's not this, then I'll find something else to do.
Perfect. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Thank you for all that you do as well.
Oh gosh. I'm getting my kids COVID vaccinated tomorrow. Yeah. They're getting shots.
I'm Dan.
I'm Ann. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for taking time to come in and talk with us
Thank you
today.
for inviting me.
So I wanted to, I'm going to have the council introduce themselves to you. We want this to be, I know it's hard to say, but just relax. Just relax and talk to us. So, Phil, do you want to start?
Sure. Jeremy Rubel, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Ryan Dickey.
Hi.
Stephanie Max Doyle.
Tana Tolley.
Hi, Tanner.
I think we're very nice.
Well, we have some questions for you and we had sent them out in advance. I hope you received those.
I did.
Good. So I'm going to kick off here and just tell us why you're interested in doing this.
So a couple of reasons, really. The first one's kind of self-serving. I just feel better about myself and feel more self-worth, I guess. Have a greater sense of purpose when I'm involved in something that's bigger than just me. And then the second reason is, I've lived in Park City for 25 years and I've seen, a lot of changes over the past couple decades. And I've received a lot from this town. I love this town and it's benefited me, and I would like to give it back. That's kind of probably a pretty standard answer, but I feel like I have a set of skills and that's what I have to give. I am well versed in real estate and development, and I see that as what I can contribute.
Thank you.
Sure. Let's go with. Shouldn't start with what questions you have for us, right? So, let's talk about the role between the council and the planning commission, and how you see that interaction and the role of the planning commission, and specifically interested in your perspective, because you're on the Board of Adjustments, right? Kind of how that translates forward.
I see the planning commission and the council as really a collaborative relationship. In that council, what I perceive anyway, is kind of identifies things that they want the planning commission to look at, or applications that have come in, and sort of tasks the planning commissioners with taking the deeper dive, like really getting into the details of this projects and making recommendations to city council, and council can send it back or approve or deny or make changes. I don't know if that's all 100% correct, but that's kind of my perception of the way things work. As far as how that relates to the Board of Adjustment, we've heard some appeals on decisions that the commission made, and that there's always that extra set of eyes for the public to be able to take an appeal to another quasi judicial board. And I'm not sure how you want me to relate that to the Board of Adjustment, really, but interpreting the land management code and understanding it and trying to make decisions within the confines of those parameters.
Thanks.
No, you were an alternate on the Board of Adjustment, right?
I was, but I've pretty much just been a board member.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Did you get to participate in?
Yeah, I've been, I think I've been on 4 or 5 decisions, which we don't meet that often. So it's been really kind of most of them, unless I think I was out of town for one, but yeah, so I participated quite a bit.
Great. Since you brought up the land management code, I'll ask this hard question that I don't know the answer to, which is, if appointed, how would you make decisions on an application where there's a conflict between neighborhood inputs, CC&Rs, plat notes, development agreements, LMC compliance, and the general plan goals?
So that is a hard question. I looked at that one for a while. I didn't answer that. I think there's always conflict between the different stakeholders, right? And in my mind, the thing that really comes first is the general plan. Who do we want to be as a city? What are our core values? What do we want to prioritize in order to relay what our culture to the residents, future residents, and the visitors who come to town. And then, as far as, I think the question really gets down to, and the neighbors, right? Because people have a real tendency to say, no, just stop all the development, right? And I totally understand that. But as we all know, there's private property rights, there's development agreements that have already been approved, there's zoning and density and entitlements, and that's just not really feasible, under the law. However, I do think that if you can change the community point of view from stop all development to how can we not only mitigate the negatives that come along inevitably with new development and growth, but maybe there's an opportunity for benefit, like how can we say this is going to happen? How do we prioritize certain things to make sure there's a benefit to the neighborhood around? So, you're never gonna please everybody, but I think sometimes once something has gone up and is built and people can see those benefits or see the positives that can come along with that, I don't know, people tend to, see it differently.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Sure.
I work in real estate and I've been on the planning commission. Do you anticipate any challenges, or how do you think about managing sort of what we think about our professional life and thinking about development and development rights and interests, and your role on the council representing the community? Do you anticipate any challenges in that?
You know, I actually think that my background in real estate development, I think it's a benefit more than, you know, a detriment to sort of like the community interest. I mean, I live in this community. I've been here for 25 years. I ride my bike around every single day, unless the roads aren't, you know, road conditions don't permit, but even in the winter. And I don't want to see irresponsible development. But the fact of the matter is that there are such things as private property rights, and there are entitlements, and there are already approved development agreements. And understanding that and being able to work within the confines of the code, knowing how to work within the confines of the code, which is something that you have to do as a developer, and then also, you know, trying to understanding that side of it while being able to come up with solutions to benefit the community. Like like I said, I live here. I'm inherently not anti-development, but I'm definitely not pro-car. I'm not pro-traffic, you know, so I think my experience can help to maybe find solutions to some of that stuff.
Thanks.
It's kind of an easy lead. I get to ask this question because you just referenced, you know, some hypotheticals. So can you describe any past, present, or future development projects or land management codes within Park City that have stood out to you, and why does that project stand out?
Well, there's a few, quite a few. You know, everything from Treasure Mountain to the film studio. But I think right now we all know that probably the most pressing applications are at the bases of the two resorts. And I really believe that how those are managed, how well they're thought through, what things we choose to prioritize and to sort of convey what the values of the town are through the things that we prioritize within those developments. I mean, that's going to shape the culture of Park City as the town as a whole for, you know, decades and decades to come, maybe forever. So those are the two biggest ones that stand out to me right now. And I live in Lower Deer Valley, so obviously hearing about the whole parking lots being developed, you know, that's a concern for me. But I also think that there can be opportunities that you can make the space actually better with development. You can make pedestrian only areas. You can make dedicated alternate transportation routes. You can prioritize alternative transportation over cars by making it easy and fast and enjoyable. I mean, there are things that you can do that, you know, down the road when you're out and about in the neighborhood, you can actually benefit from. Like, you can make it good. You can make it great.
If appointed, what do you anticipate being the most enjoyable and the most difficult aspect of your role?
So the most enjoyable, I already kind of referenced it. Like, I just like to feel like I'm doing something more than just me. So I enjoy that, and that makes me feel good. I also like to see things that I've contributed to sort of come to fruition. Like, it's kind of exciting to come up with a plan and to mitigate potential problems and then see it happen and see it work, you know, and see people maybe enjoy it more than they thought they were going to when they just heard about it conceptually. So those are the big parts that I think I would enjoy most. I think the part that would be least enjoyable is probably pretty obvious, and that is not everybody agrees with your decisions, or you know, it can be political, there can be controversy, maybe it can be in the press, you know, those things are probably the least desirable part of the job, is there's a lot of pressure on you to do it right. And if things don't go as well as you wanted them to, there's a lot of pressure on you from that perspective as well. But I think it's worth it to try to make a stamp on the town that improves it. So.
What do you see as the purpose of Park Station General Plan?
So in my mind, the general plan identifies the core values of the town, kind of the way we want to be seen, the way we want people coming here, like the things that we want them to learn to value. You know, our beautiful open space and recreation, the nature around us, a small town feel. All these things are written in the general plan, but I just think that you can really convey to people what your culture is by how you develop those things and balance, you know, economic growth and prosperity against those. And every single person that comes into this town will get a feel for what's important to us, you know. So that the general plan to me is kind of core values. It's community, which is something that, you know, we need to, I think is a challenge right now. So
can I ask, have you ever had a project with your planning commission? Have you ever had?
Not in Park City.
Okay.
So I am working with the Wasatch County Planning Commission right now on a couple of projects in Wasatch County. And I do think that experience could be super helpful in the role sitting on the other side of the table. Working through the constraints of the land management code, trying to make something that is economically feasible. It has to be for the developer. But also really earnestly trying to make something that's going to benefit and provide services for the community. So so I'm working through planning commission with a couple of projects over there right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's taken a little longer than we thought, but
It always does. So I'll ask you one more question and then I'll open it for you to ask us
Okay.
any questions that you have. So what life experience or characteristics do you have that you think would be a great addition to the planning commission?
So for my professional experience, I've talked about it a little bit, but most of my professional life was really spent in commercial real estate finance. So I was on the other side of the table from where I am now, where I was looking at real estate development projects from a really analytical point of view. Did that for 17 years. And, you know, where you're really assessing sort of the risks, like trying to find reasons like, why wouldn't we do this? And then over the past 4 years, kind of switching sides and saying, how can we do this? You know, so I do feel like I kind of have a unique perspective as far as having looked at projects from different angles, I guess. And then the other thing is, and I already brought it up, I literally ride my bike around this town for both transportation and recreation every single day. And I think I have a really very up close and personal point of view of some of the positive changes that I've seen and some of the, you know, maybe missed opportunities, or maybe I should call them future opportunities or current opportunities to get better. I have a lot of ideas about how, you know, when you're a single individual out actually in the space and not just, you know, driving around in your SUV, how the development around you, how it impacts you, how it impacts your enjoyment of the space, of wanting to be there, of wanting to be here as a whole. So I think that's a strength to the position.
Great. So what questions do you have for us?
I have a couple of questions, and one of them really kind of is related to I don't know if it's related to more city council or just city staff. I'm just kind of wondering, as a planning commissioner, are they provided with like, what's kind of the support for them as far as like trying, like if they have questions regarding codes or where to find specific information, or is there?
The planning staff is great at that. I spent 5 years on the planning commission before I was elected to city council. And I gotta tell you, the staff was great. Anytime I had a question, and I'd just pop in and they'd give me the answer, or if it took longer than that, they'd provide it. And then certainly in the meeting, you have the opportunity to ask questions.
Sure.
And, you know, I highly recommend that because there's a lot of people in the public that have the same question you do. So I think that's a good place to ask them.
And then my second question is just kind of vacation stuff. I mean, I'm here in town the majority of the time, but we do like to go to France in a couple of weeks. So just kind of what the protocol is as far as if you're unable to make a meeting or unable to make a couple of meetings in a row.
I'd have to look back at what the code is. You know, obviously, we want everybody to be at as many meetings as they possibly can. The meetings are hybrid, so you could Zoom in if that's a possibility from wherever you happen to be. But Ms. Blaine, do you happen to know, is there a rule, are there rules around how many meetings a planning commissioner can miss?
No, off the top of my head, sorry.
I can get you that.
Yeah, we can get
it.
It hasn't been an issue for me with Board of Adjustment, but we meet a lot less frequently, so you know, twice a month. I don't have a 9-to-5 job though, and I don't have kids. Not that that matters as far as.
For context.
I'm just saying just for time constraint. Like
Yeah, for context, I had the same question when I ran for council before I submitted my application.
Okay.
And the law that I read was you can't be out of town for more than 60 consecutive days without permission, so to speak. That's for the electeds. Planning Commission has 7 members. So they have a larger board, so they have a capability of getting to, you know, at least enough people easier. But that's what I read when I was running because I was a little curious about the same thing.
Yeah.
The virtual thing has come to be a really nice tool for us. We've used it. Well, all of us here have used it, I believe. And even Sarah Hall used it from Mallorca last week or 2 weeks ago, Morocco,
It's like
somewhere.
at 2 in the morning.
So it's so there is the potential to participate that didn't exist a few years ago.
Right.
So I think you'll probably not be in too much trouble.
And we're not gone that much. Like I said, that I don't anticipate time constraints really being that big of a problem, but.
And then I will say, I think one of the questions are in the application, they said usually it's 4 hours. And if you've listened to any of the planning commission meetings this year, probably 6. So just anticipate that when we have big projects like PEG and Deer Valley and some of these other ones, they do tend to go a little bit later into the evenings.
Well, we so appreciate you throwing your name in the hat for
Yes,
this and
thank
taking
you.
the time to come and interview with us today. Just a little bit about the process going forward. So we had 10 applicants for 4 seats. And so we're interviewing 4 candidates today. The rest will be interviewed at our meeting next week. And then the council will deliberate. And we take the month of August off to give everybody else a rest from us. And then we will make our decision and announce it in September at a meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
Great. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank
Nice
you.
to meet you.
See you later. I was like, I like to serve, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Patrick, I'm
as this world continues, climate change keeps going, the surf is gonna keep getting better. All kinds of different places.
So, thanks so much for throwing your name in the hat
Yeah.
and coming in to talk with us today. We really want this to be as relaxed as possible. And so please just tell you we're okay. But, I'm gonna have the council go around and introduce themselves. We'll start here with Jim.
Jeremy Rebel.
Ryan Dickey.
Hey, Max Doyle, nice to meet you too.
Tina Tolney.
Becca Gerber. Nice to meet you.
So tell us about why you're interested in doing this.
Yeah, well, I've never done anything in city government or anything like that. I've lived in Park City for a while and really just want to help shape where it's going. I've lived here for 9 years. Really enjoy everything about it. And yeah, I just want to help do what I can to help with the community. I know there's a lot of different moving parts and the ski resorts and the historic part, you know, keeping green space, so that all that stuff's really important to me.
Great, thanks. Jeremy?
Let's see, how about, can you tell us about your life experience, professional roles, and characteristics that would contribute well to the planning commission?
Sure. So I moved here probably like everyone else, just for the mountains, skiing, snowboarding, actually. But so I got here and was a snowboard instructor at PCMR, and I had to go through trying to find housing. And this was 9 years ago. I can't even imagine trying to do it now, especially something affordable at the rates that we were being paid back then. It was difficult, but like I said, I can't even imagine doing it now. So that, having lived that life and gone through that and working different jobs, working in the restaurant industry, and I was fortunate enough to, now I live in Old Town. I've been there for a while, so it's been good. And now I do real estate development. So I've gone through a bunch of different backgrounds and things that have kind of shaped me here today.
What do you view the duties and time commitment of the planning commission to be? So sort of what's your understanding of what's the job of the planning commissioner?
Sure. So I think the main job is just listening to different point of views, whether it's the person wanting to do a project, whether it's city council, the mayor, and then of course the people of Park City. You got to listen to what they want and try to make everyone about as happy as ever, find that equilibrium of happiness between everyone.
So yeah, then piggyback on that, what do you see as the purpose of Park City's general plan?
As far as like the four.
Yeah, I mean, so every city has a general plan, and ours unfortunately is about, I don't know, somewhere in here like that.
There's 2 sections of it.
Two big sections. So what's the purpose of that general plan?
I think it's a great guideline for the future. Things are always changing, of course, with pandemics or economy, stuff like that. But it's a great pathway of kind of to stay on that. You want to, follow the general plan, stay kind of I think it's in 2014. Is that what year it was?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that was just a year after I moved here. So a lot of things have changed. I've seen the changes. But I think the general plan is, we want to keep the historic aspect of the town is really important. Keeping as much green space as possible. I moved here because I wanted to be in a smaller town, but kind of a town that had stuff going on. And I think I found the right place. My plan was to stay for a year. So.
Fair enough. Heard that before.
Right.
Yeah.
Not from me.
Oh, it's a short term. My wife was only supposed to be here for a couple of months.
Yeah.
Did he skip you?
No.
Yeah. Oh, you went. Sorry, I thought you would. Oh, I missed that. Okay. If appointed, what do you anticipate being the most enjoyable and most difficult aspects in the role?
Yeah, so I think the most difficult one is going to be keeping everyone happy. All the different HOAs, property owners, people, just citizens. And I also think that's going to be kind of fun, trying to figure out how to make everyone happy. So I think and just learning, like I said, I've never done anything like this before. So that's kind of the main reason.
Okay.
Let's see. So if you were appointed, how would you make decisions on an application when there's a conflict between the neighborhood input, the CCNRs, plat notes, development agreements, LMC compliance, and the general plans goals.
Yeah, so I think that kind of goes back to looking at everyone's point of view. So if you, because I've kind of worn all these hats, as a developer, I've dealt with different cities and towns and municipalities, and I've seen really good ones and I've seen bad ones. So I hope that I can take the bad ones, learn from them, and basically do as best as I can to deliver the good ones, and also take that point of view of like, where's the HOA? Where's their, what are they trying to get out of this? What is the citizen trying to get out of it? What is the property owner trying to get out of it?
I've got one more question for you, and then we're going to turn it around, let you ask us a question if you have one. So can you describe any past, present, or future development projects or land management codes within Park City that have stood out to you, and why?
Yeah, well, this mini project and town lift, well, I think was a really interesting one. I'm pretty happy the way it went with getting, more land for the town.
You're talking about Treasure Hill.
Treasure Hill, yeah. So that was, when was that? 3-4 years ago? Okay. So I was following that pretty close. Up in Bonanza Flats was another great thing that the city did. The current ones, I think the lift projects are a really interesting thing that's going on, and I just really want to be a part of those talks and how I can help and bring in a different perspective.
Yeah, sounds great. So what questions do you have for us?
At the time, I think I went over the website and there was tons of information on there as far as like open meeting notes and agendas and everything. So I think I understand the job, at least as much as I can without kind of being a part of it.
Have you attended any meetings of the Planning Commission?
Not in Park City, no.
Okay.
But no, at this time I don't have any further questions.
Well, the process going forward from here is we have 10 applicants for 4 seats. And so we're interviewing 4 folks today. We'll interview the rest next week. And then the council will deliberate, and we take the month of August off. And then we will make the appointment in September.
Sure.
Okay. That's great. Well, thanks so much
Great.
for taking time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Brian, thanks for taking the time to come in. Have a seat. We'll go around and have the council introduce themselves to you and
Sure.
get into some questions.
Hi, Jeremy Rubel.
Ryan Dickey.
Max Donley, nice to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure.
Tana Tolley.
I figured it's good to see you.
Yeah.
So tell us, why do you want to do this? Why do you want to be on the planning commission?
Well, I've lived here for 20 years, and this community is amazing, and it's given me a lot of richness. So at this point in my life, I have the time, the ability to give back, to be a contributor to the process, to the community, and hopefully contribute in a positive way to moving this community forward. So yeah, everything kind of came together, and it seems like the right time for me to offer my services.
Okay, great, thanks. Jeremy.
Yeah, let's go with this. So can you describe any past, present, or future development projects or land management codes within Park City that have stood out to you, and why?
Oh,
Pick your favorite.
I don't know if I have a favorite. There's a lot of projects out there, obviously. PEG is the one that stands out, I'm sure, to everybody right now, over in the base of the Park City Mountain. And it's an interesting one because it involves a lot of property rights that have to be honored. It involves a community that doesn't want to see overgrowth or too much growth or too much height. But there are some obligations and some obvious gimmies to give to those guys because they have the rights to it. So it's a delicate balance. There's a lot of complexities to that situation. So that'd be fascinating to get into the weeds with. And I know there probably is not going to be the best answer for everybody in the community, but that's part of what the Planning Commission does. So they find the best answer to satisfy as many people as possible. The Arts and Culture District is one I have maybe a personal interest in, as it's near my neighborhood in Prospector. It was going to be filled in with form-based code, building and planning a long time ago, and I was excited to see that move forward, and it didn't. And I know there's a lot more going on than just the Planning Commission when that comes to mind, but I am interested in being part of that process and hopefully moving that forward as well, because I think we need a second center of town, and it's been a long time since anything's been there. And maybe in the meantime, we can get some programming there so we can take advantage of the large amount of open space that we have just sitting vacant right in the middle of town. So if I can lend a voice to that, that'd be great. I'm also excited to see language for ADUs or IADUs and accessory apartments being codified or at least talked about. I think that's a very important element of the affordable housing crisis and solution that we need to deal with. So that as a code, land management code snippet, I think that one is a really good one. I'd like to move forward with that. And I'm also very inspired by the city as a whole moving forward with net zero goals and carbon goals and sustainability goals. And I know that weaves into the land management code somehow. So there's a few things. Thanks. Yeah.
What do you view the duties and time commitment of the Planning Commission to be? So what is the job of a planning commissioner to you?
It's a series of applications of events that are forwarded by the planning department or citizens, where you assess how they comply, mainly with land management and development. And you render judgments based upon facts and knowledge and what you have in front of you. So that would be the duty, and also as a recommending body to the council for decisions. Time commitments, I think, 2 hours a week? I'm under no illusion that the job of a planning commissioner has a lot of time commitments. Those packets are thick. I've seen quite a few of them, and you should know what's in them and to know what you need to be talking to people about or rendering judgments on. You should have the time that it takes to read through those and know what you're talking about. So yeah, you get the every other week, and then you got everything in between. And I'm under no illusion that it's going to take a lot of reading and soaking things up. So.
Yeah, makes sense. And if I could ask a follow-up question.
Sure.
I work in real estate. I've been on the Planning Commission. How do you envision or any challenges with sort of that shift from being on this side of the table in the past and thinking about developing and moving projects through to being on the other side of the table and thinking about the community's interests and values? Do you see any challenges or opportunities there?
Going from one to the, well, yeah. No, I mean, it's been nice to be on this side of the table or that side over there. And you're arguing for a client perhaps to move something forward or something that you see passionately or through your own lens, and to get on the other side of the table. I mean, that informs my experience with the Planning Commission. It's been on that side, but it also helps to inform the other side because you know where the other guy's coming from and you know what's at stake. And that goes into the citizenry, like asking for something. And you know, it's not just a request that you're gonna, throw out the door. You're like, there's obviously more to it than just rendering you judgment based on a line of code. So I guess just I know what it feels like to be on that other side. So it would be informative for me to have that experience on the other side.
Yeah, makes sense. Thanks.
The other way.
Tables.
That actually leads to this question. If you were appointed, how would you make decisions on an application where there's a conflict between the neighborhood impact, the CCNRs, the plat notes, development agreements, LMC compliance, and the general plan's goals? Having been on one side of the table, you've clearly been a part of some of these conversations. Get on the other side of the table. How do you figure out your hierarchy in that list?
Well, first of all, case by case. I wouldn't have a blanket process to go through on that one. However, I would probably lean heavily on the planning department and their recommendations and their information that they've compiled. They do this all the time, every day. They have a lot of information that they put together and they know what they're talking about. So I put a lot of emphasis on that. And then perhaps, getting to another question, but the general plan is kind of the backdrop for everything, right? Like that's where we want to be in so many years down the line. So putting that in perspective of what the general plan is recommending, that might be a guiding principle. And then, the facts of each case are going to be very different. And I don't know if there's been a scenario where all of those things are in conflict, but probably at that point, you just gotta lean on your own instinct and move forward with what you think is best for the community.
Okay, we kind of covered, I think there's only one or two left here. If appointed, what do you anticipate being the most enjoyable? And then what do you anticipate being the most difficult aspect?
Start with a difficult, maybe, public scrutiny. We live in divided times and people are very opinionated and aren't afraid to say so. So when there's a decision that is not favorable to somebody, which happens almost every time, you'll probably hear about it and try to, slough it off and know that you're doing the best job you can do to make the best decisions that are for the community, but you're obviously going to upset some people. So having that reflection back at you is, it won't be the end of the world, but it's not fun, right? Yeah, but also on the flip side, having the opportunity to participate and guide this community and come to favorable outcomes. You have the people that are going to be upset and they're going to be angry with you, but if you can come to some great collaborative decisions, then you're going to have a lot of people that are maybe not ecstatic, but they're okay with it and they're moving forward and they think you're doing a good job. So I think that's the best part of it, participating in the process that will get us to a better community down the line. For 10 years, for 15, 20, like I'm going to be here for a while. I don't know if my kids will be here, but if they are, I want them to have the arts and culture district, right? I want them to be able to walk down the streets and hang out with their friends and go to movies or do whatever is going on down there, concerts and like that all. If I can help that, that'd be great. So.
How do you see your role as a planning commission member in city government? And describe your understanding of the relationship and the interaction between planning commission and city council.
How do I see my role as a planning commissioner in the government?
Yeah, what is the role of planning commission in the overall city government?
Interpret land management code, interpret developments and how they should be, again, back to the general plan, be assessed and decisions made. So, and again, get back to the recommending body that tells or recommends to the council some things that they need to make decisions on. I think The planning commission is more of a broad strokes. You know, we're laying the groundwork down here and ensuring that we have a good pathway for everybody moving forward. And then we can recommend things for the council to take up, and maybe they're a little more fine tuned, but just interpreting land management code and assisting with developments and assessments on building inside there. Yeah.
I'll ask you one more question, and then we're gonna flip it around and let you ask us a question if you have one for us. So you've touched on so many different things here, but I'd like to hear from you. What characteristics do you think you have that would contribute well to the planning commission?
My job, I'm an architect and project architect at that, and that involves bringing a lot of people together to come to reasonable and amicable solutions. Consultants, contractors, clients, you know, we all have to work together to get to a common goal that is oftentimes years down the road. So I think I bring that. I was a business owner on Main Street for a decade. So I've lived that life too. Dealt with sign permits and tried to get parking spots out in front, short-term parking spots, and dealt with all that stuff. So I feel like I've had the experience from a citizen standpoint. I've had the experience from a designer standpoint that brings in a lot of these core characteristics that would be valuable in a situation such as planning commission, where I can work together with everybody. I'm passionate about sustainability, and I think with the city goals, I think that's aligned with what I'm trying to do on an individual basis, and I think I can bring that to the commission and forward any sort of goals that each of us in the city have together. And I just love the community, so I want to give back and be a positive force for it. So that is a characteristic I think could be valuable on a commission or a board such as this.
Great, thank you. Any questions for us?
I noticed there's 8 applicants, so I'm wondering if you guys raised the pay. I really don't.
$172.
No, I don't know that I have any questions for you. I'm just eager to serve. So.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate you putting your name in the hat. As far as process going forward, we have 10 applicants, and so we're interviewing 4 today. We'll do the rest next week. The council will then deliberate. We take the month of August off, and the appointment will be made in September.
Fantastic.
Okay. Thanks,
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brown.
Okay, and with that, we'll move up to the final room.
Let's take run to the bathroom real quick. Sure.
And talk about the fiscal year final adjusted budget and fiscal year 23 final budget discussion. And I'm so happy to see visitors here in the chamber. We rarely get much of an audience during budget season. So thank you for coming.
Great.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Honor and City Council. Happy to be here. Jed Briggs, Budget Director. Got Eric Danitz. We got the whole team here, so they'll be popping up a little bit. Assistant Budget Director, and then we got the Public Utilities Director, Clint McAfee. We've had him on the agenda the last, I think, 2 budget sessions and kept kicking him off.
Nothing personal.
So we said we're going to put him at the very beginning here to make sure that we get through the water fund today. So we'll be doing that. We also have a section on Flagstaff transfer fee. We'll circle back on fees and policies, making sure that council feels good about adopting them tonight. We'll go through changes between the tentative and final budget. And then we have homework assignments for staff, for us, on things that we need to make sure that we bring back to council within the next 6 months or so. And that's how we'll kind of finish it up.
That's
so
quite a list.
Using the list? Yeah, it's very extensive. We've got about an hour today to get through this section. And then during the regular meeting, we're asking council to adopt the final budget, which is for the adjusted budget for fiscal year 22, as well as the fiscal year 23 original budget for next fiscal year starting July 1. Then we also have the fee schedule that we're looking to adopt and the council and statutory officer compensation ordinance. So we'll circle back on those things during the regular meeting. All right. So we'll start with water, and Eric's going to speak to some of these slides here.
Yeah, and over the course of the next section, I think the water department manager and I will sort of tag team through it. But as part of the staff report several weeks ago, we included a overview of what you could almost call like water fund health. And the fund is currently, quite in a stable place. It's meeting its debt service obligations, and it's also, of course, paying for its capital projects and operations costs. On the revenue side, you'll see the single source of biggest revenue is water charges for services. So those are the fees that arise from base connections to residences, to commercial buildings, et cetera, and then the consumption costs associated with water service. So you may recall from previous discussions, our largest consumers of water are residences, then our commercial group, then multifamily, and then irrigation. So that's what leads to that $20 million and change. And then there's certain impact fee related revenues and certain miscellaneous revenues. For the purposes of the budget, these miscellaneous revenues are a projection and averaged over the course of years. They may or may not arrive in those amounts in any given year. So that federal revenue or miscellaneous revenue lines are subject to uncertainty. That's based on a model. It doesn't mean that they're going to come in on that level, whereas the water charges for services are actually much more likely to be close to estimates as opposed to those small miscellaneous amounts. On the expense side, there will be a combination of operations costs arising from personnel, materials and utilities, and contract services. And you'll see that the single largest expense line is the debt service that the fund currently handles, which of course is associated with the significant investment in the Three Kings water treatment plant. So the bulk of that debt service that has been increased in recent years is associated with that project. I'll also just cite one other thing on this slide, which is in your staff reports in the past, you may have noticed a significant year-over-year increase in the water fund balance, and that is associated with the arrival of bond proceeds from that 2020 and 2021 water revenue bond raise. So Clint may not be scheduled to deploy all of those in one given year, and we will carry that balance forward so that he can deploy them at the time that those project expenses need to be realized. Continuing on to the next slide. We also just provide some transparency for the council in terms of the year-over-year expense change, and Clint will speak with much more detail than myself about this. Again, this is based off of budgets. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to spend all this money. It's just our plan as it currently stands. The last thing I'll say with the top grid, with respect to utilities, we budgeted this in the tentative budget as basically flat, and we have adjusted it to account for increased utility costs associated with the water treatment plant. So in the final budget, that utility line, you will see that being a larger number. I just want to highlight that explicitly. So if you're saying, well, why do you only need to increase by 0.9%? We do need to increase more, and that will be that's reflected in the final budget. And then the last thing I wanted to cite in terms of fund health is that once you pay for all the operations expenses, once you pay the debt service, we're looking forward at, can we continue to fund our capital projects that we need to maintain the system? And the answer is yes. So we have, more or less free cash that equals about our planned capital program over 5 years. And that's more, again, I'll let Clint speak to it in further detail, but that's more associated with asset maintenance as opposed to like new asset creation. So with that, that's sort of a brief overview of the fund health. And I think
I was just going to mention one thing. If you look at the debt service, 9.3, you'll see the difference between 22 and 23. Even though we issued bonds last year, it takes about a year for the actual full debt service to hit our general ledger. So that's why you're seeing that increase in 23, even though we issued debt last year. We did the bond issuance last year. And then that 9.3, we have that for the next 20 years, and it's flat, which I think gives us a lot of flexibility. It's a big number, but in terms of the whole fund, it's definitely something that we can manage. And it's just something to keep in mind over the next 20 years is what it looks like. And we're not planning to issue debt for a while. I think, Clint could probably speak to that. So that's going to be the same number we see for the next number of years. Anything else?
Me? All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Clint McAfee, Public Utilities Director. It's good to be at the table instead of the audience. Anxiously awaiting to hear from me, I'm sure. So I'm going to stay pretty high level, but I'm happy to answer any questions that Council or the Mayor have regarding the capital and operations budget for the water fund. I'm going to focus more on the right-hand side to try to break. I think we have just over $1 million of funding requests including utilities. Trying to categorize this into, kind of high-level goals. And almost half of this increase is attributable to our strategic goal of high-quality, sustainable water supply. Mainly associated with the Three Kings water treatment plant, the upcoming startup. So we're moving it from, planning and construction into, starting to build staff and plan for expenses associated with producing water while we treat Judge, Spiro, and Thuriot Springs out of that source, out of that treatment facility. So that accounts for about half of the total increase. 30%. I've attributed to our another one of our high-level goals of reliable service and assets. And a lot of this has to do with inflation. Things are just costing more, and we're trying to get ahead of that so we don't, exceed our budgets because of things are costing more money. And then a large chunk of it has to do with our focus on asset management. Through the past couple decades, we've been focused on water supply, bringing in additional water supply, developing wells and bringing water in from Rockport. And then we had a strong focus on water quality while we figured out a plan to address the water draining from the Judge and Spiro and improve the water quality out of those sources. And now we're kind of moving onto what we already own and looking at the infrastructure that needs replacement and significant repair and maintenance. And so, a lot of this increase, the 30% of the operational increase is attributable to our increased focus on asset management. And one of the key metrics we look at when we're looking at asset management is water loss. So how bad is our water system leaking water into the ground, the unaccounted for water. And so we're trying to focus on not only reliable service, reduce breaks and outages and all the damage that can come with water breaks like flooding and, road deconstruction. But also, trying to plug the leaks and, eliminate that energy associated with pumping that water and the water loss associated with that water. And so that has come in the form of, just increased reliance on contractors to rebuild meter vaults and add meters throughout the system. We're focusing on, lateral repairs. We're finding leaks out there through proactive techniques like leak detection, listening devices and installing pressure monitors throughout the system so we can detect more of the leaks and get into them and repair them. And then the third goal, fiscally and legally sound business operations. Council has approved over the last few years a lease agreement with Weber Basin. So Park City leases surplus water that is in excess of what our community needs to Weber Basin, and we produce that water, treat it, and pump it into Summit Water system. It's a shared system. It runs along Highway 40, and there's a receiving tank above Round Valley. So we pump it into that system at Quinn's, and that has resulted in a cost increase in our operations. So in the form of chemicals, power, mainly those two things, and then increased usage from our water source. So those are the, at a high level, breaking down that $1.2 million increase in operational budget. Advance. And I took, Eric, the top 10 CIP list from Eric and Jed's slide, tried to categorize it kind of similarly, into those same goals: a high quality, sustainable water supply and reliable service and assets. And then there, for reference on the right-hand side, there's, our other goals that we focus on that don't necessarily come with big capital expenditures, but, they guide a lot of the decisions we make. So again, just talking some of the big ones under high quality, sustainable water is Three Kings. So, again, that's a facility that we hope to be done with about this time next year. We're hoping to produce, actually the next slide's an update on that. So, and then tunnel maintenance. We rely, as a community on tunnel maintenance, abandoned mine tunnels, which produce about 50% of the total supply for Park City. And so, these are 100-plus-year-old tunnels, and they're constantly failing. The mountain's just kind of trying to reclaim itself, and we do a lot of work to keep those tunnels open and water flowing out of those tunnels, and keep it safe for us to go in there and inspect. So that's what that is. Rockport Pipeline and Storage. This is actually a repayment cost associated with existing infrastructure, moving water from Rockport Reservoir into our community. Quinn's water treatment plant asset replacement. This is, just kind of replacing parts and pieces and, membranes and pumps out at that facility. And then there's a few items that are complete. Reliable water service and assets, water department infrastructure improvement. That's just our general kind of asset management code. If we have a valve break or a water leak, or we replace a small section of pipe, that's kind of a catch-all for that. Our SCADA, so SCADA, that stands for, let me see if I can get this. Supervisory control and data acquisition. So it's kind of our eyes and ears out in the system. We have sensors on our tanks, our pump stations, pressure monitors, and then all the telemetry associated with getting that data back to our centralized system. So it's a big network of remote sensors and meters and controls. You know, if someone opens a door on our pump station, the operator on call will get a text message. So it's you know, security. It's how we run our system remotely. We replaced most of that about 7 or 8 years ago, and a lot of that's just getting, you know, kind of reaching the end of its useful life, and there's some reliability issues. So we're planning for a replacement of a lot of the hardware. And West Neck tank, this is a tank that has not been constructed, but will likely, well, it is needed. It's actually in our impact fee facilities plan. So part of this is paid for through impact fees, water impact fees. We'll go somewhere above, I don't know the name of the hotel, but kind of the King's Crown area, up on that hillside somewhere, you know, to serve the lower Vale parking lot development, and also support Old Town. You know, we just need additional water storage in that area. Future CIP budget drivers, you know, are we planning on bonding yet? Not yet, but, you know, just when we think we've got all of the problems solved, things like PFAS pop up and TDS in our wells. And so these are kind of a list of things that could affect future CIPs, not necessarily drive a bond, but, you know, could increase costs of operations in the future. So master plan update and asset management plan, council approved 2 separate contracts to make sure, the master plan is to make sure we have all the infrastructure to serve new growth and existing growth. The asset management plan is a deeper look into the condition of our existing assets and kind of prioritize what we need to replace, rehab, and repair. And those are ongoing right now. There's a new regulation. We're still trying to get our heads around what this means, but we have to verify by 2024 that we have no lead service lines in our water system. And if we do, we have to replace them. We don't think we have any lead. We have no known lead service lines. You know, all the data that we have operators that have been here close to 30 years, and, you know, that and building records and everything we know, we don't know of any lead, but it's a potential.
That's just for the city, or for the community would need to replace their lead pipes too if they had them in their homes?
Yeah, the rule just applies to the service lines. And again, there's not even clarity on, you know, who would be responsible to replace which side of the meter of the service line. So the cost there will likely initially just be the cost of verifying, you know, if we have to go and excavate and, you know, get eyes on it and whatever it takes. So as I mentioned, we pump water into the basin through a Highway 40 interconnection. You know, obviously council would have to approve this, but there's a concept of a new interconnect along Highway 224 just to add redundancy and capacity in the event that we continue to lease surplus water and increase the amount we lease. And then, you know, the ones that aren't on this list, but because, you know, things happen quick, the PFAS health advisory by the EPA, we're still getting our heads around what that means. And I think that we, being the EPA, you know, the state, everybody is trying to figure out what, you know, the MCL might look like, which is, you know, what we would have to make sure to comply with. Whereas the health advisory is just, you know, I think it's the maximum lifetime exposure that someone can have versus, you know, what's in your drinking water in what concentration. So Michelle DeHaan gave a great presentation on that last week. And she's here if she has any questions. I think I saw her.
Clint, can I ask you one question about that? I don't want to get too far off track, but I know in the cacophony of communication, when that information was shared with you about PFAS and the TDS and forever chemicals, what's been the chatter amongst communities and water departments, either in the state, I mean, we're talking about Alta, Snowbird, et cetera.
Sure.
Brighton, and then maybe our Colorado Association of Ski Towns. Has there been any chatter? Is everybody kind of in the same position, or do we have sort of a unique thing going on here? I know it's so new, we might not know any of those questions, but that's just the first thing that comes to mind is this a ski resort problem nationwide, worldwide, or do we have something unique?
And if Michelle is here, I'll ask her to come up, but my answer is I don't know a lot of the answer to that question. I know that we have, immediately engaged in conversation with our regional partners. So the sewer district, they're picking it up in their wastewater in higher concentrations than we're seeing it in our wells. And then all the other local districts, so Summit Water, Mountain Regional, and we're going to engage the health department. We're kind of scheduling reoccurring meetings. So we're trying to figure out, is this a Park City problem? What can we do about it in terms of messaging? Who do we need to message to? Is it, people with stocks of, the fluorocarbon ski wax in their closets, like a buyback program or a, give back program or something? We're talking about, the hazardous waste collection. Maybe we can start collecting it that way. We're also sampling our other water sources. And so far I've received no non-detect on all of our other, so our wells make up about 30% of our water supply out of our total. And those are the only sources that we're detecting PFAS, this compound in. So I think we're still getting our head around what this means. And so, more to come on that. Okay, next. Three Kings update, kind of punchline, on schedule, on budget, which is, I think, incredible. Roger McLean and team are just managing this well. We started right before the pandemic, have ran through the pandemic, all the material supply shortages, cost escalations. There was several, quarantine events over there with, people contracting COVID, and we continue to be on schedule, on budget. So we're excited about that, and we're excited to hopefully start running water through this plant this year, and with reliable production about this time next year to meet next year's irrigation season. And just by way of reminder, we have an order by the state to comply with permits, and we have to treat Judge Tunnel, which is currently discharging into Empire Creek. There's a pipeline that exists already that will divert that water to Three Kings and treat 100% of that by January 1 of 2024. And then there's kind of a progressive compliance scheme with Spiro, where by 2024, we have to treat a small percentage of what's coming out of Spiro, and then it escalates in 2028, and then again in 2033. And then, but we don't ever reach to the point where we have to treat all of Spiro. But in 2033, we will have to renegotiate the terms and, potentially treat more of Spiro after that point. So that'd be another potential future CIP. But yeah, we're excited. This will be our new office space for administration and the water quality division that runs this facility. So next, please.
I just don't want to gloss over, on schedule, on budget, through a pandemic. When people say that government can't get things done, big projects can't get done, it's always important to highlight when staff plans ahead, does a good job, overestimates how long it's going to take, gets ahead of things. It's an example of how we can do big things. We can think outside the box. We can spend big money and have solid, positive results. And I think your team deserves more credit than they've received so far. Just publicly, great job.
Thank you.
Obviously, big projects, you have issues, but whether it's the streets department keeping that street moving, whether, you know, we do this through the winter, we have snow removal issues, we have noise issues. Every department in the city has had some stake in this, and they all deserve credit, because to be on budget at this point and on schedule at this point, that's, I challenge us to find another project in the state that's done that good of a job. So great.
Yeah, thanks. And since you started, I'll keep going on that a little bit more. Yeah, just a reminder, we set this budget before we even started designing it. You know, we 6-7 years ago, we set it and we haven't changed it. So we're on the budget that was set during concept phase. And not only have we done this, we've, rehabbed the first 400 of Spiro, we've replaced the Empire tank, we've dredged the ponds, we've laid pipeline, all the way across town from Wyatt Earp all the way to this facility. We've run fiber optic all over town. There's probably a few others that I'm missing. So thank you for that acknowledgement. That means a lot coming from council, and I'll be sure to pass that along. And we'll plan a appropriate celebration event for the ribbon cutting and tours. And part of this is making it accessible to the community as much as we can. And so ongoing tours and a big, event to celebrate the opening of this. And again, thanks, Max. That means a lot.
And the golf hole, 11 will be real.
Yeah. Although I like it as a 3, because then, I don't know, I still hit it somewhere else. But yes, that good point, Tana, that hole, oh boy, 10, 11 will return to par 4 next year. Whereas it's a shortened par 3, so we could stage our construction activity. You can kind of see it spilling out on the, what is the fairway? Yes. Yeah. So next.
The last slide we have in the water section is just a uniform visualization we tried to provide across the entire CIP report to the council. So for every major fund that houses capital projects, we just did a top 10 grid. And in almost every case, each of these funds, the biggest investments, are, 90%, this is not true in the case of every fund, but of the investments are within the top 10 projects. And of course, the largest is the Three Kings treatment plant in the program. So council will also note in your reports that on this MIW treatment project, you'll see some significant adjustments this year, because we are making an adjustment of essentially moving water service fees, which is where we had initially recognized budgets, to the bond proceeds, which were realized mid-year. So that adjustment is just a technical change, but that is a net zero change in terms of total project cost.
That's a good question. So thank you, Clint. I just had a question about the personnel. So I know you said for this coming year you'll have to hire more people. Do you think that you will be successful in that? Do you think there's enough people out there to hire? Not necessarily the spending of it. I'm just curious if you think that there's a good applicant pool that you'll be able to pull from this year to really reach that goal.
Yeah. So thanks for that question. So we, again, similar to estimating the capital cost of this facility, years ago, we plugged in the operational cost. I've got org charts showing the team that will operate this that go back 6 or 7 years. And it basically involves promoting a new superintendent and hiring 4 operators to run this. And that's our best guess, right? What it's going to take to run this. We may have to adjust later. We've filled all but one of those operator positions, and the superintendent's filled as well. And that was recently filled. And again, the pay plan adjustment that occurred in, was it 2020 or 21, made all the difference in the world there. I mean, we still had to kind of reach lower in experience and train, which is actually kind of preferable for us, because we like to brainwash people into what we want them to do. I mean, there's a certain value in bringing in less experience when you can afford it and training, and you get some buy-in, and that's what we did. And we are currently evaluating whether we want to hire that fourth position now or hold off for a bit until we start and know what the plant looks like. And then, if there's a specific skill set we're looking for, like electrical or instrumentation, or, how much experience that person might need to bring in, it allows us that flexibility as well.
Great. Well, that's just one more kudos to the whole project then. Right?
Yeah,
So
thanks.
great job. Thank you.
Before you go to the last slide, can you go back one on the financials? Yeah. So a lot of these increased operational costs are due to the startup of Three Kings. Do we expect those then to come back down? Because I mean, leaving out debt service, that 1 point something number you threw out, but we still have debt service. So I guess that's part one. Would we expect FY24 to reduce, or are we saying we're adding to our operational cost indefinitely?
So it's adding indefinitely. So this is a perpetual obligation. We have to treat the water drain. And in fact, it actually increases over time. And so it'll likely have some steps up as those milestones are reached. Again, in 2024, that's what's in here. And then we have another increase in 2028 and 2033.
So there's only a couple ways to pay for it, right? I mean, we have water service fees. We have, and then to the next slide, the conversation around leasing water, the surplus water out. Just a brief, you touch on when we're going to have that detailed discussion around leasing it out and what it means, and the overarching, this doesn't mean our water supply for the community is at risk.
Sure. Yeah. So just a little bit of background for the benefit of everyone. We are in kind of a cooperative agreement with Weber Basin and the local water providers, where we are sharing any surplus water that exists in the Snyderville Basin. So between Park City Summit Water Distribution Company, Mountain Regional, we've got together and kind of acknowledged that there's a potential that the Snyderville Basin as a whole will need water in the future, but that comes at a significant cost, hundreds of millions. Maybe lower than 200, but who knows anymore. I mean, it's expensive. It's a significant project that will be needed to build the next importation project. And so we all agreed to, if for example, if Park City has surplus water, that we would lease it to Weber Basin, and Weber Basin would lease it to whoever needs that water. And once that surplus water exceeds the demand, Weber Basin will then start building another project. And so, Park City has had really good success in conservation, source development, and so we do have surplus water. And so we present that to Weber Basin, and they've purchased it so far. And the terms of that include a 5-year agreement. And so we're not obligating ourselves to more than 5 years at any given time on that surplus agreement. So it's a rolling 5 years. So every year, staff will return to council towards the end of the year and say, hey, it's time to consider whether or not we want to extend this lease agreement one more year. Currently it goes out through 26. So this fall we'll consider whether we want to extend it through 27. And that
public meeting and everything, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. And similar to how we've done it, I can't remember how, this might be the 4th time. And it's a significant revenue source. It takes that surplus water that would otherwise just run downstream, to East Canyon Reservoir or Echo Reservoir, and eventually to Willard Bay. And we treat it and sell it to Weber Basin, who then sells it currently to Summit Water. And for example, year 5 in 2026, it's over $5 million in revenue for the city. So 25% of the city's revenue for that 1 year is coming from that surplus agreement. So that allows us to, do minimal inflationary rate increases versus higher rate increases to keep the fund in the positive.
So in layman's terms, tell me if I'm wrong here, but the more our community conserves, the more that helps keep our community's water rates down because it lets us monetize that excess water for the benefit of other communities, essentially.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, that's like the classic example. You know, people say if we conserve more, you're just gonna have to raise rates. And that's true. But if you don't conserve, we're gonna have to build a pipeline, you know, from miles and miles away, and we're gonna raise your rates even more to pay for that. And so by conserving, we are actually saving money.
We are also, the next time we have that conversation in depth, when we have a little bit more information on some of the PFAS conversation and things like that, we're also building ourselves a little bit of a buffer there. But if we renew those 5-year deal, that rolling 5-year contract, are we locked into those rates for 5 years, or are they adjustable within that contract?
They're locked in for that 5 years.
They're
So we could modify year 6,
Right.
you know, the new year that you'd consider.
And then the second question to that is, should the PFAS conversation go to, you know, should our wells become something we can't use for whatever catastrophic reason?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have outs on those contracts so that surplus water can be used locally, rather than, are we committed to sell water and then we get into a water shortage situation? Just want to have that conversation when the time comes. I know that that's probably not a right now thing, but this is also new. Before we do that next contract, it'd be nice to have our options if then situations when you have 30% of your water source that now becomes in question.
Yeah.
How questionable is it? That's the water we sell.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying. And we have built in, you know, council members, Steve, Joyce, and Max, you were involved in this, adding a clause in last year's renewal that let us decrease if we have severe drought, for example, or catastrophic failure of one of our water sources. I think that could be, and we'll look at that language and make sure it applies. And then just speaking, you know, to the likelihood of us losing the wells completely. So, you know, we have built over the last 10 years an extremely flexible water system. You know, we have those pipelines we ran across 248 last year, actually in 2020 and 21, 2 treatment plants. We have, you know, the Creekside water treatment plant. So, you know, there's a scenario where we just convert the wells into raw water use. So we irrigate the golf courses, we use it for stream flow and snowmaking and agricultural use, while we use sources that we're using right now to fulfill those demands for drinking water. You know, we can plug it into that raw water line going across town and kind of take it wherever we need to go. So, and you can also treat for PFAS. You know, it's just, we'll do a alternatives analysis, you know, similar to what we did when we're like, what do we do with Judge and Sparrow? You know, hours and hours in front of the whiteboard, and you plan it out. But there's solutions. We're confident in that.
But also, just to be clear, we're selling water currently, even without utilizing the Judge Tunnel.
Correct.
So then once we bring in the Judge Tunnel, we're actually adding to the water that we'll be able to sell.
So yes. So the 5-year surplus agreement ramps up over time.
Yep.
We wouldn't be able to provide year 26, you know, year 5, which is 2026, without Judge in theory.
Okay.
So if we lose Judge from the supply, you know, water supply, like drinking water supply, we would not be able to fulfill that contract without Judge as a source. You know, it all depends on what conservation does, and you know, Jason and Isaac and team are fixing water leaks all over town, and you know, so things change. But yeah, we are counting on Judge to come back next year, actually.
Okay. But I'll second what Max said about congratulations to your team. This has been a big, scary project for a long time. And the fact that you guys have, you know, made your plans, executed on your plans, you have the funds available, and it's all going so smoothly is really amazing. And I know that you've also worked very closely with the neighborhood and, really put a lot of their fears and concerns at ease. So this is just, don't want to jinx you. You guys still have a year to go, but
We do.
knock on wood. Here we go.
Like Windows, for example, they're somewhere between 60 and 10 weeks out.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So there's still things that could slow us down, but we've made it past most of those things.
So to take you to your last slide, help you out a little here. The water rates one with the current plan.
Yeah.
The only thing not on here around, and I think it's in the budget section, but the incentive discussion.
Yeah. So we're coming. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's the question.
So we're coming back on the 28th of July. I think it got moved to talk about Empire Creek and Judge Tunnel, the new water rate structure. We've made some modifications to that to try to address council's concerns. And then the third item is a discussion on a rebate program. We don't necessarily have a proposal, but it's kind of an overview of what it could be, what other communities are doing, and it'll be a fun discussion.
Did you say a rebate program? Is that?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, drifting away from the mic.
Yeah, that might do. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Clint, in the past, you've had a wonderful chart that showed for Three Kings, the percentage of the project that's completed and the percentage of the budget that we've spent and that. I haven't seen that for a while. So the next time we talk about Three Kings, could you please bring that back? And
Sure.
let us see that. Thanks.
Yeah, we will.
Any other questions for Clint? All
Thanks,
right,
Clint.
we will
Great. Thank you.
move on. Thanks, Clint. All right, we're going to move on to Flagstaff transfer fees. I just want to make sure we have two people joining us from the transportation department. Just want to make sure that they're able to get promoted here before I get going. Oh, oh, and I got Heinrich here too. All right, I'm going to start here. One thing I'll just mention too is we've been working a lot with Clint and team for the last couple of years, issuing the bonds, and it is just to echo some of those statements that you were saying. It's been a pleasure to work with Clint and his team. We've really tried to dive in to understand their financials, and we feel like the water fund is very strong, and we have a good financial plan in place over the next 5 years. So we're feeling very good over the next 10 years, really, quite frankly. Okay, Flagstaff transfer fees. These are real estate transfer fees. I'm kind of just jumping in here that we've had an agreement in place. I think the first agreement was in 1999, and then it was amended in 2000. And these fees are split between the city and kind of the Flagstaff, what do we call it, Master Resort Association, kind of like their HOA. And the money that we've received since 2003 is $6.4 million. Typically, we're receiving around, on average, about $600,000 per year. And those go up and down just depending on the real estate market, right? In the agreement, it says that we need to split that between open space and transit services. And those are supposed to be expenses on the city's side that will benefit kind of the Flagstaff or Empire Pass area. So that's what the little bubbles on the bottom here represent. And first off, we'll have Heinrich. He's right behind us. Do you want to just jump up here and kind of run through what you've been spending this on? This is something you've been in charge of for a number of years. So he's very well versed in it and can speak to it.
No, I think, I mean, I'm not going to read the slide to you guys. You can see what it is. I think we've talked about this one quite often. I would say that the largest increase associated with this is wildfire mitigation. Jeremy, you showed a lot of interest in that. You're seeing a lot of work done this summer. Hope you can hear the chainsaws back in the background right now over in Treasure. But, as you can see, that we spend this down pretty much every year close to the budget. Now, what Jed did comment on is some years we see this influx of money come in. And I think the lowest we saw come in during the recession was, $20,000-$30,000 or something. So the budget of $300,000 works really well for the open space program right now, whether that's noxious weeds, wildfire mitigation. And then we do use it for things like, fence repairs. We've used it in the past. We pay for the Summit Land Conservancy annual monitoring aspect associated with the Lady Morgan and the Deer Valley ski easement conservation easements. I think that's about $40,000 a year. So it's pretty consistent funding and use that we've utilized this for over the years. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, quick one. So we're talking about our half of the fee, right? The city's controlled half.
Right.
What's our interaction, if any at all, with the other half? They're supposed to abide the Flagstaff Master Association or whatever it's called. Do we audit that, or is it on their own accord that they use their half of the transfer money or transfer fee for whatever? How does that work?
I'm glad you're looking at me, but I'm not the right guy to answer that question, Jeremy. So I think that
your part very well.
Yeah, I use my money the way that I use it. Maybe Jed might be able to. I know that we do some accounting and check, and we have in the past to look at real estate sales to check the actual value that have coming across in the past. I've assisted with that, and I don't know who does that, Matt. Maybe you can now how we track that, but we do actually check the number of sales and the percentage coming across. What they actually use the funding for, I would be remiss if I answered that.
More curious if that's part of our arrangement or if it's just they use it for what they use it and we use it in compliance with the agreement, how we use it, and that's all we really worry about with it.
I was, reading up on it a little bit yesterday, going through the 2007 agreement. And I believe it does kind of delineate what they're supposed to be doing with that funding in terms of kind of benefiting the area, in terms of transit. They have their own kind of transit services up there, as well as kind of like maintenance for like open space in their area. But I don't think necessarily that we're going in and making sure that they're using it in the way that they should or anything like that. I think it's fairly open. It's not something that we've ever gone in and said, let's make sure that you're using this money correctly. As far as I know, and I could be wrong about that.
I'd be curious to know whose responsibility it is, if anyone's, right?
I'm happy to tell you that the agreement language specifically says that 50% shall belong to. So it belongs to them and shall belong to the Flagstaff Mountain Master Resort Association to reduce the association's dues associated with the obligations in this agreement and to enhance their services to their members. So it belongs to them unequivocally.
Perfect. Thanks.
I know that we not so long ago we had a bunch of historic mines and mine shaft water tank things kind of from that general area that were presented to us that the historic mine preservation group wanted saved. Are any in this Flagstaff area, and do we use any of the money to make sure for maintenance on those or to keep those in good shape, or is that something we should be looking at?
So I think what you're referring to in April 15th, 2021, just because I looked it up a couple of days ago, I know that there was an agreement between Empire Pass HOA and a few other different parties that was spurned by the, and I'm going to get the acronym wrong, man. Maybe you can help me. The mining history. Thank you.
Friends of Ski Mining History.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it was basically a front loading of money that will be used to raise the Daily West, which Jenny Dearson just recently, June 30th, I think is actually when they're going to be doing that. So that was an aspect where they put it towards that project. And then there was an inventory list that I know our planning department worked on associated with those. And so the Friends of Ski Mountain History, Mining History, I'm sorry, I know are very active in fundraising and projects that we communicate with them quite often. But I know that there's a project list, and I know that this money has funded specifically a Daily West project to date.
Okay.
I will say, I believe they have 2 projects they're looking at right now because they did apply for a couple of grants.
Yeah, I was just wondering because it does seem like we have a remainder there and some of the projects are along the lines of signage. And I didn't know if we'd had any request or if that fell into sort of an open space use that we could put it towards if needed, or if we were just holding on to that remainder for a rainy day fund or something that comes up in the future.
And I would just stress to the council, and I don't mean to be defensive of a fund, obviously, that I use, is it does fluctuate, greatly. We are at the end of a very, Ryan can probably speak to it, it's been a lot of real estate sales that have taken place up there. So that fund has been flush over the last couple of years, but it will and has dwindled down to that it's not a lot of money that comes in every year. And we utilize that for noxious weeds or wildfire mitigation. We haven't had to have that additional conversation with council on a budget when we have a low year associated with that.
Yeah, and I would say that it's nice to have in case of an economic downturn or a recession, and you see those real estate transfers fall off. And so I don't know if I would recommend kind of eating into it very much at this point. I think Tyner does a good job of spending it and has really good projects that the money goes toward. But, that's up to council if council wanted to direct us differently. Okay. And do we have Robbie and Julia on? Okay. And maybe, so half of it goes to open space and then the other half is to transportation and transit projects. Maybe we'll let Robbie kind of kick it off. He did a lot of this analysis, and then Julia can wrap up talking about kind of the capital.
Robbie Smoot, analyst for Park City Transit. I will speak to the operational side of the Flagstaff transfer fees. Currently, the only public transit service that we operate that touches the project area is the 9 Purple Empire Pass route, which has been running since 2011, but was not consistently in operation, depending on seasonality. Since 2019, though, it has been running throughout the year with one exception, that during sort of the peak of COVID, it was suspended for a few months. And as far as our operations go, that is really the only transit service that we are operating that will service the Flagstaff project area. And I will let Julia continue on with the more of the capital side.
Thanks, Robbie. Julia Collins, Transportation Planning Manager. As with all revenue sources, we operate with a great deal of fiscal responsibility to our tax base and our property owners when allocating these revenues. And historically, looking at the way that we have spent this funding, I think that paints an appropriate picture of how we're looking at them moving forward. But we have developed overarching goals, which include covering those operational elements, servicing the development with transit, looking at access, safety, bus stops, some of the roads leading specifically to the developers, and thinking about a degree of access for the use of the Richardson Flat Park and Ride, because that is a key component to the developer agreement. We also think about a direct benefit to the users of the development, either employees, visitors, property owners. And so the use case of the recent expenditure for Richardson Flat traffic signal, we look to leverage a lot of our dollars. We're always thinking creatively about how we invest and fund a lot of our capital expenditures because these funds are so scarce. So the Utah Department of Transportation, UDOT, this SR 248 is their road, and Richardson Flat is a county and city road. So UDOT was putting in the investment of over $300,000 for intersection improvements, and also with the traffic signal. They asked the city to contribute, I think it was right in the realm of $7,000 for transit priority signal technology as our commitment to this project. So we were able to use a very small amount of money. It was wonderful to have this flexible source help us meet our transit goals. And there's a direct nexus to improving the facility access on SR 248, along with linking direct access for the users of the development on one of our gateway corridors. So with that, I think, we're looking in the near term at some immediate things coming to you in the upcoming months for some bus stop improvements, utilizing this funding. We're looking at some safety improvements and some additional accessibility and roadway safety improvements along the MARSAC and SR 248 corridor. And so those would be coming to you as well.
So is this 2.4 million in the bank? I mean, is this just unspent money?
Yeah.
Okay. And the Richardson Flat discussion, well, first the easy one, and on the future transit use, now that we're looking at some other solutions for serving neighborhoods and moving people around town, I think it'd be interesting to see if we need to run, a full-size bus on this route all the time. Not get into that discussion today, but I do think that's something we should talk about in the near future. And Richardson Flat. So the use for that is wide open, or is it specific to serving Empire area, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the safest bet is expenses and services that the city provide that benefit the Flagstaff Mountain area or Empire Pass. Whether that's directly, meaning, open space up in that area, or like the 9 purple, which goes up there, or indirectly a little bit, meaning routes that are on their way to that area that help alleviate congestion, that type of thing. So there is a little bit of flexibility. It's not just free money, but
Right.
we have to keep that in mind as we're looking at any project.
But it maybe could include a place for people to park and get on the bus that then serves that area, right?
Right. That might be something that we could do.
Okay. So as we look at improvements there, I mean, I think that's going to be an interesting conversation to keep top of the stack. It's a lot of money.
Any other comments on Flagstaff? Nope. Well, to manage expectations here, this section was expected to end now, but we have so many managers here in the chambers that I'd like to ask that we just go ahead and continue this discussion so that we're not keeping the managers into the regular session. And then when this concludes, then we'll start with the Peace House.
Yeah, and we can go fairly quickly through these. And I think Penny's going to start off on the operating. And these are highlights, things that we thought council would find interesting versus every adjustment, which you can see in the staff report.
Yes, highlights or things we hadn't had a chance to talk to you about aside from in the staff report. So the 2 of those items are part-time staffing in both the library and planning. And I don't know if you've checked out the library's newsletters lately or been to the library lately, but they've increased their programming and outreach. There's something going on almost every day at the library. So whether it's the slide that I know Becca is so excited about, or we have tea parties for kids and senior programming, they need more support for their part-time staff. So we're looking for $10,000 for FY22 to stay in line with budget. We're a little over budget right now. And then adding an additional $25,000 for FY23. When we start planning the budget in February, we hadn't realized the impact of some of these additional programs that the library is doing. So that's an additional request. And planning, it's somewhat similar. They have part-time staffing right now that we've been able to use vacancies to cover the funding for that, but we're almost fully staffed in planning and would like to continue working with some of our part-time staffers to continue the archiving program we have there and providing administrative support for the Planning Commission, which has grown, and also some of the HPB and BOA meetings. So it's $38,000 for part-time there. And then I think we have talked about the $40K placeholder for Bonanza Flat, but I just wanted to memorialize that in the slide, that it won't be spent. We're just in the R&D phase of that right now, and we would come back to council before spending that.
On the capital projects front, we just wanted to explicitly memorialize with you that we have reduced the Snow Creek Tunnel project to not exceed a budget of $13 million. The big changes there were increasing the UDOT line to the actual amount that was awarded, courtesy of the efforts of Julia and team. And then as an effect of that and direction we received from council, we've also reduced the transportation fund balance line to 2.3 million. Having said that, just as with, for example, the Bonanza Flats access, we anticipate this project being an ongoing conversation with council and the ultimate scope of which you would have discretion to decide over. And it doesn't mean that you would be required to spend any of the money or up to the 13 million amount. So it's just there to provide you flexibility in decision making.
I just want to say thank you for, this is something we've been trying to work toward for a long time. Let's set a budget, figure out how to work within it versus tell you what we want, which is throw everything at the wall and then you tell us how much it's going to cost and we are shocked. No. So thank you for bringing back down to 13 and then we say no. Yeah, so this is great. I want to, if we can kind of keep this kind of a path going, we're moving in the right directions. Thank you, Eric.
And so then just a couple of highlights on the grants that we're seeing come through. We have an environmental sustainability grant, a few RAP grants for recreation and then trails, and then the FT buses and facilities grant for purchase of the electric buses. So just wanted to bring this back to in front of council to make sure you had that. Anything else we need to say on that? Great. Unless there's questions on any of these grants, I know we've discussed these already. Yeah. Great. And then just a quick revisit from our last week's meeting, just updating you on the budget policies. The changes from last week include the addition of language to the Economic Development Grant Program policy, suspending it until further evaluation. And then under our fee schedule, we have this slide highlights changes we made from last week's meeting to now. Those changes are in your packet and they're highlighted. We've listed them in purple to try to make that distinction. So we fixed a few typos. We updated the a few fees for parking and adding a philosophy section to give it a little more context. And then we also updated some of the recreation fees based on feedback. Any questions on, on the fee schedule or anything in this slide?
Yeah, I have one comment and it's just, I still, as of from last week too, I don't feel comfortable for us moving up to $500 for employee passes on Main Street. So just want to put that out there. And I don't know if you guys want to have a conversation about it, but I just don't think that there's a need for us to be raising it by $100 for these businesses.
We can. Mm-hmm. I wanted to let you know, I really appreciated you putting the council changes in purple. It was so much easier to follow than what this red line was and that red line. So thank you for that.
Great.
Okay. And maybe I'll just end with this slide here. I know we're coming back to adopt later. These are the areas that we've taken notes on over the last 2 months to make sure that we're having more robust conversations with regards to these different topics. One of those is budget policy and review. We're planning to kind of review the whole policy and make sure that we kind of revise it based off of anything that looks old or dated or any kind of typos, that type of thing. So that's something that we're going to be doing in the next 6 months. There's also kind of topic areas that we're going to be hitting: parking, procurement, traffic calming, NTMP, intergovernmental communication, and the ED grants. So I think those are all topics that we've talked about before that we're planning to hit again. And those will be separate conversations. Each one will be its own kind of work session. We're planning to come back. So we talked about coming back during the retreat or another work session to talk a little bit about the budgeting for outcomes process, scoring, weighting, how that relates to councils and the community priorities. We also wanted to, as part of that conversation, talk about large-scale capital initiatives. How much money do we have? How can we spend this money to effectuate major kind of transformative changes for the city? That's something we've been kind of reiterating to council probably for the last 6 months, and we think we have the ability to do some major things. So we just want to bring that conversation back. We had IT deep dive, kind of a centralized versus decentralized conversation. Water rate and conservation incentive program. Clint hit that already as noting that we're going to come back on that. Kind of transit O&M deep dive into understanding costs and operations. Complete view of city financial support of nonprofits, so special service contract fee waivers, etc. Come back with a spreadsheet showing them all combined. What are we giving out in terms of nonprofit funding? And then discussion with Rec Golf and ICE around prioritizing 060 residents. Did I miss anything?
Great job keeping up with all that.
Okay, well, I think we're able to race through this stuff. And like I said, we'll come back in the regular meeting. We have 3 items for council to consider. And so we'll continue then.
Thank you. And I appreciate those of you that are joining us. If you have public input on any of the budget items, it is scheduled for the regular session, which will happen later on this evening. So
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. We just moved.
I mean, it's sort of like a good repeat of something.
Well, welcome, housing team. We're going to talk about 516 Marsac Avenue, the old Peace House redevelopment. Take it away.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council. My name is Broen Seabright. I'm coming to you tonight for the first time in my capacity as the new Housing Program Manager, joined by Jason Glidden, Housing Development Manager. Like you said, we're going to be going over 516 Marsac, the old Peace House redevelopment options. So I got just a couple of slides we'll run through, and then we're going to hopefully get a good discussion going. So just as background, the property was acquired by the city in 2017 using local transit dollars, and the intent and the use of the property with that acquisition was for transit employees, but obviously with the separation between Park City Transit, High Valley Transit, the demand for those transit employee housing units has gone down. So last year, council and the housing team started looking at properties in disposition and properties that could be used for potential housing development. And this is one of those properties. The housing team has conducted a feasibility study with an outside firm that's included as Exhibit A. And so for tonight, we're really looking for council direction on 2 questions. The first and foremost question is the preferred use of the site. That's really going to dictate kind of the second question we have, which is what is the preferred development option? So as a reminder, 516 Marsac, just across the street from us, it's in the R1 zoning district. That's a residential low density zoning district that allows for up to 3 units, a triplex on an individual lot. This lot is about 1/5 of an acre in size. So for context, that's about 4 Old Town standard size lots. So it's a decent amount of land for the Old Town neighborhood. And it is currently a 3-story structure with parking on the lower level, and it's accessed off Marsac with access to Ontario at the back, but it does have a pretty steep slope between the old Peace House and Ontario Avenue. So the housing team has identified 3 potential uses for the property. And so this is the primary thing we're looking for feedback from council tonight. The first use would be to continue its longstanding use as transitional housing. That is what the building was designed for. And so this particular type of use would be probably the least intensive amount of renovation cost and time, as it would just use the existing structure. The second is to use the building as it was intended for when it was purchased in 2017. That's for employee housing. Although this would be to expand it to the general pool of employees for the cities as a long-term retention pool. This would require likely a more intensive renovation. And then the third option is to open it up even further to have it as deed restricted for purchase housing or affordable rental housing. And again, this would also likely indicate a larger renovation. So again, these are the three options that the housing team has identified, and we're seeking feedback from council on which is the preferred use. Once we have that preferred use in mind, we can take a little bit of a closer look at the development options. So in that feasibility study, it gave kind of a high level view, just acknowledging the geography of the site, the constraints. It outlined 5 potential redevelopment options, the first of which is to maintain or to redevelop the existing structure, either keeping it to the existing envelope or adding an addition to it. The second is to tear it down, build a new building, recognizing the constraints of the existing envelope. The third option is a potential rezone of the property. We've discussed this at a high level with Planning Director Milliken. This is a longer, more intensive process, probably more expensive, but it could potentially allow for maximum units for the site. The fourth option is to essentially keep the structure as is, but to renovate it to make up for usual wear and tear. And then that fifth option is to sell the property. And again, the housing team is not recommending this option just because of the size of the lot, the value of it in an Old Town location. It's a very valuable asset that it would be hard to replicate. So with that, we're happy to take any questions based on the staff report, based on the documents that we provided you. But again, the first and foremost question we're hoping to get addressed by council tonight is what is the preferred use of the site? And then once we have that, we can take it back, do a little bit more research on specific development options that would best accomplish that preferred use.
Great job. Thank you. And welcome to the housing team. Okay, council, let's go ahead and start with questions only. And once we get through questions, then we'll get into your feelings about potential use. So Becca?
Was renovating the garage, indoor garage spaces considered into units? I wasn't sure if I saw.
Yes, it was considered, but also, we do have parking requirements we'd have to meet. So they would have to take into account a little bit of that, but there's 4-car garage right there, there's 4 stalls in there. So there was definitely when we had the outside consultant tour the facility, so they got to see that and incorporate that into their potential design options.
It's not big enough to be a affordable master plan, but because of its location, it does seem like an ideal location to underpark something or to create additional units and create some.
Yeah, the only thing, unfortunately, the R1 is not an accepting zone for the affordable master plan development. So that would be another reason why you'd want to rezone if that's where you wanted to go.
You couldn't just have it as a conditional use to underpark it, or
you can obviously, I think you have the ability to ask for a reduction in parking to the planning commission. And that would be to their purview if they were to allow that.
I have a question. So just because it's been a while, perfect world, how long would option 1 be, maintain the existing building envelope and construct an addition take to get through the planning process if, all boxes were checked and we were efficient and had the time? And in an inefficient world, what's the margin of error there, basically, is my question for the administrative stuff.
Yeah, so we were thinking that from start to finish, including the review process, 24 months. The tricky part about option 1B is because it adds an addition, there is a sticky plat note that would need to be addressed at some point, and so that would trigger a plat amendment. which would be a more lengthy review.
Can you go back to the slides? Adding on to Max's question. So I'm looking at the redevelopment options. So on 1A, that would also take 24 months?
Not necessarily. I mean, because it wouldn't require Brown's earlier point there about the plat note. There is a plat note that restricts the size of the actual house to the 2,600 square feet, which is where 2,600 was coming from. So we would have to amend the plat to amend that note to allow for a larger building to be constructed on the site. So that's the plat amendment to amend that note would have to happen first, and then we go into the construction of it. So we would anticipate, Max, to your question, if you want to get a little bit more specific, it's, maybe 6 months. I mean, the planning commission is really busy right now. So to try to get that even that small of a plat amendment done, it does take some time.
Yeah, because I was thinking if you just followed along and we had those two questions answered on each of them, estimate the cost and the projected time frame. So like if we go down to construct a new building, we just don't know how much that would even cost. Right? That's the one that would be missing from that one.
Yeah, I think that we'd be safe by saying that you can probably cut 6 months off of that 24 months to get to a timeline on 1A. I would feel comfortable with saying 18 months to get through. If you were to give us direction right now to move forward with this, then we could start going out for design. We could start going out for bidding, and start going and then enter into construction. I don't think the construction necessarily is going to take a super long time compared to some of the other projects, but to have it designed and get all the approvals you need prior to do that and move forward with that, I think 18 months is probably about fair.
Okay.
If you add on the extension where you need to go for the plat, then I would add an additional 6 months.
That is 1B.
That's correct.
And then number 4 is just remodel what is there, no changes at all. We wouldn't even have to go to planning. This would just be remodel the inside, the interior, and keep it exactly how it is, correct? Okay. And we don't know we don't really know the cost on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It depends on what the ultimate use of it is, but it's still.
Yeah, I was just trying to compare like cost and time on each of them. So.
Next, did you have a follow-up? No. Got it. Okay. Ryan?
On the remodel.
Is that Ryan?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just a couple of quick ones. So the plat note, does that require a vote of the HOA? So do we need the other two owners to approve it?
So I don't believe there's an active HOA, but it is a 3-lot subdivision.
So it's a subdivision, but they don't have an association. So there's no vote to amend.
No.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And then I guess just a general question. I mean, I'm all for sort of maximizing the unit count with the limited property that we own, sort of as a general proposition. But then of course you're just thinking about this option number 3, rezoning the property. I mean, how do we think about just generally our probability of success in that effort? I mean, are we going to spend 2 years and we see significant roadblocks? Like, what does that road look like? What are the major hurdles that we're going to have to overcome?
Yeah, so it is a bit of an unknown. There are potential zones that we could look at and try to outline those in the staff report. The thing is, this zoning district has been in its current geography for a very long time, and so this would be amending a long-standing zoning boundary. And so if council wants to pursue that option, I think we're going to do a lot more research on exactly what we're getting ourselves into.
Okay. Just in brief conversations with Gretchen, the planning director, she said that, it's pretty intense. I mean, you're going to all the property owners and getting permission from them to make a zone change, which could take a long, long time. So, and she wasn't necessarily sure, yet, like to Brown's point, that we would need to do some further analysis, but, how much of that zone we'd really want to rezone. Obviously, you're not going to spot zone and do one property. You're going to want to do an area. What area would be appropriate? The low density was there for a reason, and it probably needs to stay in that area, but she said there could be a good reason to maybe change it to something that's very to a similar zone that's close by, like the historic commercial district or something like that, that would make sense as a transition up towards this residential use. So she wasn't saying it's not it's not possible. She just wanted to make sure we knew the challenges associated with doing a rezone in an area like that, that it could definitely take time, and there's no guarantee that there necessarily you'd be able to get it done.
Yeah. I guess I'm guilty of asking a question to make a point, but thanks.
Jeremy, I cut you off. Do you want to go?
Sure. Okay. Remodel option 4. Do we have a cost estimates on that?
We do not right now. But I would say that I did talk just to our building official, and we rely on him. And obviously, the cost is pretty significant right now to do anything. But I would put it, obviously if you look at option 1A, I would say the low point of that is 1.4. I think that the remodel is going to be under that $1 million mark. But I wouldn't say it's too far under that. If you've been inside, the building is definitely has deferred maintenance. So
that's a tactful way to say it.
Yeah.
Well, and also, I think
let me
that
finish the question real quick. When you say redevelop, then is this referring basically to the drawings that were in the packet with those different options?
That's correct.
Okay.
So when I say redevelop, I apologize. Right now it's set up as transitional housing. So there's approximately 5 smaller bedrooms, and a small common area, like living room area, and a large community kitchen. This would be to go ahead and, in a sense, gut the entire building and redesign it to have 3 separate, in a sense, condos or apartments. So that's the redevelopment part of it.
Understood. And then is there a number on option 5, what we think the value of the property is?
I mean, the neighboring property, which has a historic structure on it, is I think listed for $2 million. This is going to be a less restrictive property that is larger, so upwards of a couple million, I'd guess.
We've asked our property person to look into it to try to get some comparable sales or comparable prices. We haven't heard back from them yet, unfortunately, to give that information, but we'd probably estimate it obviously between, the 2 and maybe, there's been some property. Yeah. We're thinking probably 2.5 to 3 easy in the current condition, but just because there is some limitations as far as the steep slope and what you can do with that zone. So there would be some restrictions. Value. Thanks.
I was just going to add to his question with the remodeling. It would also depend on the use, because if we have to furnish it, then we're going to probably have a different cost than just if we were not furnishing it completely, right?
Becca? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
You just nodded.
Oh, the way it's set up, is there the possibility of adding an ADU on at a later time? The way there's like parking spaces, could you add something on top or to the left or to the right, and then go ahead and redevelop it, and then come back and add the space in later?
Yeah, I mean, accessory apartments, they are allowed in the zone, so it's possible. It's got enough space where you could probably accommodate the parking if there's a specific use in mind that form would accomplish.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering if there's a way you can maximize the space that is there and come back and do an addition at a later time, but still be able to move forward and get something in under 18 months. And talk about having some sort of application to reduce parking on the area as it is essentially as close to the transit center as you can get. Run right around the Marsac building and you're there.
I've been confused a bit, which is not unusual. But as we talk about what the redevelopment options are, it seems to me that we need to know who's going to be there. And your recommendation in the staff report was that it remain with be used as employee housing. So at what point do you anticipate us having a discussion about how we're going to use it?
Yeah.
So I think that's, as we said in our presentation tonight, that's probably our most important question to the council tonight is, what is your intended or preferred use of this property? Because that will dictate how we move forward with any possible further investigation into development options for this property. You know, if you're looking at a transitional housing use,
Right.
that's completely different road we're going down versus if you guys agree with staff's recommendation to retain this for, you know, the much needed city housing, employee housing, that would bring us down a different road as far as how we develop. So really what we're looking for first is, you know, council to give us direction on what they think the best use for the property is. And then we can kind of have some feedback from you guys. With the limited information, we'd like to come back and give you more information once we have a little bit of better idea of the direction that you guys would like to go down.
Okay, so we'll segment the conversation that way. And then my question is, do you have any information on how many employees would be interested in this type of a housing option?
I don't have a number per se. We've been preparing some information as far as getting ready for the joint council meeting on the housing discussion there, and taking a look at, you know, the employees. And I think that currently right now, and we did this just based on looking at total number of employees of the city and then how many live within Summit County, and that's 46% that live within Summit County. If you move it into Park City, I know we're dropping down to 18% possibly. And, you know, as far as I think the big telltale sign is open recruitments, where we're at 50 right now, 50 open positions within the city that we're trying to fill. And one of the largest challenges is housing, and which really led us to say that, you know, this was, you know, purchased for city employees. Granted, it was for transit and for seasonal, in a sense, transit employees. So that's why this kind of setup kind of worked. They didn't need a lot of space. They were coming in for a short amount of time. We don't have that demand anymore. If we talk to transit is looking for more traditional, like we are, as far as the rest of the city goes, where it's more longer term housing, which they could still use with this property. So that's why we went with our recommendation.
Okay, thanks. So council, let's segment it and talk about what is your preference for who would be housed there. And I know that we've had requests from different organizations in the community to use it as transitional housing. And do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I don't want to downplay that, because that is a need in this community. Absolutely. Transitional housing, and this type of housing, does have, there are groups out there that could use this housing. So I don't want to downplay that. And it is a need that we need to eventually, at some point address. We're in a crisis mode with the city here as far as our employee housing. And so why we stuck with our recommendation there. But I don't want to downplay that we have been contacted by several organizations that, would love to, that have been looking for these kind of opportunities and would love to see a partnership with the city.
And those, from what I understand, those groups represent organizations and populations that tend to be marginalized, and there aren't a lot of housing options for them.
That's correct. Yes.
Becca?
Does having the housing as city employee housing, that wouldn't preclude us if there was a unit empty from using it as transitional housing for a little while, or for a rental for the public in general, would it? I mean, if there was
what we're looking
empty,
at,
could we fill it?
We're sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, that was it. I was just gonna ask if it was empty, would we be?
Yeah. So, really we're trying to make the most efficient use of all the properties that we own. And so, we've been working with, HR, with the city manager as far as creating a program for a long-term city housing program. There is demand, but we would always want to have that fallback, because you don't know, if that waterfall provision in a sense, right? Because there's other needs out there. And we have, look at the prospector units, some of those weren't used this year, where we could have maybe used those for possibly, some J1 housing or something like that. So what we'd like to do is essentially create a waterfall provision that opens it up. Once a certain point that we don't have the need from the city, that it opens up to the general public to be able to have that be utilized. We don't want them to sit empty. It does us no good to have space empty.
Can I ask you one more question? Just so I understand, in the report that they did, on the very last page where they say multifamily stacked flats, that would require a zone change, or really could you do 8 one-bedroom units without changing the code?
Yeah, it would require a zone change.
Okay, that one would.
Yeah.
So which one? So the ones that would not would just be the triplex? and the duplex?
Yeah,
option?
duplex and triplex.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I guess I was just thinking, do people really need 2 bedrooms if they were coming to work for the city? But that makes sense. Thank you.
So council, go ahead and weigh in. Who'd like to start? Ryan?
Yeah, I think Jason was making sort of a good point. You have to look at what we own as a whole and at a portfolio level, and how do you use the specific properties. So, I've gone down this road before, but to me, we look at the private sector a lot and talk about how they should be providing housing or how they can provide higher pay so that folks can afford to live here. In this case, when we're the employer, we have that same obligation that we ask of others to make it easier for our folks to live in the city. So, I think it's entirely valid for us to be thinking about municipal employees. And so when I look at the portfolio with the location of this lot, talk about a great offering to a potential employee to walk across the street to work, access to transit. I think that's really compelling here. So to me, it seems like the team has gone down the right road with that.
Okay, who wants to go next? Okay.
So sorry, this is maybe still a little bit of question as we go through this, but is it the demolishing of the building that requires the rezone, or if you can just find ways to add additional flats? Like, it's at what point in time is it a certain number of units that triggers the rezone, and how many units is that?
3 units is the maximum allowed under the existing code.
Okay, so if we do add extra units, then you have to, even if you do it as an ADU, or does that still trigger because then you can get 4 units into that lot. Are you allowed to do an ADU onto a triplex?
Might have to
Sorry.
look into that.
I mean, I think that,
I love where your mind's at.
I know, sorry, I'm trying to find
maximize it. We didn't actually, to be absolutely honest, we didn't even look at the possibility of doing like a triplex and then seeing about the possibility of adding an ADU. We would have to come back to you and see if that's a possibility.
So I agree. I think city housing makes the most sense. This is a great area. It is really close to the MARSAC. It's really close to transit. The only thing, it's not necessarily a super safe area for, like, I wouldn't want to do transitional family with like kids or anything going back and forth across the street. It's a little bit dangerous. But yeah, I think if any way we can find to maximize the number of units we can get on the property, or the number of beds, if it makes sense, if we can house like a couple or something like that.
Are you
But
for
the
city
design
employees?
plan for city employees with some strong waterfall provisions that allow us to open it up if it's not being used for the city, so it doesn't end up ever sitting empty.
Tana, while we're on this side, where are you?
In this case, I'm actually for us trying to partner with someone for transitional housing on this. I think it's the quickest way to get a use out of this. And I think could be 5 or 6 people versus just having 3. I think we get the quickest, it's the cheapest option. And in some cases, depending on the group that would want to partner with us, we might not even be spending very much money at all. And then we could use whatever it is going to cost $2 or $3 million to maintain our fund we already have for some projects that are already in the works.
Jeremy?
I struggle a bit with the, chicken and egg thing on this one, because I think the use depends on, to some degree, what's feasible. And I would tend to lean on the side of rezoning's probably not all that feasible, just from a timing and delivery perspective. So I'd look for a quicker way to deliver it. So in that, I think the real question comes down to how many folks do we want to house here too? So if you look at the value, I'm like 2.5, 3 million for the property. We're talking another 2 to 3 million to create 2 or 3 units out of it. It's pretty hefty. So, I don't mind carrying the asset on the books because we'd own it, but I also don't want to be in the management game, right? Like, I think we need to get out of that, like what we're doing with Homestake and not collecting rent checks anymore. So I'd probably say transitional or employee. I mean, I do believe employee housing's a big need. I'm just not sure this delivers an impactful enough solution. And if the current setup, which is more common area style, right? If that can work for transitional needs or even for affordable needs. I mean, I've heard from folks in the community who have been run out of rentals in other places, specifically in Old Town, because someone sold the property or whatnot, that they'd be more than happy to share a kitchen if they could have an affordable place to live and stay in town. You know, maybe we could serve 5 or 6 people instead of 3 people and save $3 or $4 million while we're at it, and have an asset that way. So
Perhaps the transitional or those people could also get a job at the city.
yeah, I don't have a good, clear opinion for you. I'll admit that, but those are the thoughts in my head on the spot.
I'm going to put you right in the middle because you said both. So,
Well, per usual, I can give you a pretty clear opinion. I think that we're falling short on our capability to provide housing for employees at our upper management levels. Those recruitments are incredibly difficult. Talent is hard to come by. Communities across the West are starting to pay more and more and more money, and they're poaching our best talent. Our quality of life is as good as any of those communities, but I'm not sure our quality of life will continue to be enough better to pay less. And therefore, we need more assets at that level. And I'm not saying that this is going to meet the level of need that we have for all employees in our community, but I think a young professional family could move into 2,200 square feet in a walkable zone where they can do everything they need to do with our city resources. And you could potentially have 2 families here and a couple, and you're actually housing quite a few people. And you give us a recruitment tool that we're going to need long-term. Families like that aren't going to move into a community like Park City because they can't afford to. But that's the type of talent that you need to build a long-term employee in the city that can bring that institutional knowledge to councils 15 and 20 years down the line. And I think this is the type of product that could provide us a little bit of a leg up on some of our competing communities for talent. So I think we're going to have a little bit of what you call a brain drain in Park City, because I talked to council members today who are actively recruiting some of our best talent in this building, and they're not even shy about it. They're asking for more phone numbers, and I'm holding them back for a minute, right? So this is an opportunity for us. Recruiting that kind of talent and turnover at those positions costs us a fortune. We've seen it over and over, $250,000 to figure that out. When we have this kind of a competitive market, it doesn't take us long to get to that $3.8 million that at $500 a foot, it's $3.8 million to turn the existing structure into 3 units. If we can figure out how to get 4 with an ADU, I'm all for it. I think we can deal with a plat amendment if we have to. I would like to see options within the existing envelope, and then options with an addition and what that extra 2, 3, 4, 500 square feet means. If it's not a significant add, I'd say cut that 6 months. Let's work within our existing envelope. Let's get 2,000 square foot apartments in there. Let's do the best we can with efficiency and make it a comfortable place for our high level staffers to either move into or a recruitment tool for us. I agree with Beck on waterfall provisions just in case we can't fill those units. I think that they could rent at a pretty penny, and we might end up with an asset going forward. I agree, Jeremy, we don't want to be in the property management game. That said, we kind of got to be in every game right now in order to be competitive, because I don't think any other community across the West is saying, I don't want to collect checks if I have an asset like this. I don't want to build buildings and be a property manager holistically, but in this particular instance, I think it provides us too much of an opportunity, and I really don't want to see it wasted. Secondarily, if none of that works, I agree with Tana. I think it's a great transitional housing piece, and we might have some options there that are cheaper. So I would say secondarily, keep our foot in that game and see if somebody comes to the table and presents us with some option for transitional housing where they pony up. We don't have to spend the money and we can maybe do something like this elsewhere. Totally think that that's a good option B, because you never know. These costs could get out of control. This could get a little bit crazy for us. So that would be my 1B option.
Just a quick comment on that. So, and agree with your points. I think the base assumption of using this for employee housing is that people are going to want to live there. And when we start targeting high-level executive employees, that does come into question a bit, right? Is this the type of property that someone would be looking for? Or would we be better served selling the property, taking the money we were going to invest in it and buying 3 or 4 single-family homes in the area and using those for that purpose? And I just, it came to mind while you were saying it, because one of my first jobs, I had an apartment that looked at where I worked. And the big joke was, why the heck would you live where you can see where you work? And it's kind of a thing, honestly. And it was a challenge there. It was in right out of college in the DC area where housing was already very limited, 20, 25 years ago, and expensive. And it didn't solve the problem. So I would just caution us to make sure that if we go down that path, that we're very confident that this is the type of product that would meet that need versus investing that money to meet the need another way.
Can I say, because if you think about it, let's say we could sell it for 3 or 4 million, and then it's going to cost us 3.1 right now. I mean, that's $7.5 million for 3 units. Like, when you think of it that way, that's a lot of money.
Well, it's not actually, that's not a 1-to-1 cost. It's not.
Whole day to cut that money to put towards something else. I don't know. I mean, I just like thinking about the fact that, we own the property. I don't know. It just seems like a lot of money to spend for 3 people.
We have about 3 minutes left in this conversation. It sounds like the preference of at least 3 of the council members is to start with employees and look from there. And I'm going to weigh in on this one because I feel strongly about it. And I think that we definitely need to have housing for employees. We need to use that as a recruitment tool. I agree. I'm not sure that's the best place for it. But I also feel like we have marginalized communities here. We have marginalized groups that don't have other options, such as our neurodiverse communities, such as our drug court graduates that have to stay in this community and work in order to graduate from the program. So if we can't use this property as that kind of transitional housing, then I think we have an obligation to look at where else could we be doing that. And if it doesn't work for this as employee housing, perhaps this could be transitional. And we have Woodside 2 about to be drawn. Perhaps we could look at some ways that we could add the kind of units that Jeremy's talking about and you're talking about for our upper management into that Woodside 2 project as well. That's just my thoughts.
Can I say, I think those are good points. And I sort of agree with obviously what I said first. I agree with Tana. I agree with you, Nan. I mean, it's a testament to the scale of our affordable housing challenge that you can't build a unit of affordable housing that isn't the right unit to build. It's just, you almost can't pick wrong. So, yeah.
So with that sketchy kind of direction that we just gave you.
Yeah. So just if I could just clarify really quick. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Well, I was just going to scope one thing real quick, and if we end up deducing to the second option, which is some type of a transitional housing unit, can we be clear when we return that we'll be looking for a financial partnership in that investment, or is your concept that the municipality would be sort of funding that, or we'd be looking for funding partners? Because I think it's going to be an important part for this group to return with. Is that something that we're taking out of the affordable housing funds or the general fund, or is it something we're looking for a financial partnership? It sounded like it was the latter, but I just think it's important for these two moving forward.
I can say I think we would need to have a partner of some sort for 2 reasons. One, financial. The second, for management of a transitional housing piece like that. That's another layer of management that I think maybe the city isn't positioned well to take care of. So we would need help one way or the other. So I would say add the financial piece in there.
That work? Okay. Thank you guys so much. And with that, we will stay open. We'll give council a 10-minute break. We'll return to the back of the room and have our closed session.
What were you here for?
Can we do that? Okay.
All public input on the Peace House is why Deb is here.
That can come at our public input in the regular session. We've got to do a closed session between now and 6 o'clock. 6? Yeah, thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to move into closed?
Oh, didn't you say we're staying open and then?
Well, it's easier for the recorder if we close.
I move we go into closed for personnel,
Property, personnel, and litigation, no?
just personnel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We are closed and council has a break. On the agenda, we have a birthday among the council. Max Doyley we're celebrating him tonight. So who would like to lead the birthday song?
I got it.
All right. Yep.
1, 2, 3. It's the birthday song. It's not too long. Hey, what's clap? Hey, woo! We're gonna have to work on some coordination. See, look at if you lead it, you get treats.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Okay.
That's like next year, right, Max?
Have to get elected a few more times.
Okay, moving right along. We're going to start tonight with appointments. We have the reappointment of Hillary Gilson and appointment of Elsa Gary and Joanne Askin Stack to the Public Art Advisory Board for terms expiring June 30th, 2025. Take it away, Jenny.
Mayor and Council, Jenny Dearson, staff liaison to the Park City Public Art Board. Just a quick little bit of background. The Public Art Board was created by the City Council in 2003. Our last amendment in 2020, we increased the board from 7 members to 8. For this appointment, we received 5 applications. It was a very difficult discussion with the interview committee. And so the reappointments and appointments we are recommending are in front of you this evening. I will mention that Elsa Gary and Joanne Askin Stack are here in the room and just wanted to acknowledge them in this meeting. And then also as outlined in the report, Alex Butwinski and Beth Armstrong are 2 outgoing board members. They both served their full term limits and they did an extraordinary amount of work for the city during their time working with staff and council in the work that they did. Numerous projects were accomplished during their time, and I just wanted to thank them for all of their service on the Public Art Board. With that, Mayor and Council, if you have any questions, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Any questions, Council? No? Elsa and Joanne, you want to raise your hand so Council knows who we're talking about? There you go. Welcome. Do we have a motion?
Your Honor, I move we reappoint Hillary Gilson and appoint Elsa Gary and Joanne Askin Stack to the Public Art Advisory Board for terms expiring in June of 2025.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Welcome. Moving on then to appointment of the following to the Recreation Advisory Board. Jody Whitesides to a 1-year term ending July 2023. Kathy Jordan, Abby McNulty, and Nikki Nelmark to 2-year terms ending July 2024. An appointment of Julian Kaufman, Emma Gerard, boy, this is a big group, and Meg Steele to 3-year terms, all ending in July of 2025. Take it away, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ken Fisher, Recreation Director. Before your appointments for the Recreation Advisory Board, we had 15 applicants for the board, which is by far the most we've ever had. We interviewed all 15 of those. And before you is the recommendation of those that were looking to be appointed. And similar to the Public Art Advisory Board, everybody was very well qualified, and it was a difficult decision from the interview committee.
Are any of the nominees in the chamber?
They are not.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
I don't think. Is there?
Yeah, right behind you.
Oh, Julie. Sure. There you go.
All right. Do we have any questions, comments, or a motion from council?
I have a comment. I've been working with the Rec Advisory Board for a while now, and we have big things on the horizon for the Rec District, so we took this particular appointment process really seriously. We had pretty deep discussions, and not that this board hasn't been strong in the past, and not that we don't have other wonderful boards like the Library Board. Like the Library Board has historically been something we've really tried to live up to. Well, and I just want to say that I think we have now one of the strongest boards in the community, and everybody up here better be prepared to get phone calls from these people because we want to get things done. And we had that as an intention. These people are willing to call you and talk your ear off about how important recreation is to Park City. So,
Question?
no, that was a comment. She said comments. That was a comment.
No, I meant, was that one of your questions in the interview process? Will you call council?
That was one of mine.
Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the appointments of Jody Whitesides, Kathy Jordan, Evan McNulty, Nikki Nelmark, Julia Kaufman, Emma Gerard, and Meg Steele to the Recreation Advisory Board.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Welcome. Okay, let's move along then to appointments to the Library Board.
See, it's going to be like.
And that's the appointment of Deborah Staffschultz, Sharon Serpico Hansen, and Ann Souter. And then the reappointment of Bill Humbert to the Library Board for 3-year terms beginning in July 2022. Welcome, Adrienne.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members. I'm Adrienne Herrick Juarez, Director of the Park City Library. We are pleased to come before you with some appointment recommendations for the Library Board. We actually had 4 open seats this year. One was due to an early release of Sarah Hall due to her time serving as a planning commissioner, and she served 5 years. Christy Duller Hoffman also served 2 years and termed off. Both were committed and wonderful advisors to the Library Board, and we thank them kindly for their work. They served wonderful terms. So we had 5 applications. One was a reappointment application of Bill Humbert, and 4 additional applications for the 3 empty seats. We are recommending the appointment of Deborah Staffschultz, Sharon Serpico Hansen, and Ann Souter, who are all here with us today. Will you stand?
Okay, great. Hi. Thank you for coming.
And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, I just want to make a comment. I really appreciated Bryn's letter in our packet where you gave us the brief qualifications of each of the nominees. And that really helps because most of the council wasn't involved in the nomination process. And it was really nice to know a little bit about the backgrounds of the people that we're appointing tonight. So other managers, please take note of that because I really thought that was great. Other council comments, questions, or a motion?
Okay. Your Honor, I make a sorry. Okay. I move that we appoint Deborah Staffschultz, Sharon Serpico Hansen, and Ann Souter, and reappointment of Bill Humbert to the Library Board for 3-year terms beginning July 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Welcome to all of our new members. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move along to staff communication reports. We have one on emergency management programs and initiatives, the update. There is an update on the business license fee study and some 4th of July event reminders. Council have any questions on any of those? Okay, then let's talk about some communications from the council. Jeremy, do you want to start?
Sure. First off, again, a thank you to the budget staff. It's been a lot of meetings over the past couple months. We've asked a lot of detailed questions. Felt like the feedback not only was taken and delivered to, but that they went above and beyond on providing information and providing it in a format that is easily digestible by us and the public. So thanks for that. Also, it is one of the communications, but more generically, really proud of the work going on. The city's doing with the fire district, with the county, with numerous other organizations. I see Mike back there. I think Heinrich's in here somewhere. There he is. And really pushing the envelope on what we can do on wildfire risk mitigation for our community. It's going to be a hot topic. Get it? No. So thanks for that. I think we keep pushing, and don't be afraid to ask us for funding or whatever support you need to deal with this priority. And lastly, just a shout out for our golf department. For folks who may not play golf there, you probably wouldn't know, at the beginning of this season, those greens were destroyed from the mold over the winter. And they've done a fantastic job in getting that course playable, let's put it that way. And it's even enjoyable to play. The greens are coming along. I heard it, I was there this morning just saying hi, and some folks who were visiting town were talking about what a great experience they were having when they were making the turn. You know, the staff there doesn't get a lot of recognition, so wanted to throw it out to them. Thank you.
Next.
Not much. I'm gonna let Becca go on we went to a Ski Utah meeting down at the airport and had a gentleman from Denver present to us on so much. It's hard to cover it all, but a lot of skier days and what skier visits mean and where revenues go. And wow, it's pretty impressive how much we can track these days. There's some eye-opening figures in there for who's benefiting from our visitors and what those visitors want to do and how they use our communities and how our businesses are faring. But it's really interesting. You can go to Ski Utah and see a lot of that information. So they're doing a lot of really good work trying to provide a good skier experience and a good visitor experience here in Utah. Park City is a big part of that. Mm-hmm. Let's see, since I can't remember what else I was going to say, I'll go to my quote here since it's my birthday here soon. I have a quote from Norman Wisdom. It says, as you get older, 3 things happen. The first is your memory goes, and I can't remember the other 2.
Becca?
Yeah, it was, I'll agree with Max, who did go to a really interesting meeting, and there are some really good stats on the skiers that are coming to Utah and Park City and the impact that's having on communities. And so I think we'll share that report, but I think the overall takeaway was that, you know, there was 11% increase in skier visits in the Rocky Mountain area. And of like all the skiers that come to Utah, 50% of the skiers that stay in Park City. So like if you look at all the numbers of skiers that come here, 50% of those are staying in Park City. That doesn't even count all the people that are like staying in Salt Lake and still coming up here. So we're responsible for a huge and something like a 3 point something, was it $billion in money in revenue from those skiers is coming to the state, and then 50% of that is probably attributed to Park City. So it's just amazing how much the ski industry really did increase this past year. That impact was not imagined. That increase in skier visits, I don't think was imagined by our community. But then, and also just how much money is tied up in that, for better or worse. So yeah, that was really interesting information, and we will share that report as soon as we get the actual paper copy, or not paper copy, the digital copy nowadays. And then I just actually had a question. I've been seeing a lot of ATVs on our roads recently and hearing a lot of ATVs on our roads. And I know that in some places they're street legal, like Moab. Are they street legal here?
They are.
They are. Is there anything?
Utah other than on the street.
Okay. I know that we've talked about, I mean, it was a big deal about our noise ordinance and how we can enforce our noise ordinance. And we talked about, you know, what you can actually do for some loud vehicles, but ATVs are so noticeable and they're so loud. They're like a moving noise ordinance violation.
As you recall, about 5 years ago, we tried to put a policy in place, which we did.
Uh-huh.
The legislature came back and basically overruled that.
Uh-huh.
And they have control as long as they are street legal, meaning that they are licensed. They can operate on any city, street, or highway, as long as they're operating safely. They have to have all of the licensing and lights and safety equipment. And then on the highways and freeways, they cannot.
So at the time you deployed, our
Yeah.
lobbyists as an organization and the Chiefs Association, and we banded together with cities and towns, but we weren't successful.
Well, I would like to propose that this year in March, we all rent a bunch of ATVs and go drive around our legislatures' homes early in the morning and late at night.
Ryan, thank you, Becca. Ryan.
Thank you.
Got going on.
No communications disclosures. Just good to be back with you in person. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go pretty quick. I do just want to give a quick shout out to our team for the Your Barn Door is Open party on Saturday. The weather was not very cooperative, but it was the 100 years anniversary, and it was fantastic to be there. So thank you guys for all your hard work on that. And then I do want to give a quick shout out to Spencer, who's running our day camp. I think he has a pretty thankless job there. And I went in there today, and there's a lot of kids and there's a lot of great staff. So I just wanted to say, we really appreciate the day camp staff and what they're doing at the park. And I know it's an amazing program for a lot of parents who need to have that 9 to 5 day camp during the summertime. So just great job there. Last, I was going to read this, but in the sake of time, I'm just going to quickly go through it. So we attended the chamber board meeting a couple of days ago, and I'm just really excited about this next year with the chamber. They have a brand new vision, they have a brand new mission, and one of the biggest things they're doing is actually separating out their website. So they will have a visitor specific website, and then they will actually have a Park City Chamber website, which is going to be a partner services department that's going to focus on our community's small businesses. And this to me is one of the biggest needs here is, not just the small businesses that deal with tourism, but everybody from a plumber to, an accountant would be involved in this. And so I'm really excited to see what Scott and Jennifer do with that. So hopefully Jennifer will come in at some point and give us a little more of an update on their new mission and vision and their strategic plan, but really excited to see where we go.
And I'll just wrap up our comments here with inviting everyone to join this council as well as the Summit County Council. We're going to be meeting jointly next Tuesday morning, June 28th, and we'll be at the Summit County Health Department in the downstairs area. And that meeting will start at 9 o'clock. So the public is certainly welcome to join us there. Okay, with that, we will move on to public input. And this is a portion of the meeting where people can come up and give us brief comments on anything that is not on the regular portion of the agenda. So we'll open it. If you're joining us virtually, welcome. And please go ahead and put your hand up now, and then we'll recognize you to give public input as well. Hello.
Hi, Council, Mayor Nan, I'm back. I introduced myself last week, and I am thrilled pieces that you are discussing the Red House, formerly known as the Peace House. I think this is an easy, no-brainer decision. Oh, how Bridge 21 would love to have this property as a transition house for some of our young adults that are beginning and ready to learn to live independently in a safe environment with a steward, a den mother, or a resident assistant, whatever you'd like to call. And it would be our pleasure to enter into a financial agreement with the city on this property. I fully understand the need for employee housing, but the special needs members of our community have absolutely no affordable place to live, except at home with their parents. And who wants to live at home with their parents forever? How does one thrive in this circumstance? It is well documented that people with autism or intellectual disabilities live a far greater and richer life when they begin to live independently. They progress, they learn new skills, and they become more valuable to the community and to themselves. And most, they thrive and progress beyond many feel what was possibly capable. I have one member of Bridge 21, that's whom I represent. His son, autistic, and he never thought his son would be able to cross the street by himself. But with early intervention and transitional house training, Drew, the young man, now lives independently in a condo his parents had provided for him out at Redstone. He takes public transportation to Westgate, where he works full-time and was voted Employee of the Month. And his mom and dad say Drew is living his best life because he does not live at home with them. The opportunity for Bridge 21 to occupy the former Peace House for the next 24 to 36 months while we work together with Mountain Lands Community Housing to create our own housing campus demonstrates to our community how great the need is for people with special needs who need affordable housing. This opportunity will give these individuals training and time to develop into an independent living environment, and that will prepare them to move into the Bridge 21 housing campus. At the same time, these folks will begin to develop communal activities, friendships, compassion, and connection in anticipation of their next step, Bridge 21 Independent Living. At this time, I'd like to introduce you to Ava Jennings. She's one of our members. Ava, would you like to say a few things to the council?
Sure. I'm Ava. I'm Ava, and I like living with your parents. Sometimes it can be challenging, and sometimes you want to be more independent, and we want our mission for Bridge 21 to have them not living with their parents, just living with their roommates or all of those guys. And I think it would help the community with getting out there when they can try to get a job and when they are trying to find jobs and go to the gym with friends and yeah.
Emily Fine.
Hello, my name is Emily Fine. I am 22 years old and I have lived in Park City my entire life. I currently work just a couple minutes away from here on Main Street, and I take public transportation everywhere, including microtransit, since driving terrifies me. I was diagnosed with high-functioning autism and ADHD at the age of 7 by the Park City School District and was re-diagnosed at the age of 19 outside of the school system. I'm with Bridge 21 to make sure that people like me who give back to the community have a place to live and laugh and be happy, healthy, and safe. I feel as though if Bridge 21 had a launching point of the original Peace House, that it could guarantee that the community that I am a part of, freedom and independence that we need as soon as possible. This could not only make sure that not just me, but people like me can continue to live here, service, and add revenue to the community that we love, but also make it to where it would greatly improve the lives of many of us that live here and want to continue to live here, and use the house as a support service for the locals of Park City, as it should be.
Wow, couldn't have put it better myself. Council and Mayor, Emily, isn't it time to support the Emilys and the Avas of Park City and give them a place to live as well? I know NAC started small and launched. Peace House started small in the Red House and launched. Bridge 21 would like the same opportunity to start small and launch into our next plan. And we do have a plan. We are working with Mountain Lands Community Housing. Emily and Ava and I would like to thank you for this time and consideration to allow Bridge 21 to use this perfectly located property for our special needs population until we can build our own campus. Do you have any questions I can answer?
We don't generally do back and forth during public input, but I want to thank you for coming, and Ava and Emily, you are wonderful spokesmodels for your community. So thank you so very much for coming and joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the chambers that would like to make a public comment? If you come on up and sign in, please.
Good evening, Mayor Worrell, City Council members, Sheriff, neighbors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in front of you tonight. I'm here on behalf, my name is James Letchford. I live up on Solomere Drive with my wife and 5 kids, full-time. I'm the president of the Hidden Meadows HOA. And I just wanted to come up and ensure that you know about the 3805 Foxtail Trail subdivision proposal. This has been somewhat of a saga over the last year.
If I could interrupt you, is this item on our agenda next week or coming soon?
It's coming July 21st.
July 21st. Okay, there'll be a lot of opportunity that night for public input regarding that specific project.
Okay, that's part of the reason why I'm here, ma'am. You know, as a neighborhood, we have 44 homes in our neighborhood. Okay, all 44 homes have been in opposition to this project from the beginning. And we only are heard at these hearings for 5 minutes where we get cut off. And we show up in 100% full attendance. And then we have, when it comes to a vote last night, we have the commissioners giggling about who's going to actually call for the motion. While the neighbors are here online, in the stands, making comments, and we don't have that opportunity to speak and to be heard. These developers that sit here slouched back in the chair, smirking the entire time, have a city planner that's dedicated to their project, but we have no representation as a community. I listened on one of these calls to a longtime resident asking the commission for a 163 square foot addition to their full-time home so that the widowed mother could stay with them. And it got denied because 2 of the neighbors spoke up. We have 44 households against this project for a number of reasons, because of the variances that are being granted, trailheads being moved, wildlife being affected, our views being affected, and all of Park City's access to this trail that's already zoned residential is being intruded upon. And we're never heard until these commissioning meetings. I just sat through all those interviews, and it was almost as if these, the candidates were there for the developers and not for the community. And so our whole neighborhood will be there on July 21st, just like we have been deep into the nights and last agenda night items on these calls. But I implore you to take a look at this project and see what kind of variances and things that are being granted that only 2 people benefit from. The applicant who has been very clear that he's packaging this up and selling it, and the bank that holds the loan on it. Not the 44 residents 100% against it, and the 100% accountability on the petition against it. So thank you for the opportunity.
Now, do I understand that you do have a petition?
We do have a petition, ma'am.
I think that it would be effective if your neighborhood wanted to communicate via email with the council, and you can send it to one address, council_mail@parkcity.org. And you can certainly express your opinions and have, include the petition with all the names and signatures on it, and that can be added into the public record.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just part with this, no more after this. Mr. Kenworthy was the only one that seemed like he was a part of the community last night, referencing the general plan, because you look into it and this intrudes on 2 of the 4 goals of this, of our city. And so I just want to applaud him for actually having some intestinal fortitude, because all the other commissioners, although they said, hey, I really don't want to do this, I have to, he was the only one that actually spoke up and had some fortitude. So thank you very much.
Thanks for your input, and we'll see you later in July.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to speak? How about any hands raised online? Oop, you can't run away.
No hands raised online, Mayor.
No hands? Okay, great. Thank you. We'll close public input and we'll move on to the consent agenda. And that is a request to approve a contract with Utah Mountain Shuttles in the amount of $60,000 to provide transit to trail services between July 1st and October 15th, 2022, in a form approved by the city attorney.
Promise it would be brief, but I would like to move to remove it from the consent agenda. Excuse me.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, we've taken it off the consent.
So just only
Yeah, go for
question. Yeah, the question was around the grant funding. So I saw that the grant funding was denied from the restaurant group, right?
Yes, Summit County restaurant tax was not approved. Yep.
So I'm just wondering, is there any implication of that from our end? You know, we don't charge for this service, right? I mean, is the premise of that denial that this doesn't attract tourism or it doesn't have tourists using it, or?
So for clarity, Summit Land Conservancy was the applicant on the transit to trails for restaurant tax. And then Summit County acted on that. I didn't dig too much into the reasoning why. Cheryl would have to probably provide me with that reasoning. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that one.
Okay, thanks. That's all I got.
Any other questions, comments, or a motion?
I'll move to approve, well, what do we call it now?
The consent agenda.
The consent agenda,
Second.
but we moved it up.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Zipping right along here into new business. We're back with the budget, and tonight is the opportunity to approve ordinance number 2022-19, an ordinance adopting a revised budget for fiscal year 2022 and a final budget for fiscal year 2023 for Park City Municipal Corporation. Welcome back, budget team.
Thanks for having us.
You guys have a party plan for later?
Yeah.
What's that?
Street tacos. I don't have a lot to say. Usually when we get to this point, we've talked so much, a lot of work sessions and regular meetings. So I think what I'd like to do is just express my gratitude for the interactions we've been able to have over the last couple of months. And even before that, I think kind of going up to the council retreat back in February and all the work sessions we had kind of leading up to the actual adoption of the tentative budget. I think a lot of work has gone into it, and I appreciate staff. A lot of them have put a lot of time into it. This group here, I think I have a great team, and they excel at a high level. And so we're really just asking council to adopt the fiscal year 22 adjusted budget tonight, as well as the fiscal year 23 budget. And we're here to answer any questions. I don't have any slides or anything else to go over, but if there are any questions or things that you want to cover one last time, feel free.
Let's open for council comments, and then we will take public input. So if you're joining us virtually, go ahead and put your hand up now. Okay, Becca.
Yeah, I did have a question. So we had a conversation, and sorry, I wasn't sure if I should bring this up earlier, but I just thought there wasn't a good opening for it. But we had a conversation a couple months ago back with Kimball and Sundance about moving forward with an RFP process for them. And I know that we do have a budget from the Arts and Culture District that's kind of been earmarked. And then also, I know that, the chamber has recently allocated some money for doing some master planning. And so if we would like to dedicate some money for master planning in that area or for the RFP, would this be the time to make that designation or ask for that designation, or is that something we open up later?
I'll just speak from kind of a general perspective. If you're wanting to do kind of a major project and put some funding into it, I don't think the current project has a lot of funding in it because it's more for kind of the operations that are going on in that area. If council wanted to add more money to the budget, yeah, now would be the time. But we can always come back later and adjust when council feels more comfortable with an actual amount, anytime during the next fiscal year. And we are probably going to come back in, sometime in December and look at the budget and see if we need to open it up again.
So if the process moves, sorry, do you want to?
Well, to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, we we did include some funding for miscellaneous services for the Arts and Cultural District in the Bonanza Park neighborhood. It's a long name, and I'm inclusive of everything in there intentionally. That was intentionally done to provide you with the maximum flexibility as you work with the stakeholders throughout the next fiscal year. I want to recall it was upwards of, it's around $400,000.
$450,000 in fiscal year 23.
And so we have laid out the path that you have flexible spending there. Should we engage in additional master planning or need additional architects or other, facilitate other things? But that's a budget not to exceed. And we think within that allocation, as we were making progress along the way, we'd be approving contracts or coming to you and seeking approval. But we provided you with that flexibility throughout the fiscal year.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I did see that line item in there, and I thought that it was for like maintenance of the land and plowing and stuff like that. But it's good to know that there is that flexibility, so we don't need to designate it or make any motion until that process gets in.
That's right.
And
That
we do
funding
have
would
the
include some
flexibility.
maintenance of the land and some other things, pursuit of master planning, a variety of activities.
Okay, thank you.
Well, let's put this to bed right now because we've gotten a lot of rhetoric around the Arts and Culture District in the Bonanza Park neighborhood. And, the false narrative's troubling. The work that apparently people have been doing to push the false narrative is troubling. But we agreed to rename that area, and both organizations involved, my understanding was Sundance was, I didn't speak to them directly, but Kimball, to my face, Aldi Milliken, the director of Kimball Art Center, was in full support and even excited about the idea of renaming it. So I think we should decide what we're going to call it.
I don't really think it matters as much what we call it is the fact that I think it gets hard when we start saying like the Bonanza Park neighborhood area, or when we don't speak in the description of the area that this area was intended to be an area of investment for arts and culture infrastructure.
Could we
And
just
so
use
I
its address?
I think we're making too big of a deal about what we call it or anything. If you want to
Agreed.
label it, I just think
Is this a budget
I
discussion?
think, no,
I don't
yeah,
think
and
so.
I'd like
We're
to
not
stop
talking
this.
about this.
I'd like to stop this right here. I will let everyone know that the internal team now is working on preparing to meet jointly with our state other partners, Kimball Art Center and Sundance Institute, and that should be happening within the next month. I think that any renaming of the district has to be a decision between them. And so, I will defer it until then, and we'll come back into discussing the budget here. Are there any questions on the proposed budget?
So I just have a question, just how this works. So we would approve the budget, but then we approve the fees. Wouldn't we necessarily, sorry, I'm just trying to understand. Don't we approve the fees in the budget, but then we would also approve the fees after that? Like, I just don't understand how 1 and 2 work.
We always approve the fees as part of the budget process. But you can approve the fees anytime throughout the fiscal year. And in order to update and amend the fees, you have to actually do it through the ordinance. And so even though we are adopting the budget, that technically doesn't approve the fees until.
Okay. So
technically
if we
make
want
that
to talk about the fees, should I wait until number 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, so we have that long list of stuff that we still have to do.
Yeah.
Do we have any expected timeframes? Like, are we talking about we're going to cross those things off in the next few months? Is it before the next fiscal year? What's your expectation?
I honestly, I guess I have my own opinion. I might look to Matt a little bit here on this one. Matt and the budget team put those together. What do you think?
Ends.
Directionally, that's correct, but no, just kidding. I think the budget team and I will work after you guys approve the budget process. We work through implementing all these new fees. There's actually a significant amount of behind the scenes work with payroll and other things that need to be done. But concurrently, we'll put together a timetable for the benefit of the public or anyone's listening. On our website, we also have sort of a future topics for council discussion, and we've added that information today. And so a lot of that information isn't date certain, but we're happy to return with the date certain for some of this.
Other questions? Well, now we'll open the much anticipated public input on the budget. Don't everyone storm the podium at once. If you'd like to make a comment, please come on up. And there's none. How about online? Do we have any raised hands?
No raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Steve was gonna do it.
I know. I thought we were going to get a public comment on the budget. Okay, we'll close public input. Council, final comments or a motion?
I have a comment. Again, this will make Sarah happy. I keep giving staff credit, but they deserve it. People work their butts off to get to this point. I don't think, just for the benefit of the public, it's 3 solid months of meetings and discussions about how every dollar and cent in the city is spent. And these are kind of momentous days in the city. At the end of June, we approve a budget. This staff gets to take a deep breath and go have some street tacos, and they deserve credit for they deserve credit for all the work that they've put in. And this year in particular, they've had me answer a lot of pointed questions. We have a council who hasn't been through this process before, so there was a lot of discussion this year, and the fact that we're here is a pretty heavy lift, and they deserve credit. I think this council deserves credit too, because it's 400, 500, 600 pages of really dense material to pick up on, and their questions are valid, and everybody around here has done a lot of work to get here, and it's really just to keep the city working at an efficient level and provide services to our community. So kind of a big pat on the back to Park City Municipal tonight.
No, and I just want to piggyback on that. You took the words out of my mouth, both about staff as well as this council. In the 6 years that I spent on city council, we never went into this depth of discussion and the depth of information. And so my hat's off to the budget team for hanging in there and answering questions and providing great information that we all need, and your willingness to answer some questions going forward with the homework that you've been given, if you want to use that term. And council, thank you, because all of you hung in there. You did your homework. You really came up with some great questions. And so well done, council.
Yeah, thank you. You almost made it fun, but but you definitely made numbers, at least for someone who's never done this process before, understandable, and your slides were really great, and it was helpful to see it in different ways versus you just could pull up that budget and be like, I mean, I know that's like your dream, Eric, but for me it was like, so yes, next year you can make it just a little more fun. Just kidding.
Mayor,
it was great. Thank you guys so much for making it, working with us who are new as well.
if it would be all right, I'd like to go ahead and move to approve new business item 1.
That would be wonderful.
Jeremy, I didn't get to say how great staff was.
You can do it now.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Down the hall to the right, street tacos.
Yeah. Oh, no, they're not done yet. Okay, let's move on to new business item number 2, a consideration to adopt Resolution 11-2022, resolution amending the fee schedule.
So I'll jump in here. This is to amend the fee schedule for FY23. As we've discussed last week, we had a lot of incremental changes and some new fees proposed this year. We touched on this briefly again in our work session earlier. We had a couple of updates from last week, which we've outlined for you. So now we are here to hear public comment and ask for a motion to approve. And of course, council comment and discussion.
Are there any questions from council before we open public input? And for those of you joining us online, please go ahead and put your hand up now if you'd like to make public comment.
Go ahead. A couple questions, and I know I missed some of this last week, but just on a couple of small things. Tennis court fees. I was curious why we raised the hourly court rate on residents but not visitors. We'll just pick that out of the red line version.
I believe that should have that was the original version, and then we had amended that to also increase we initially increased the fees for residents, and then we also had done that for visitors to align those. So the increase was going to both parties, because that question did come up specifically last week.
Okay, I think it's still in this red line version of the packet, but you got it.
Okay, we can ensure that the correct version of the fee schedule is what is adopted. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, sure. And then there was no visitor rate for pickleball. Did that come up last time?
I don't believe it did.
Don't
It
believe
did, it did come up, and we packaged it in the future conversation of what we're going to do for our residents moving forward to revisit the concept of that.
Okay. I do
A lot
a
of
keyword search for pickleball in every staff report, so I knew I'd
This is
catch
good
it.
to know. Good
Be
to
in
know.
there.
Yeah, that's it. I'm good.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, let's open public input. Is there anyone here in person that would like to comment on our fee schedule? There is not, so how about online?
No raised hands in Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close public input. Any further council comments or a motion?
Yeah, I think the confusion on the fee schedule has been identified. So just to make sure we're doing the right thing here. On the work session item, there was an updated fee schedule with purple red lines posted in the last day or two, but it wasn't posted to this item, to the new business item.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that.
So how do we do this?
So I think you can just do a motion to adopt the version on the work session agenda that is the most current version. That just covers it.
Well, give Brian a turn.
Well, that does certainly imply that I have not read the fee schedule. But I, since I did read that other long fee schedule, but you went into it in detail last week. So trust the judgment of the rest of the council here. Fine.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Your Honor, I move that we adopt resolution 11, 2022, a resolution amending the fee schedule.
As is in the work session?
We're just amending it, right?
Relying on the version and
Relying on the
work
version
session.
from the
That's
work
what it
session.
is.
Yeah.
That's all. You got it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I am opposed.
Okay, thank
I
you.
abstain.
Okay, we have 3 votes. We have an abstention and we have a nay vote. All right, let's move on to new business item number 3, consideration to approve ordinance 2022-20, an ordinance establishing compensation for the elected and statutory officers for fiscal year 2023.
We discussed this last week. If there are any questions that came up between now and then, happy to answer those. Otherwise, it's here for your consideration and adoption tonight.
Okay, we'll open for council questions and then we'll take public input. If you're listening online, please go ahead and put your hand up now. Are there any questions from the council?
Yeah, just one. We talked a bit about doing a blue ribbon commission type study of this. Do we have any expected timeline on that?
I don't know if Sarah Mangano is still here. I saw her earlier.
Here she comes.
Yeah,
She's coming.
up. I don't know that we've nailed down a timeline yet, but she'll be able to speak to that more.
I apologize. I was getting Zoom instructions for my part. What was the question?
I'll just restate it. Just wondering if there's a timeline on putting together the Blue Ribbon Commission to study council compensation.
At this time, I have not come up with At this time, I don't have a timeline, but I should be able to provide you one at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Other questions? Let's go ahead and then open for public input. Does anybody here like to speak on council compensation? There is not. How about online?
No raised hands online, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public input. Any final comments on this council or a motion?
I'll make a comment. One of the things after the meeting last week, I recalled there was a note, and it came from CAST, the Colorado Association of Ski Towns, with their elected official compensation. And first, I was a little bummed it didn't come up in the conversation, but secondly, looking at the numbers, on average, the peer ski communities we were talking about, 10 to 15,000 per year is the council compensation. Jackson just raised theirs to a mid to low 30K per year. So I just wanted to put it out there. We did have that information. It just wasn't spoken about, and it is what it is.
Did that survey that you're referring to, did that compare time commitment and responsibilities of the positions?
Nope, they were just numbers from the peer communities. It had size, population of the community, and the city name where the ski area was, basically.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments?
Your Honor, I move we approve new business item number 3.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you. Let's move on then to new business item number 4. Consideration to adopt 12-2022, a resolution adopting the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan and a 2022 Pre-Disaster Mitigation Plan.
Good job, staff, budget staff.
Woohoo. Welcome, Mr. McComb.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Mayor and Honorable Council, thank you very much for having me and for your great support over the past year. Before you, you have a proposed resolution to adopt the updated 2022 Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan and the Mountain Association of Governments Pre-Disaster Mitigation Plan, which is an update from their 2016 version. Summit County. How about now? Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
To use my quarterdeck voice. Let's see. So Summit County Emergency Management and I reviewed the pre-disaster mitigation plan as originally proposed, made some revisions, and those are adopted in the plan now before you. The emergency manager and I plan to, over the next year, adopt or come up with a draft proposed plan that would more closely suit our needs and the natural disasters, man-made disasters inherent in our community, and come back to you with a different, better, updated product. That said, I do recommend that you hold an open hearing and adopt by resolution the CEMP and pre-disaster mitigation plan to continue compliance with existing federal and state requirements and standards. And pending your questions, that's what I have.
Thank you. So we'll take council questions and then we'll take public input. So if you're visiting online, please go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this. Council, what questions do you have? None. Good job. We'll go ahead and open public input. Anyone here wishing to speak on this? Not? How about online?
No raised hands online, Mayor.
Okay. So we'll close public input and council comments or a motion.
I found it's not usually productive to question Mike. He checks all the boxes. So
Well,
just ask him what to do and where to go, and he'll give you the right direction.
It is called the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, and I'd say that Mike delivered to that pretty strongly. Thanks.
Your Honor, I move that we adopt Resolution 12-2022, a resolution adopting the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan and 2022 Pre-Disaster Mitigation Plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Well done, Mike.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to new business item number 5, consideration to adopt Resolution 13-2022, a resolution adopting the revised Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual effective July 1, 2022 for Park City Municipal Corporation. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. So in revising some of our policies for fiscal year 23, we have 5 new policies in front of you for adoption. I did send over a staff report, but I'm happy to share slides outlining or highlighting the differences between the policies and the new policies if you like.
Would you like to see slides or? Okay. Yes, please.
All right, here we go. So there's 5 policies. The first one is parental leave. This is a current policy, talks about maternity leave and really focusing on a female being the primary caregiver. We have maternity covered at 160 hours or 4 weeks for paid parental leave. And we have a separate policy for paternity leave covered at 80 hours or the equivalent of 2 weeks for paid leave. Our new policy, we're really updating to look at the primary caregiver as being either gender and also to be inclusive of other ways of having a family, such as adoption, surrogacy, and fostering, and really including expanding what family means. We're looking to increase the time off for primary caregiver to up to 9 weeks or 360 hours of paid time off, and increasing time off for non-primary caregiver to 160 hours or 4 weeks of paid leave. Again, we approximately have 5 leaves per year. I think our record is 8 leaves per year for a pregnancy. And so most of these leaves are covered by staff members due to the short-term nature of them. And so this is a nominal increase in cost for us. What questions do you have?
Take a question now.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if we have to have a primary caretaker. Is that something by the state? Is this a city policy? If that is the case, I really feel like we should not be designating a primary caretaker. I feel like this is one of those things that incidentally, it ends up falling on women and kind of has a it ends up hurting women, I think, in the long run, in their ability to have a successful career because they're assumed to be taking more time off than maybe another person. I think that we should be providing opportunities for either parent. If you have 2 parents that work for us, they can both be primary caretakers. Everyone's a primary caretaker. Everyone's a parent. And so I just think that we should be offering parental leave. And I also think that 9 weeks isn't long enough. If you look at how little a baby is at 9 weeks, it's still so small. Also considering that most of our daycares still have huge wait lists of up to, I was just in a board meeting with PC Tots, and they increased their class size and took 40 people off their wait list. And then within a couple of weeks, they were back up to 115 people on their wait list. And it's the hardest to find care for babies, and it costs more the younger a child is. So I think when we're talking about parental leave, it really should be parental leave. Both parents are eligible for up to 480 hours at a minimum. And it's, oh, sorry. I asked my question, I just went away, but that's where I am.
Okay.
Sorry. I got very emotional.
There you go. We noticed.
So, Councilwoman Gerber, to just address the topic of primary caretaker, this is really to be inclusive of same-sex couples and how we would identify someone who is taking the primary lead, whether it be 2 women, 2 men, a man and a woman, whoever was the primary caregiver.
Can they just both be parents, though?
We can say the primary parent,
but why does one have to be primary, I guess, is my issue.
I think when we're talking also within the city, if we had a couple that was married or together and having a child, we'd want to be able to identify one person as having a larger benefit.
But why can't we just offer the same benefit for both?
I would want to come back to you with more cost on that to see what that would look like. Right now, how we've established it is just really looking at the 5 to 8 leaves per year. If we were to double that, I'd want to just have a little more information for you. I'm in agreement, but I also think that we're over doubling our leave benefit at this point.
Yeah. I think, since I've been on council, we've never taken a look on it, and that's been 7 years. Sorry, but I was still asking questions. So I'm wondering if we haven't ever updated it in those 7 years, and just with the way the world is changing, that if it might not be okay to make a big change, kind of like we did with pay raises. Sorry, I'm done. That's my question.
So can I just clarify? So Family Medical Leave Act requires 12 weeks
of unpaid leave.
Unpaid leave. So we'll have 9 weeks of paid leave, but then is that for either parent, 12 weeks, or is that primary?
So FMLA covers either parent. as well as foster, surrogate, and adoptive parents. And it is unpaid time off through a federal program. The Family Medical Leave Act is really there for job security, to ensure that you do not get fired or put into a lesser position as a result of taking time off to welcome a new family member.
So then either parent under this policy would then, by operation of law, would be able to take 12 weeks, just 9 weeks paid for one, 4 weeks paid for the other.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
I just had one more question that maybe is more of a policy, but after these weeks are over, do we have any policy on them being able to work more from home, or is that even come up at all?
So we already have a work from home flexibility for several positions, if time allows. The other piece of this that is in the full policy is that someone could take additional sick or vacation time with approval. So our sick paid policy is fairly robust, and so they'd be able to tap into that as well.
Other questions on this?
Yeah, do we have any benchmark type data for this stuff we can reference?
So there's a couple different things, like best in class, we're really talking about the tech industry, and they'll give up to 6 months paid off, all inclusive. Amazon just came out and they're doing their 20 weeks for any employee. Looking at other municipalities, Salt Lake City's at 4 weeks. So I wasn't able to find information on some of the other local communities, and I did look at ski resort towns as well, like Vail, Aspen, and I wasn't able to find something specific at that time. But I think, so I think we're making a nice headway. In response to Councilwoman Gerber's questions, what I'd like to propose is that we go ahead and agree to this at this time. My plan is with coming onto the city newly is really to look at the employee value proposition. As part of that, we're going to be revising all of our policies and administrative policies and combining them into one, and really looking at an employee value proposition that really sells the benefits of working for the city and what we can do. I'm planning on having that ready for the council at the end of the year. And then I think that would give me a little more time to research some of those questions you have, Councilwoman Gerber, and present them at that time.
Thanks. I think that's a great idea. And you should just put bullet number 1, they got to work with all of us. No? All right. Have to.
Okay.
But another question for you. So
Sure.
in terms of risk management here, risk of abuse, right?
Okay.
What kind, do you feel comfortable with how it's set up, and what kind of bounds we have around it in, consideration of adopting this tonight? So we don't have someone join the city, go on leave 2 months later, get paid the whole time, and then at the end of that say, thanks, and I'm going to go do something else now.
So we do have, this is just for full-time employees. But I think if we're really, I've never seen someone do that in 25 years of HR experience, even with really robust maternity or paternity leave policies. I really don't think there's a huge risk in that.
Okay, thanks.
I have never seen that kind of abuse on this type of leave.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, if there's no other questions on this one, let's go ahead. Look at the next one.
Yeah.
Oh, you have
Oh, we're going to comment.
comment at the end.
Okay. Just making sure. So education assistant, again, this is we have a current policy of paying the federal maximum that's untaxable at $5,250 per year. It is really poised for degree programs, so either a bachelor's, master's, et cetera. It requires 1 year of service, and it does require repayment of the reimbursement assistance if someone does not complete 1 year of service post getting that degree or those classes paid for. In our new policy, we're looking to expand this to $10,000 per year. The remaining $4,700 would be taxable. It can be used for degree programs again, and we're also including $3,000 as a separate number for certificate programs. Again, both of these are on an annual basis, and it's a calendar year. We also open this up to employees with less than 1 year of service with city manager approval. We felt this was really important for people joining who might still either be enrolled in school or to get certificates that could help the city within their role. And we still have the same service requirement remaining of 1 year.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, currently we have 8 employees using this. So if all 8 took advantage of the extended benefit, it would be an approximate cost of $38,000. And this is already budgeted into the HR budget.
So what about trade schools, technical schools? Do they count?
That would
for
be considered
certificate
under the
program?
certificate program.
Okay.
Does the education have to be relevant to their duties or potential duties at the city?
It has to be relevant to the city. So if we had someone who was in HR, but they really wanted to be in budget and they wanted to take financial classes, that would be absolutely acceptable.
Okay, great.
But not to like become a doctor.
Yeah. If you're coming on staff, that's okay.
I just had a question about the 1 year of service after. Is that normal, or is it more normal to go like 8, a year and a half, 2 years? I'm just kind of trying to think through if we spend, 4-year degree, $40,000 and someone quits 1 year after, like what is normal? What's the benchmark there?
So I think there's 2 questions in there. So first off, 1 year is very standard across public and private. The other idea is behind, like if we just spent $40,000, that would be over the course of somewhere between 4 to 8 years. So we'd be getting that continuous benefit during that time.
Thanks. Next.
Bilingual policy. This is a brand new policy we would like to implement. It is a stipend available to part-time and full-time employees of $20 per pay period or $40 per pay period, respectively. There is an independent certification required, but this is really so we can support both staff and residents in their preferred language. In addition to Spanish, we're also looking at American Sign Language. That's a nominal cost to spend. It's $70 per certification by a third-party agency, and the department that the person works in would pay that stipend.
Do we provide the education? Like, can they use the education benefit towards learning the second language?
Absolutely.
Okay. Good. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. The next policy is our employee referral policy. Again, this is a new one. This is really focusing on the retention and recruitment of new employees to the city. It is a $1,000 policy to any employee who successfully refers someone for hire. It's $500 upon the completion of 30 days of employment, and then an additional $500 upon successful completion of 180 days of employment or the end of the season. So we are including part-time and seasonal employees in this policy. There's a lot of research showing that referrals consistently assimilate to the job quicker, stay longer, and are quicker and less expensive to recruit. We have the additional benefit of, instead of giving money to LinkedIn or Indeed, we're giving it to our employees. HR is not eligible for the hiring for this referral bonus, and the hiring manager is not either. We all didn't put you in here. Rehires and seasonal employees must be gone for a minimum of 2 years before they would be eligible for the referral bonus. So we can't have someone, be a summer employee and leave every summer and come back with that same referral. This should be a net neutral policy because we'll save money both in open headcount, recruiting fees, et cetera.
Does the person who is going to refer someone have to have worked for us for a specific amount of time?
No,
okay.
But they do have to be employed upon the day of payout.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Any other questions on this one? No. Okay.
Okay, last one. We're talking about the probation policy. There's no costs associated with this policy, but we do have a policy talking about keeping people on probation as an at-will status. at the beginning of their tenure. So in the first 6 months of service, someone's considered at will in all positions, and they're excluded from lump sum merit and from a merit increase. It also denies employees vacation for their first 6 months of service. They continue to earn it, but they can't use it. And it repeats again for promotions, transfers, and demotions. So what we are moving to do is maintain the 6 months service of probationary status for new hires and 1 year for police. But we want to move that exclusion of taking pay away from people during that first 6 months. So they would be eligible for their entire merit, lump merit and merit increase. We feel if they've been doing a successful job and their position wasn't changed during that first 6 months, that they've worked hard and they deserve that piece. We'd also like to allow employees to use vacation that first 6 months. While we do have some exceptions to it, we do feel that that's an important benefit for employees to have as they earn their vacation time. And then with promotions, we'd also like to do away with the probationary status. We feel if someone's being promoted, they've been with the city, they've worked hard, and that should be something that they shouldn't have to repeat. We would leave probationary status in place for anyone who did either a lateral transfer or if we had a demotion.
Thanks. Any general questions, Council, before we open public input? And if you're listening online and would like to comment, please go ahead and put your hand up. All right, let's open public input. Is there anyone here that would like to make some comments about this? No, how about online?
No raised hands online, Mayor.
Okay. Council comments.
I have a couple comments. So first, I want to commend you on getting us out of the dark ages on our parental leave policy. That's really, just even the language in there, almost shameful, quite frankly, that it still was where it was. So leaps and bounds better. I am with Becca. I don't think we've gone far enough. And on this particular policy, I quite frankly don't care how we stack up to other communities. It's about how somebody wants to live, and we want to be the best we can be there. The cost to us, I understand you need to go through and do some of this work, but I don't think we're close to where we need to be. I think both parents should have equal amount of time off. If they both work for the city, they should both get 12 weeks at the same time, full paid leave. I have a hard time figuring out why any other community hasn't gotten there. It's shocking to me that Salt Lake City's only at 4 weeks, and I hope that they listen in, and I hope Aaron Mendenhall hears this and pushes for a little bit better policy down there, because that's pretty bad. But it is a piece that could potentially be a recruiting tool for us. But yeah, again, I don't care how we stack up. I just want us to do even better than we're doing. But thank you. This is a huge step forward. Super psyched on the bilingual policy. I think that's a really critical piece for our community. It's part of our social equity effort. And as much as we do, this helps us do better. And I look forward to more policies like this that help us get closer. So thank you for really solid first couple steps. You've only been here for a short period of time. It's a lot of work to get here. And so that's deeply appreciated.
Thank you. I'll also pass it on to my team because they had a tremendous impact on this.
Becca?
Yeah, I was going to say, I understanding, I think we have 350 employees for the city, and how many of those are full-time?
That is our full-time.
Full-time, 350. It's hard to imagine that there's really that many couples at the city that are both in reproductive ages that might both take off, the full 12 weeks at the same time. So I feel like in the grand scheme of things, the things that can be really impactful for us recruiting women and keeping women in jobs, this is a big move that we can make. It's so helpful. And also, I really don't believe that women, women do different things, but right now there's a formula shortage, and breastfeeding is being really encouraged. And I don't know if men are aware of how much time it actually takes to pump. And if you're at work, and especially for a 9-week-old baby that eats just about every 2 hours, you're running off to pump every 2 hours. And I did this for many council meetings, and it's not a good work-life environment. We can do better than that. And I think we should just make the move and start now. And if it really gets to a point where it's costing us so much money, we can readjust. But there are, I know women at the city right now who would benefit from it. I know that there are librarians and other women who are very close to having babies, if not having babies right now. So I think that this is an opportunity for us to do something really big. And also equity is one of our critical priorities. And this is a hugely equitable for women. This is a big step. And I think we can do better than primary caretaker and just say parent, because that's essentially what we all are.
I just want to say, I think this is a great start. I'm excited about what else you're going to do. I love the employee value proposition. Some of this stuff, to echo these comments, I can't believe this was current policy. Net down to the probation policy. I mean, first 6 months to a vacation, you're trying to recruit with that. So I can't wait to see what you do with the rest of it. So thank you. Good start.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo some of the comments. I mean, it's exciting that this is the stuff we're talking about, right? Whatever we can do for our employees, we need to do within reason. So we'll have more discussion on that later. We also still have a duty to the public. But what I'd like to see is if we see the two programs, especially the referral fee and the bilingual stipend, if those start to look like they're working, I wouldn't be afraid of the conversation of increasing those amounts. They're really minimal in the grand scheme of recruitment costs. The bilingual one, you know, if you said, no, we didn't support the education, I say, well, then we got to put some zeros on the end of those numbers. But since we have that, and that offers them the money to get the education, and, you know, let's see how it goes. But it is exciting stuff, and definitely go in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve new business. We did.
Yeah, I thought we did.
New business item number 5.
I would like it to be amended to include 480 hours for parental leave and refer to parents as opposed to primary caretaker, and make the benefits eligible to both parents.
Are you okay with that amendment?
I'm great with that amendment.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and an amendment and a second.
Can you restate the motion?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, as amended, it would be, rather than providing 360 hours for a primary caretaker, it would be 480 hours, which is essentially 12 weeks, so about a 3-month-old baby. And rather than having a primary caretaker, it would just be stated for parents. So it would be eligible to both parents if both worked for the city.
All in favor?
Well, discussion a little bit.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to exploring it. I'm opposed to approving it now, I would say, because we just heard from our professional HR director, who we're all very excited to have here doing things like this, that there's a complete compensation value study in the works. And we should probably look at the complete picture of that. There are other ways to provide benefit in a, towards the same goal and situation that she may have some great ideas on. And I'd like to hear that and consider them before we decide that we know better than the professionals in this space.
Ryan, did you have a comment?
Pretty much the exact comment. I mean, I have no objection to it in principle, but I heard from our HR director that she'd like to come back with some data and with some costs and be able to consider it in the context of the total value proposition. I think that makes a lot of sense while sympathizing with all your points and not disagreeing in principle.
While I understand that, like I said, the chance there are that many couples that work for the city that are having infants or children right now and babies is really probably not that great. But there are some women that will be having children in the upcoming months. And by the time we get around to it, I think that this is an opportunity for us to provide additional benefits to women and also to up our recruiting in a really timely fashion. And I believe that the impacts will be actually relatively minimal overall.
But none of us know that. None of us have any data to support that assertion. So It would be irresponsible of us to make an assumption that we can't support.
That's the last vote.
Oh,
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah.
Council, would it be okay if I came back to you before the summer recess, before August, with some more data that we could look at? It'd be fine if we want to take, if we want to move that to parents, that's fine. And I can make that amendment now, but come back on the hours at the end of July.
Would you like to, so you're asking for a continuation to July?
Just to extend the hours, I would like to go ahead and do the 360 at this point. And then to Councilwoman Gerber and what Councilwoman Doyle said. You get it? Okay.
So
come back and with some more research on increasing it from 360 to 480.
Okay.
Okay.
Man.
I'm okay with that as long as we're including parents.
Yes, I can do that.
City Manager, would you like to say something?
Sure. Matt Dias, City Manager. Only thing, Sarah, I don't think that you're aware of is the meeting that we're having late in July. We have a 3-hour time limit and it is fully programmed. That's my only concern about the guarantee to come back at that last meeting in July. That may be really difficult because we've got the time limit, but maybe we can make the 21st. We'll talk about it. If not, how about we agree to come back to you with it in the fall? They're going to conduct the work in the study. We'll do our best in July, but if we can't, it'll be sometime after your recess.
Before the end of the year. How about, can we make that commitment?
Absolutely. I mean, my plan is to come back to you in the last quarter of the calendar year with all the changes.
Yeah, and I think the fear is just that it has been so long that we've gone too long before readdressing these issues, and so I think that that's the main concern. I don't think that 6 months is gonna make a huge difference one way or the other. So I'm supportive of as is with the language change to parents and a commitment from our HR director to come back before the end of the year to address the number of hours that Councilman Gerber has raised. Is that fair?
So we had a motion. Do you want to withdraw the motion?
I'll withdraw the motion and make a new one. Is that all right?
Sure.
So withdraw that motion. I move that we approve new business item number 5 with the amendment that the language say parents rather than primary caregiver. Let's leave it there for now.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion?
One quick one. So what's the implication of that? Are we saying that if there are 2 parents who work at the city, they would both get the same benefit? And as written right now, it's one of them would have to declare themselves the primary.
Yes, we would give it to both parents if both parents work for the city.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have another comment?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Second. Yeah.
You guys wear me out. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yes, we may. Before we jump into the Kimball Arts Festival, council would like a 5-minute break. If we could have it quiet in the chambers, please. Thank you. We're going to consider consideration to approve the supplemental plan and level 5 special event permit for the 2022 Park City Kimball Arts Festival in a form approved by the city attorney. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jenny Dearson, Special Events Manager for the city. With me tonight, I also have Hillary Gilson, who heads up all of the event planning at the Kimball Arts Center. We work closely together. We are here tonight requesting that Council approve the annual supplemental plan for this year's festival. Just to note, that is a requirement of the contract that we come back and do this annually. I want to note that this year is the 53rd year of the Park City Kimball Arts Festival. I also wanted to go ahead and note an error in the report. I think the report lists that the festival will be held August 6th through 8th. It should say that the festival will be held August 5th through 7th. So I just wanted to correct that for the record. I'm going to turn it over in a minute for Hillary to talk, but I just wanted to say I've been working on the festival for many years in my city role. And this has been one of the smoothest years in working with Hillary and her team on the festival. They're incredibly professional. We've been meeting regularly since February, and so just really appreciate them and all their preparation and working with multiple departments here at the city. I am very happy to go through the changes outlined in the staff report. I'm just going to highlight those very quickly. The first requests are a list of things from the Kimball Arts Center. It includes a use of city property. Specifically, those are the Arts and Culture District items, things like picnic tables and some of the property we have over there. If council agrees to this, the Kimball pledges to do the transportation and move those things back and forth. And if any damage is done, the Kimball Arts Center will replace that. They are also moving the bike valet back to 7th Street. A few years ago, that was moved to 9th Street. And long story short, it created a little confusion. So I think both of us are happy to see it move back to 7th Street, and it works better operationally for the Kimball Arts Center. There is a mention in the report about a request for some after-hour activity at the Kimball Terrace. Staff is supportive of that request. It does not require any longer noise variance or anything like that. And this is an effort that Kimball's trying to do things inside buildings after hours to create vibrancy on Main Street, but not disrupt residents around in the area. So we are supportive of that one in particular. And then also some changes with staffing. Historically, Kimball Arts Center has hired staff to staff the supplemental parking lots, things the high school or Park City Resort or Deer Valley. This year, they're not going to do that. Instead, they're going to put some signage there, and they're going to focus staffing at some of our major transit hubs. That's a discussion that Kimball and our transit team had together, and we think that'll work out better operationally. And then also a note, for years, employees on Main Street and businesses have had to go to the Kimball Arts Center to get employee access passes. And then this year, the Kimball Arts Center staff is taking that on themselves and will be delivering those to businesses. And that's a huge help for businesses when they're in there and they're working. It's hard for them to get away from those businesses. The one item we are not supporting is a request to put up sandwich boards during the festival. Our staff, in coordinating with both planning and building department, code enforcement, and parks department, we need more time for that discussion. And so we appreciate the Kimball Arts Center's acknowledgement and wanting to work closely with the business district. But at this time, that one we're concerned just for clutter and what will likely be precedent. So we need to have, if council wants more conversations, or table that one for now. On the city side, I just wanted to run through. Transit is requesting to move operations to the Old Town Transit Center. If you've been to the Kimball Arts Center on Sweet Alley, a lot of their operations have been held on Sweet Alley. They really think it's more efficient for them to move those back to the transit center, so there's not so much going on there. And they're no longer going to pay staff to kind of direct people where to go. Again, that's a role that the Kimball's going to help out with, and we're going to do some more signage and education. Police has a slight increase to traffic enforcement and some drone operations as noted in the report. And then also parking changes due to those transit changes on Sweet Alley as noted. And then finally, the city will take on all residential access passes. Historically, the Kimball Arts Center has also passed those out, creating confusion and role clarity with what the city was doing versus the Kimball. And because we control during the event access to residential streets and where parking is and enforce those things, we really have found that that's a role that the city should have, and the Kimball Arts Center will help get that word out, but they're not going to be the one distributing those passes and trying to control all that. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Hillary before questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Jenny. Thank you for those kind words. It means a lot. Good evening, council and mayor, and happy birthday, Max. Thank you for having us here tonight. I've said this many times before, and I am still very excited about having the opportunity to work with you all again for this summer's festival. The Kimball Arts Center greatly appreciates your support throughout our 53-year partnership. In addition to benefiting the nonprofit Kimball Arts Center's year-round exhibition and educational programming, the Park City Kimball Arts Festival has become a nationally recognized and locally celebrated cultural event. In addition to the changes Jenny has highlighted in your packet, I'd also like to mention a few others. Thanks to Deer Valley's partnership, we are able to move the artist check-in location from the Park City High School back to the Deer Valley parking lots. This is much easier for our artists and creates less cross-town congestion for traffic. As Jenny mentioned, we are moving our bike valet back to 7th Street. Well, yes, it did cause some confusion of moving it around to 9th Street. It also greatly helps our bike valet sponsor, Bonoff Sports, whose storefront is right at the intersection of Main Street and 7th Street. So this was also done in consideration for them as well. Something that we're really excited about is to better highlight local artists, emerging artists, and first-time artists. We've purchased ribbons that were inspired by the historical ribbons that you all pass out to historic homes and other buildings for artists to attach to their booths throughout the festival so they can easily be identified by festival attendees. We will also be adding asterisks to all the local artist names on the festival map so that they're easily identified when looking at the festival map. Finally, through our partnership with Momentum Recycling, we're adding more compost, recycling, and trash receptacles throughout the festival. We're also partnering with the nonprofit Redo to bring on a volunteer-based green team to help attendees identify the correct receptacle to use during the festival. With that, I'd like to thank you all for your time this evening and turn it over to you for questions or back to Jenny if you have anything else to add.
Thanks, Hillary. Council, questions before we take public input. And if you're listening online and want to make a comment, please go ahead and put your hand up now.
I have a question. The way I read the report was that the extended hours at the Kimball Terrace would include the outdoor space, but as you were just talking about it, it sounds like it wouldn't.
So within the Kimball Terrace management plan, they are allowed to use the terrace, I think, until 10 p.m., but that would not be for any music. It would just be like, if Hillary was out there having a conversation with an artist, they could be out there until 10 p.m. Hillary understands the Kimball Terrace management plan, as does the Kimball Terrace. And so if there's any concerns or if it's getting too loud, she'll pull all those guests inside, and that's where the main event is. But they are allowed to use that terrace, as I understand, until 10 p.m. Just no music or loud things out there on top of the terrace.
Other questions?
Thanks.
Oh, was that it? Other questions, Becca?
I was just wondering about the moving staffing from supplemental parking areas. Does that just mean that you won't have like staff at the schools, and they'll just all be at the?
Yeah, so sorry, I can talk about that a little bit more. So basically in the past, we've had some people staffed at our supplemental parking areas. And what we've found is that we think that coordinating with transit on some meaningful signage where it has all the information for the transit routes will be more beneficial to the attendees that are parking in those areas. It will also allow us to take those volunteers and those paid staff members and have them at the transit center so that when people are getting back onto buses or when they're getting off buses, we can direct them to the appropriate gate. And then we're also incorporating a transit training into our volunteer training. So all volunteers will be trained on, hey, I'm looking to get back to Deer Valley, or I'm looking to go to Prospect, or what bus do I get on? So that they'll be able to direct them more efficiently.
I just had one question. What are the parking areas? Is it PCMR, Deer Valley High School?
Yeah, so it's Park City High School, Park City Mountain Resort, and Canyons. We do have limited parking at Deer Valley. However, that is subject to just certain hours throughout the festival due to their summer concert series. And those will be noted on our website.
Okay, and then so my thought with PCMR is, will you have signage for people who are walking and getting on the bus? Because there's a fair amount, like hundreds and hundreds of people that walk from there.
Do you just mean like people who park their car and
just walking? So they know where they're going?
Yeah, so we'll have signage at the transit pickup hub at PCMR, but then also at the exit points from the parking lots. But that's a great clarifying question.
If there's no other questions from the council, we'll open public input. If anybody's here that would like to talk about this, please come on up. Any hands up online?
No hands online, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public input. Council comments or a motion?
Your Honor, I move that we approve new business item number 6.
Second.
Do you want a discussion?
Yeah. you know, and consistent with, I think, the staff's recommendations and concerns on some of these items in here, they probably deserve it. So first, the Bonanza Park assets, struck me as odd. Like, said we want to use it so we can save what, $1,200, $1,400?
Yeah, so $1,200 or $1,400 means a lot to our nonprofit. That's essentially talking about the materials or the teachers that we would be able to hire for classes, or shipping costs for some of our exhibitions, printing costs. So while it might seem like a nominal amount of money, to us it means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it feels nominal in context of the numbers that have been thrown out in terms of the revenues of the festival. Let's put it that way. So it's like one or the other. But back to Bonanza Park, I mean, we had a lot of discussion around programming that area and investing in it and setting it up. We decided to passively program it in that early stage of summer, right? As soon as, I don't know if it's already out there even. I was out of town earlier this week, but not yet, but probably soon, probably in the next week or two, I'd imagine, knowing how that department works. So I don't want to take it away. Like, I don't want to set it up and then take it away. It just seems bizarre. And then for those folks in our community who aren't fans of potentially the arts festival and don't want to deal with the crowds or go down to Main Street, it would give them another place to go gather and hang out and have a good time that doesn't cost them any money and gets away from the crowds a bit. So I would agree with what's written in there and say no. That stuff stays there and it stays a community space that weekend, and it even has more reason to stay a community space that weekend than potentially other weekends because of the 3-day shutdown of Old Town. And on the sign thing, I'd agree with the sentiment that was expressed that if we want to allow sandwich boards, we need to have a policy discussion and set a standard, not just do it in context of a single event, because it sets a really tough standard, and we need to understand the impacts of it, who's asking for it, you know, sort of what's the whole world of the question here before giving an answer, and essentially why it's needed. So those two items, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would propose an amendment or what, but
My understanding was that the signs weren't allowed, that you guys were saying that they weren't allowed. So that's not part of passing this supplemental plan. But my other understanding was that staff said that they supported the request, but to understand that it could set a precedence.
So the Bonanza Art Park is the name of the event. So I'm going to use that name, the Bonanza Art Park.
Yeah.
Equipment that would be out there. Our recommendation was to support that. Jeremy, after hearing your concerns, I'm sure we could potentially work with the Kimball Art Center with the things we have out there and maybe give them half of it so we can still stand up, that keep the park stood up, if that's something council's willing to explore and kind of balance. But, you know, to us, it's like if the council wants to try that, understanding we may get more requests to borrow our equipment, then that's fine, especially under the context that the Kimball Art Center is willing to move it. And if it's damaged, pay for it. And
yeah, but then how long are we without it? And I mean,
Yeah, I would add, I know like HPCA is looking for that same kind of furniture to use on Sundays. So then maybe that will become a request as well. So I understand the precedent of if we allow one group to borrow the furniture, are we allowing everyone to borrow the furniture? So
and then we don't have a Bonanza Art Park.
Correct.
We have a parking lot again.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's go ahead and take a vote on that. All in favor?
Sorry, can I
go
just
ahead.
clarify? So you were asking for amendment to the motion, and you've declined to amend your motion?
No, so I'll formally ask for an amendment to the motion to not permit use of the Bonanza Art Park furniture. And I don't think I have to ask for an amendment on the other part. Okay.
Okay. And just as far as discussion goes, I think that's a really valid point. I support Jeremy's point there. That makes sense.
Second made the motion, so do you support that amendment?
Sure.
All right, we have an amended motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
It does sound like the city could do swift business apparently in renting tables and chairs if we wanted to buy some additional tables and chairs at this point.
Okay. let's go on and talk about the motion to approve a facility license agreement amendment request from the Park City Cooperative Preschool.
Mayor and Council, Jenny Dearson, Special Events and Economic Development. With me this evening, I have John Hutchings, who is the Park City Co-op Treasurer, and then I also have with us Ann Evans, who's the new president of the Park City Cooperative Preschool. Just for a little background, the city has several leases with tenants and buildings. I think that is outlined in Exhibit B in your packets. Park City Co-op has been in the library for many years, since 1993. And most recently, last year in 2021, we negotiated their current lease, which was also linked in the packet. Just a quick high-level summary. I think it's important to point out that the Park City Co-op is a unique preschool, and they are exploring some additional childcare options that extend later into the day. But I think John and Ann are going to explain why a co-op is different than potentially another school. And then just to answer to the childcare, they understand that childcare is an extreme priority within our community, and they are looking into some other options, but just the licensing and kind of the work that it takes to do that, it can't happen very quickly. In your packet is a request for rent reduction, and that's the topic of the meeting this evening. Due to changes in the enrollment stemming still from the impacts of COVID-19, and then additionally from them wanting to kind of change their model and get away from fundraising and being able to focus more on some of these community priorities, they are asking for rent reduction. To be clear, the request is for 3 years of rent reduction, which would go back to the current fiscal year we're in, which is fiscal year 22, but also look forward to fiscal year 23 and 24. While they're speaking, I'm going to pull up a new chart to kind of help explain some of this. Staff's recommendation is in the packet, which would be a 1-year rent reduction. But with that, I want to go ahead and turn over to John and Ann to give their comments while I get some things pulled up on the screen and let them talk.
Thank you, Jenny. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. And we appreciate your time considering this matter. And thank you, Jenny and Jonathan for all the time you guys have spent dealing with this. We really appreciate it. I won't go into too much detail on why we're seeking the rent reduction, because Jenny did a great job detailing it in the packet, but we're certainly here to answer any questions that you guys have. I do want to make a couple of points. First, the co-op really wants to be in a position to pay its bills, and that includes rent, and it's really just how we get there. As is detailed in the packet, we think we know the way to get there is to increase enrollment. And we think that we can get there by decreasing our dependence on fundraising, and the rent reduction will help us do that. What that really does is it frees up time for the parent volunteer board to focus more on enrollment, which right now we're running from fundraiser to fundraiser to fundraiser, and the parent volunteers only have so much time to run the school, and a lot of that's now dedicated to fundraising. The second thing that I think decreasing fundraising does to increase enrollment is that a lot of families, I think, who would like to send their kid to a co-op are deterred from the co-op because there's a significant demand on parents to participate in those fundraising activities. So if we can get away from that model, I think we'll attract additional students that way as well. As Jenny said, the co-op is unique, and we think it has a place and a benefit in this community. It's run by, it's a nonprofit run by parent volunteers. And we think that it has a benefit to the community for parents who want to spend significant time in the classroom with their kids, which the co-op offers, and also for parents who want to spend time running the administration of their child's preschool. I also think, just quickly, I think it's unique that the co-op is housed in the library. I think it's a great setting for a preschool. It introduces kids to the library, which is a great community kid resource, and all the library has to offer, and hopefully they continue to use it after even they're gone from the co-op. I want to make it clear, we're certainly not suggesting the co-op is any better than any other preschool in town. We just think it's a different model and has a positive place in the community for parents that want to send their kids to a co-op. Ann can talk more about this. We know from Jenny that you guys wanted us to look at an all-day program. We have spent some time looking at that. There are some licensing and logistical issues that we'll need to overcome. But I want to mention that the last year's teacher retired, and I think that presents an opportunity for the co-op to potentially increase its program to a full day to address that. But I think that the board is exploring that, and the plan is to provide more information on that in a few months here. I also want to mention I'm the current treasurer. There will be a new treasurer next year. I want to mention that so that you're not surprised if there's another treasurer sitting here. My kids have graduated from the co-op and they're moving on like I am. And Ann has a few things to say, and then we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
I'll try to be quick. Well, John mentioned we've been a parent-run nonprofit. I think we were founded in 1987, so we're going on to our 36th year. And, I think we're a really visible, beloved little school. I wish I had sent these to you virtually, but I bet you've seen, and people here have seen our kids portaging sleds up the library field, like their canoes and sledding down. And, just really brings a lot of joy to people around the library and people generally in the community. We feel that investment in a school with a 35-year track record of providing high quality early childhood education is a very worthy investment in use of the city's resources, especially, mentioned earlier, given the long wait lists and just generally the lack of options for families with young kids. I've heard tonight mentioned many times the word equity, and that's really personally significant to me. I think I bring that to leading the board this year. Just my own educational background is very centered on social justice and serving others. And one idea I have and that I'm very dedicated to for this year is being deliberate about recruiting to all neighborhoods in Park City and really making sure that many different families are represented. And I think doing this honors the original goal of the co-op, which has historically been offering very affordable and high quality preschool to any family. Yeah.
Thank you. And we can answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. We'll take council questions and then we'll take public input. So if you're joining us online and want to make a comment on this, please raise your hand now. Council, what questions do you have?
What are our responsibilities in the lease from a expense perspective, like utilities, maintenance?
We maintain the common areas in the library. So, the restrooms on the third floor that are up there and various other common areas. I believe that the co-op maintains their own specific areas on the third floor of the library.
Part of the parent duty each day, the parent volunteer in the classroom vacuums and Swiffers and does general cleaning in the classroom.
And I believe when I looked at the lease earlier, I think we also have responsibility for maintenance. There's a kitchen there there's a dishwasher. And I don't know what else is there, a sink.
And are we responsible for the utilities of the exclusive area?
Not to my knowledge, we are not.
So if we waive the rent, they would get a utility bill?
I don't think we've.
I can read it too. It says, landlord shall be responsible for natural gas, electricity, sewer, security systems, refuse collection, and water for the leased space. Tenant will be responsible for any other utilities such as telephone, cable, television, and shall establish an account with each of these utilities in its name.
Thank you, Tana.
So I guess I'll throw out this question. Would you be open to working together on a solution that might be better for you and potentially even better for the city, and continuing this? And I know I don't want to get too far down the path, but
Continuing the item?
Yeah.
Later date?
If we can collaborate in the meantime.
Can I just
not drag it out forever, but.
Can I just add one thing? So one of the reasons that I wanted to get this item on the agenda is the invoice for the fiscal year 2023 will actually go out tomorrow. And co-op has almost always paid their full amount in advance. So they'll get an invoice tomorrow for $24,000. So that was that's why we wanted to bring it here. We can pause that, but I understand from our finance manager, we will still be sending them that invoice.
Thank you.
We're not going to send them to collections though, right? I mean,
Hopefully
any more
not right away, but it's just a question of should they pay or not. So I just think that that's pertinent in the conversation.
Becca?
What is the max capacity for children in the rooms that you
At
use?
one time, it's 20.
Mhm.
20 kids, and that's pushing it for the space.
Mhm.
Typically it's been 12 to 16.
Okay.
I just want to add too, though, that at max capacity, the co-op can pay all of its bills. So, I mean, that's really, if we can get to that goal, the co-op will be financially stable at that point, or should be.
Tana, do you have a question?
So just so I understand, because Becca did bring up that there's this huge waiting list at other preschools. The issue is that there's not enough teachers, or what is the issue of you not being able to fulfill the full occupancy?
I mean, we think really it's the parents are so strapped for time these days that the fundraising, they're heavily deterred by the amount of time they're gonna have to spend fundraising throughout the year for the school. Because I think that there's, at least what I'm hearing, is there's plenty of interest in the co-op itself. It's just when they start to dig into the actual, the co-op itself, that the parents want to be in the classroom and some parents want to participate on the board, but when you tack on all the time that's needed to fundraise.
So can you give us an example? Do they have to earn a certain amount of money, or they have to put in a certain amount of hours?
Hours.
Okay.
So I remember we were having this conversation, I can't remember, last year, the year before, as we came out of COVID. And one of the big pieces was the offering, right? Many of us are parents, and you mentioned that there's some hiccups in terms of providing full day service for full day class. What are those hiccups? It sounds like you were kind of scratching at the teacher maybe didn't want to work that much or something along those lines, or what's the real barrier? Because I know, we all know, we're all parents here, that part-time childcare isn't ideal, especially in this world where we basically have both parents working. It seems like every family does now. And you see that in the summertime, summer camps that offer half day or part of the day. They're the last ones to fill up. Full day camps are full, waitlist, it's like like we call it a professional sport to trying to get into those camps. I believe this was the thing we talked about when you came right after COVID, and we were like, we got to get over this hump, but it doesn't seem like there'd been any progress. Maybe there's been some exploration, but there hasn't been progress, because it feels very similar to the conversation we had then. And that's a bit concerning, just from the perspective of the ask is pretty similar. The problems are similar. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the change from then till now. And so I guess I need a little more clarity on what did we do from then till now that's different, that gives me confidence that we're going to have that change now till next year. If we follow staff's recommendation, we'll see you again next year. And based on the last time, I don't know that we're going to see the difference that we need to see.
Yeah. I wasn't part of those discussions, so I'm not sure what they were, but
I wasn't either.
But
I don't think you were here when we had that. The one you're talking about, that was
right
2 months ago, something like that, right?
No, we had one about a year and a half ago.
We had one.
Are you talking a year and a half ago? Okay.
We had one coming out of COVID. So Becca, Nan, and I were here. Jenny was here, obviously. I don't know if John was here, but I don't know if he was here. But we had a conversation about the co-op coming out of COVID, having a hard time making rent. And the conversation circled around the offerings. The offerings were a big hiccup, and they were going to address that in some way. And we said, I'm pretty sure we were pretty clear, if you can't address this, right, it's going to be hard for us to get over the hump again. And like you stated, John, you're on your way out. We all move through this. Schools are this way. I understand that. But in a year, we have potentially a couple new people sitting in front of us going, it's recruitment. And we're going, man, we got waiting lists all over the place. We have parents that are creative about how they get this stuff done. Generally, the offering to the child seems to be the driver of behavior. You're in a unique situation. I totally understand it. You have even extra level of requirement, which is the time commitment, which I frankly couldn't meet myself. So I understand that. But we did have this conversation. We did ask for this kind of change, and that is not what's in front of us. So I have a hard time getting over that hump. And so assurance is some sort of assurance that we're going to have that kind of change next time could get me to another year. But again, maybe we have new people sitting in front of us. The people here are the ones trying to make a commitment for people who aren't sitting here. So I'm struggling with that. I apologize. I have a deep appreciation for the concept of parents participating in education. I think it's an incredible model, but I think the offerings fall short of where they need to be. And that's proven out over the last 5 years, quite frankly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And that makes a lot of sense. I just by way of explanation, my guess is that the reason why progress was not made over the course of years, because the teacher who recently left was certainly not open to a full day program. And I know she's an amazing teacher, but I do know that she was not open to that. So my guess is that's why progress in that direction hasn't been made. Having said that, I think right now is a unique opportunity for the co-op to maybe advance forward, this idea of as long as I've known it, the co-op has always been a half day program. The teacher before Julie, the one that just left, she was insistent it was a half day program. So this is frankly an opportunity to make it a longer program and address that need. I understand where you're coming from, that this must feel like deja vu to you. So you're skeptical about granting us any relief. I think a way that we could maybe address that would be that, right now, Anne is in the process of hiring a new teacher. We can take that into account. We can come back to you guys in the very near term, September, or whenever we kind of get a new teacher on board, get a curriculum sorted out, and maybe put that issue to bed, and then move on with the financial piece after that. So that might be one way to address the hesitancy.
Mayor, if I may,
sure.
Since we're having a little bit of a conversation, and Jeremy already asked the question, then and to give a little direction, I would support Jeremy's idea of us trying to get to that point and not hold your feet to the fire on paying this bill for a short term. So that would be a general support. I'm sorry, this isn't a question, but it's general support for moving forward with potentially that year, with the caveat that you're going to come back and give us an update on that type of progress. I want to see offerings that are changing. I'm not really interested in a rent abatement for the same offerings that have been provided historically, because I don't believe that will actually make the change necessary to make this a solvent organization.
Okay, let's keep it to questions at this point in time, and then we'll take some public input, Max. Are there any other questions from the council? All right, let's open public input. Is there anybody here that would like to talk about this? How about any hands raised online?
No hands online, Mayor.
Do we have anybody watching on Zoom?
I raised my own hand just to make sure I could see it.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public input. Now, council, what comments do you have? Becca?
Yeah, so I really appreciate the points that Max has brought up in the conversation that we're having right now, because there was a Summit County access report, daycare access report that was done in 2021. And in Summit County, so it's not just Park City, there are 1,786 kids under the age of 6 with a need for childcare. And Summit County only has spots for 924, which means there are roughly 812 kids without daycare options in Summit County. So this is a huge issue. And that doesn't even consider the fact that most of our workforce doesn't actually live here in Park City, and they commute in and they're looking for places for their kids too that are close and safe. And I'm with Max. I don't think we can consider to support this program as it is unless it's offering a full day program that is actually meeting more of the needs of our community. I understand that daycare and early child care education is broken, and it really, I don't know if there's a way for it to be self-sufficient, like, because I understand to increase those programs, you're going to have to get additional accreditations, and there's additional licensures you're going to need and other things that you're going to need to really make the program work. And so I really think that this is a lovely program, and it has a great history in our community. And I know it's very dearly beloved. I looked into it for my own kids, but again, kind of the same issues where I was like, wait, it's only 2 days a week or only 3 days a week, and it's only half day. And so I think that it is a lovely program. And if that's the thing, is I don't think we should be dictating to you what model you should use. But I do think that for the space that we have, where it could potentially have 20 kids, from 8 in the morning until 5 at night or 5:30 at night, if that was a daycare type situation that we wanted to provide in our community or help another organization provide, that's really beneficial. And this is awesome enrichment for kids, the program you run, and it's a great option for a lot of families. But I don't know if it's something that makes sense for us to subsidize at this level. So I guess that's kind of where I'm torn. Like I love your program. I think it's darling, and I've seen those kids out there playing, and I know that they are really getting a great quality of education out there. And then trying to balance that with the real need that we're seeing in our community for much more extensive program. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I'm with Max. I'd like to see something that's really meeting more of the needs of our daycare. And if that's not the program that you want to run, I totally understand that. I just don't know if it makes sense for the city to be subsidizing it.
Hannah?
Yeah, so I actually agree with what Max and Becca said as well. And maybe thinking more along the lines of, with this $25,000, $26,000, maybe we use that as more of a way to subsidize for some parents who can't go out and fundraise. I mean, maybe there's a way if we could like look at it in that way of, maybe there are, some of our families who are in need, like, more than others, and maybe that's the barrier to entry here for them. So I think there's a way for this to work itself out, but I think just saying the words like, we're going to go ahead and give this to you without anything else, I'm also not on board with that, but I do think there's a solution. So I think maybe having a bigger conversation around it is the way to go.
Ryan?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit different. I think I'd probably simplify this a little bit, and say, agreeing with the spirit of everyone's comments, that this program needs to do more for us to continue to subsidize it, even as we do with the space. But I know I wouldn't want to lose the program that exists today, coming into this coming school year, which is not enough time to radically change what this program is and market to parents and fill it up. So I know we need it this year, and it sounds like the program needs a subsidy to exist this year. And so I guess I would simply go with the recommendation in the staff report. I would approve the FY23 rent reduction and just condition that on no future rent reductions. So the program's on notice that the program needs to change. I think you've heard loud and clear what council would expect, and that's just sort of the end of the road, rather than bringing it back and trying to micromanage, these program changes in a preschool. I think let them go do their work.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
So respectfully, Ryan, I'd like to move to continue the item, extend the due date on the rent payment, I don't know, 90 days or something, to the end of September. Bring it back perhaps in
September.
Bring it back in September, but bring it back in closed session to discuss property on maybe September 1st, and then schedule the discussion for the action on September 15th. Can we do that? That's what I want to do.
When she sits up, something.
Well, certainly council can indicate, we've got a contract. And so I don't think anyone's going to send it to collections. And so I think staff would take your 90-day extension in good faith and work with the other party to the agreement. But it's a little odd to amend a agreement by council action. It's not standard practice. In terms of closed session, we would need to evaluate whether or not it qualifies. So I don't think that's properly part of a motion.
Okay, well then I'll make a different motion. Ignore that one because it broke too many rules. So I'll just make a motion to continue this. I think we've indicated what we needed to and bring it back in September.
Is there a second?
My only question is September too late for you guys? Because I know that that's right around when your next season would start. And so, yeah.
I'll defer to you, but I would think that by September, we would hopefully have a new teacher on board and have a new curriculum worked out to hopefully address some of these issues to the extent we can.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I will second.
We have a motion and a second.
Well, I guess so discussion on the motion, I guess I would just wonder if we're pushing this into the fall, they have to go out and market this program, kids sign up, it's a running program. And then if we don't like the program, we then don't give the abatement and they shut it down. I mean, I don't understand. Am I confused? Feel free to.
I agree with that. I think that works. I actually would land closer to your assessment previously for the $25,000, 24 change that we're talking about. I think we put them on notice for a year. So I'm probably going to put them in.
So to that point, sorry, we're not ready for a motion.
We have a motion.
I deny the motion.
No, we're having discussion now.
Okay, we're having a discussion. Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering, so when we talk about FY22, that would be, we would be not charging rent for this last year, correct?
Correct. We would be refunding the
We'd
co-op.
be refunding the 24,521, and we would also be agreeing to not charge them for this upcoming season, right? 25.
That is the
25,000.
co-op's request is for 3 years, fiscal year 22, 23, and 24.
So that's what gets hard, is because we would essentially be not charging them for this last year. And also by September, it's a little bit late for them to know whether or not they're going to be able to have the students they need or whatever to not have for 25. I don't know. I feel like that's really pushing it.
Mayor, may I try and jump in?
Yes.
Well, why don't we repeat the motion so we know what we're talking about here?
The motion is to continue the item and bring it back in September.
And we had a second from Tana. We've had discussion. Let's go ahead and vote on that motion. All in favor?
I mean, I made it.
Okay, motion fails. Do we have a new motion?
Well, it's hard because we don't have a meeting in August.
Well, why don't we ask them? So does that work for you? I mean, would you shut down the program if we continued it till September?
No, I wanted to clarify. The program's not going to shut down. I want to be very upfront with the city. The program is not going to shut down, even if we have to pay rent for this year.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, if we want to address the city's concerns. And so if that means continuing the item until September, the co-op can pay rent and we can hopefully come back then and address it.
And I think that's what you're hearing from us, is we want to address yours too, which is why we just want a little more time to work through this together.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're not pulling the wool out under the program in the fall, then.
All right.
And I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I move we continue this item to a date uncertain.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Please not. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. I'll call you. Thank you, Anne.
let's move along then and talk about consideration to approve a level 4 special event permit for the Prospector Block Party to be held July 16th, 2022.
Mayor and Council, Jenny Dearson, Special Events Manager. I believe on Zoom we have Steve Tassler, who's on the board of the Prospector Square Property Owners Association. Michelle, if you can help pull him into the meeting, that would be helpful. We are here tonight asking Council to review and consider approving a level 4 permit for the Prospector Block Party. Prospector Square, I think as Council knows, and hopefully as the community knows, is a mixed-use development in Park City, and they have a lot of businesses. There's about 125 businesses over there. Recently, they've undergone a lot of infrastructure updates and improvements. And so they are working to host some activities and events to try and get the community to come back over and participate with them and all the offerings that they have. We did receive an application from Prospector Association. I want to be transparent with the council. The initial conversations did outline a road closure. We had a conversation with the applicant, and we thought that they were potentially moving some of their food trucks and vendors that were in the road to private parking lots. And at that point in time, we thought this would likely be a level 1 or level 2 that wouldn't require council approval. In follow-up in a meeting we had with Prospector, we understood they were still their priority or in preference was to have the road closure. Anytime that happens, it does require Park City Police Department. So while I acknowledge this is a local event and that is the intent of this event, these kind of impacts do require council approval, and they also require police and transportation impacts, which is why this is in front of you this evening. There are a number of items in the analysis in your staff report. I am happy to go through any of those as council requests. But at this point in time, I'm not going to go over them in detail. So if council has questions, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Would the applicant like to say anything? Well, thanks for joining us, Steve.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Well, I'd like to thank Jenny for shepherding us to this point, and answering all of our questions, often more than once. The only request we have, and it's a pretty straightforward event, is the very limited nature. We're not actually asking to close a whole road or block anybody's access to the 2 parking garages on Poison Creek, is if it absolutely needs to be a level 4 event with such minimal road closure. But that's really all I'm here to ask, if there's any way for some relief on that, or we're just stuck at a level 4, and then answer any questions you guys have about the event.
Okay. Council, what questions do you have? If you want to make public input on this and are listening online, please go ahead and put your hands up now. Becca.
Yeah, I was just wondering, you had an event a few weeks back, and then there's this one on, I think, July 16th. Is that correct? And then are there future events? Is this a series, or is this just one more this summer?
I don't see more than, it's one more this summer. I believe there's one in September that has something to do with a mural being painted on the side of the liquor store building or something, but that's Craig Dennis would really be the one working on that. I don't know too much about it. The goal ultimately is to do more regular events, which would be getting into next summer. But the ultimate goal is to make Prospector Square and especially that Barrett Lane, that sort of long promenade between the buildings through the length of Prospector Square, as more of a center for locals activities. These aren't for-profit events. This is not something we're charging. We're eating all the costs associated with it, in an effort to make Prospector more of a locals gathering place. It's sort of the only part of Park City that's, Prospector, the residential part is families that are raising their kids here, and the commercial part is mostly locally owned and operated businesses. And we want to reinforce that and try to keep that as much as development continues in Park City. So we think it's worth our time and effort to start a series of events. And these 2 are kind of the first test cases.
Cool. Other questions? Jeremy.
Are you impacting any access to the garages with this closure, or everyone would still be able to get in there?
No, there'd be no impact whatsoever to the garages. I actually will be parking in one of them. So yeah, no, that's.
All right, thanks.
Other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to talk about this? How about online?
No hands raised in Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public input. Council comments or a motion?
Quick comment. Hey, Steve, thanks for following through on the commitments that Prospector HOA has been I've been talking about for years, which is activating this space. And it's really nice to see you guys actually following through on those commitments. Those, basically hopes and dreams are starting to come to fruition, and our neighborhood is really appreciative. We had a great turnout at the last one. I won't make this next one. I'll be gone, but I look forward to hearing about it. And I'm really thankful that you guys are following through. So thank you.
Thank you.
Quick comment as well. Echo Max's sentiment. And also, I think you're setting a great example for community events in Park City. You're not asking for much. You're putting it on yourself. You're working with the business owners, and it's great. It's also the weekend of a big golf tournament at the Muni, and everyone usually goes out after. So hopefully they'll head over to Prospector and hang out, and you'll even have more people than you expect. So I'll make a motion to approve new business item 8.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations and thank you for doing it. I look forward to seeing you on the 16th.
Thanks, you too.
Okay. Moving right along. Consideration to authorize the city manager to execute a construction agreement in a form approved by the city attorney with Silver Spur Construction to construct the American Saddler and Broken Spoke water line replacements in an amount not to exceed $2,114,107. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Griffin Lloyd, Public Utilities Engineer. Give me just a second to get this loaded. Okay, so the American Saddler and Broken Spoke waterline replacement project, similar to the MARSAC, is a area that we have had multiple breaks in. We've actually had 30 recorded breaks in this area, in these two areas. And it also has black poly distribution lines to the homes, which for some of you that have been here a while, we've brought to council, and we've actually just fixed black poly because it's known for its leaks. So we will be replacing, if approved, with PVC water line and a blue poly pipe, which we use everywhere in the city that we have great success with. Public outreach so far, after comments from council on the MARSAC, I did reach out prior to tonight's council with some notification to the residents just to let them know of a possible upcoming project. And I heard back from a couple of residents, most in favor. One just wanting some information on what was going to happen and how the road was going to be put back and so forth. During construction, I'll be handling the public information, much like I did on MARSAC, going door to door with water outage notices, giving 2-week updates to anyone that wants to be on the stakeholders mass email list. Traffic impacts, because this is a wide road, a lot wider than we had on MARSAC, we're able to shift both lanes of traffic out around us. And so no lane closures, not much of an impact other than just getting around where the immediate work is. Broken Spoke is a private road. We will plan on putting it back to city specs, which involves compaction tests every 100 feet and every 18-inch lifts, and then also putting the asphalt back per city standard, which is cutting it twice, initially for the trench, and then we cut it another 18 inches wider so that the actual asphalt pavement is wider than the trench itself. During the bidding process on this, we had 2 bidders, and we were getting a lot of comments that due to supply, a lot of the costs were inflated. We worked with the low bidder on trying to get some of those numbers down, and we were able to cut almost $384,000 out. It's not going to affect anything that we were planning on doing. We will be keeping some of the hydrants. They're in good condition, but right now hydrants are 3 times more than they were even when we did MARSAC. And rebuild kits are a lot cheaper. Typically, a rebuild kit is right with the cost of installing a new one, but just the cost of the steel on and getting the hydrants right now is the reason for the triple costs. And then we will plan on boring all the service lines across, and much like we did on Marsac, our city spec is that when we when we dig those service lines across, we put back flow fill. With the concrete shortage right now, we are electing to do as least amount of concrete as we can. So that's where the boring comes in place. So there's a substantial savings there with the concrete and with the asphalt of not having to do those extra cuts. I just wanted to share with you these pictures. This upper picture, bigger line, is actually the line that was coming into Marsac. It shows the corrosion on the water line. This is typical of what we are seeing on these two roads as well. The distribution guys are telling me when they find these breaks, the holes in them are almost 4 to 5 inches long. And then the second one is our black poly line. This is pretty typical. When we dig up black poly, they're typically leaking. So with that schedule, it will start probably late July. We're still waiting on a few suppliers to give us a timeline on when they can deliver. And then we'll finish by October 15th paving and final completion at the end of October. With that, I'll open up to any questions.
I have a question for you. On your first page in the staff report, you talk about rebuilding existing infrastructure in lieu of full replacement. So what does that mean?
So that is with the fire hydrants. So the fire hydrants we have now are roughly 90s. They're actually newer than what the water line was. The condition of the fire hydrant itself is in good condition. They've been epoxied and touched up over the years. Basically, we just take all of the piping with inside of those and replace it. So everything internal is brand new. External is all that remains that was existing.
Awesome. You did a great job of delivering the Marsac project ahead of schedule. Are you optimistic you can do that with this one too?
Yes.
Awesome.
And I really appreciate the feedback on Marsac.
Yeah. Okay, Council, what questions do you have?
In the value engineering approach, do you think that's going to impact the quality or longevity of the fix, so to speak? Like, are we going to be revisiting this sooner because we're not going the full route, or do you feel pretty comfortable the end result's about the same?
A lot of the cost savings was in concrete and asphalt, mostly because fuel costs are high right now. So that's driving up asphalt. Haul off is high. That's driving up costs. So getting the asphalt here, getting materials here, a lot of the savings came in fuel cost savings, and then not using concrete and flow fill for the road crossings. That was a lot of the substantial savings. Going the route of rebuilding the hydrants versus replacing, no, it's something that I met with our distribution guys on. They do it all the time. When we looked at these hydrants, they're in really good condition from the ground up. We'll see what they look like from below grade, but that is something we can replace. But it's the internal parts in the hydrant itself that are driving up costs right now.
All right. That sounds like you're comfortable with it. And as we get into it, then I'd say don't hesitate if you had to come back to us and ask us for extra funding to make sure that it's, a good result. And let's not save money just to save money, right?
Yeah. And everything within the roadway would be per our spec and the way we typically do anything. Where we were looking at different parts are outside the roadway. So
Right.
anything, if we were to go back, it would be something that wouldn't require any excavation within the road.
Great. And then is this being coordinated with the other project on American Sadler about that Ashley Court, American Sadler intersection? So we don't dig up the street and then dig it up again?
So I believe we are higher than that. We started about 3,200. I can show you, go back to that map. And then we ended, I want to say it's,
I think it's on that
court
corner,
is,
right,
but
isn't it?
I believe we're
Mm-hmm.
Ashley Court, we come through the intersection of, but yeah, that's something that I can talk to them about.
Yeah, I'm sure we'd hear about that if we dig it up twice over there.
Yes.
So I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Is there any other question? Before your question, if you are listening online and want to make a comment, please go ahead and put your hand up. Okay, Kenneth?
Did you say when you will do the public outreach?
I started it this week.
You started it. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
So I had the notice go out so that if we had a lot of feedback, then I expected people to come to the meeting.
Great. Thank you for giving them that good amount of time there.
Other questions? Let's open up for public input then. Is there anyone here that would like to talk about this project? How about online?
No hands raised in Zoom, Mayor.
Of course not. Okay, let's go ahead and close public input. Council, further comments or a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve new business item number 9.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Council, you have been sitting for 6 hours. Why don't we take a 5-minute stretch break and then we welcome. Let's get going here.
All right. Good evening, council, and welcome to the public. And thank you for sticking through all this, through this long meeting this evening. I'm Planner Spencer Colley. I'm joined with Assistant Planning Director Rebecca Ward. All right, we are here tonight to discuss land management code amendments for fractional ownership of single-family houses in Park City. Staff is seeing this as the first step to addressing fractional ownership, and we know that there are a lot of questions and that this isn't perfect, but we are looking for direction on how to move forward with this as a benefit for our community. I do have several slides, but I'll go through them as quickly as possible to save some time.
Okay.
But we, at this point, we do understand what fractional ownership is in the terms of ownership of single-family dwellings. This is a great way for somebody to obtain a second home, for a vacation home, for whatever reason that it might be beneficial to them. It offers flexibility in management and maintenance. It offers scheduling and an ability to eventually sell the fraction at any time if you please. Some background with timeshares and private residence ownerships within Park City. Back in the 80s, timeshares were popular. The Utah Code has defined what timeshares are. Park City adopted those regulations and requires a conditional use permit, as well as evaluation of timeshare instruments, rules and regulations, management, utility service payments, minimum duration of stay intervals, and parking considerations. Private residence clubs are also a co-ownership model, typically of a condominium. This unit is shared by no less than 4 and no more than 12 owners, as operated by a property management service that provides reservations and registration. And we're seeing that the difference between these and fractional ownership use is the shared ownership of a single family dwelling in primary residential neighborhoods. So staff had looked at areas within the city that we could restrict fractional ownership. Timeshares and private residence clubs are restricted to specific zones. Again, those are multi-unit dwellings, commercial zones, zones that are proximate to resorts. And we had seen that fractional ownership, single-family homes were popping up in single-family residential zones and neighborhoods, which had caused some concern with community members. And so staff had saw an opportunity to restrict these to the same zones as timeshares and private residence clubs. So the recommendations that staff has put forth is to define to put a definition into the land management code for single-family dwelling fractional ownership and use. Establish a single-family dwelling fractional ownership use in zoning districts where timeshares and private residence clubs are allowed and require a conditional use permit. Establish regulations regarding management and use of the fractional ownership, and requiring an active business license for the single-family dwelling fractional ownership use. On May 11th, 2022, the Planning Commission conducted a work session. Staff returned to the Planning Commission on May 25th, 2022, and they reviewed the proposed amendments and unanimously forwarded a positive recommendation with a few amendments to the definition. The general plan identifies the importance of protecting the city's primarily residential neighborhoods. That is identified in Goal 7, which creates diversity of primary housing opportunities. Goal 8 talks about the increasing affordable housing, giving housing ownership opportunities for workforce in primary residential neighborhoods. And the general plan acknowledges that neighborhoods where secondary homeownership and nightly rentals are appropriate and where they will also support the city's resort economy. Furthermore, the City Council earlier this year adopted the Light Deed Restriction Pilot Program, which promotes full-time residency and restricts short-term rentals, which is in conjunction with the general plan. Nightly rentals are allowed in many more zones than timeshares and private residence clubs, but various neighborhoods have taken it upon themselves to restrict and preserve primary housing within their neighborhoods. That goes back to 2014 with April Mountain and Mellow Mountain Estates, 2015 with the Historic Residential Low Zoning District, restricting them from an entire portion of the zone and limiting the number of nightly rentals in their zone. In another portion of the zone, 2020, Meadows Estates phases number 1A and 1B. And in 2021, Fairway Meadows and Hidden Oaks at Deer Valley phases 2 and 3. So the proposed amendments are directing fractional ownership use of these single family dwellings to the same zones that allow timeshares and private residence clubs. And this map here shows in green, the number of primary residential units versus the number of secondary residential units. And we've always had more secondary residential units, but there has been an increase in the last year of primary residence. This definition of the single family dwelling fractional ownership use is what staff proposed to the Planning Commission, and in red are the additions from the Planning Commission. I won't read it, but if there are any questions, we can discuss that. So not all residents with multiple owners or owned by business entities such as a family trust, an LLC, a corporation without fractional use limitations fall under the proposed definition. The differences are the management model, which is the period of use, the managed by centralized entity, and an advance reservations or a management fee. The second recommendation is to require conditional use permit and require additional management standards. This was something that the Planning Commission they unanimously support requiring a conditional use permit. This is consistent with the timeshares and the private residence clubs, and the management plan will require a Planning Commission review as well. It triggers a notice to neighboring property owners within 300 feet and allows neighborhoods an opportunity to provide input and giving additional transparency to the process. Within the management plan, there are such things as outlining a satisfactory level of management and maintenance, such as snow removal, upkeep of yard and structural maintenance, trash collection, noise control. It also speaks to the method of management, restrictions of the use of occupancy, requires or allows for any additional documentation that staff or the Planning Commission may require, and also a business license. And so again, the third is to direct these to single family dwelling fractional, or to direct the single family dwelling fractional ownership use to the same zones listed here as timeshares and private residence clubs. HOAs that restrict fractional ownership as part of their CC&Rs are not affected by these amendments. In the staff report, there is a map that shows where fractional ownership is proposed to be allowed and not allowed. We did get some updated maps late yesterday, and so I have included these here. They're not public facing yet, but if this is something that we do adopt, we can make them interactive so that they are more readily available for the public to see. And then finally, requiring an active business license for single-family dwelling fractional ownership use. In zoning districts where the single-family dwellings are allowed, the ownership model is what would be regulated by the business license, not the property. Requiring a business license helps with tracking and enforcement, and the finance and planning staff are working on implementing a business license for each of these types of use. And to go back to enforcement, this is a lot of just education awareness at the start. The city has started a web page outlining regulations, but that's something that can be ongoing that we can continue to manage. Also, staff outreach to stakeholder groups, outreach to fractional ownership companies, the business licensing for tracking, and the CUP for public noticing and review of management plan. Public input is attached to the packet as Exhibit B. There are well over 24 comments from residents who are concerned about this, who do support that we implement some sort of restriction. We've had HOA and public meetings on May 9th and May 23rd. The Park City Board of Realtors letter that was sent out within the last couple of days, everybody has seen that. And Picasso has also outreach to city staff and officials. Staff mailed postcard notices on May 10th, 2022 to property owners within the affected zoning districts, and posted public notice to the Utah Public Notice website and the city website on May 9th. The Park Record published legal notice on May 11th, 2022. And our recommendation this evening is for the City Council to review the proposed land management code amendments and conduct a public hearing and consider approving ordinance number 2022-21.
Thank you. Rebecca, do you have anything to add?
I know Spencer did a great job covering everything, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay. We will be holding a public hearing on this. If you're joining us online and would like to comment, please go ahead and raise your hand now. Council, what questions do you have for staff? Ryan?
Sure. Yeah, thanks. Great staff report. Thank you. Just a few questions. Would this apply to townhouses, or is this really just single family homes?
At this time, it's only single family homes.
So if someone wanted to fractionalize a townhouse, we have some high-end townhouses, in town. How would that be covered as a use under the current code, or it wouldn't be a use?
No, and that would be something that we have to. Yeah, it would be an allowed use.
Okay.
With the HOA approval, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I'm just trying to. Check all the boxes.
Right. And for the business license, who is the applicant for the business license? Who holds that license?
So the business license would be issued to the company, the fractional ownership company, and then as part of that license, they would provide a list of the properties that they sell and manage within the city.
So it'd be one license for the operator.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And then I guess a Margaret question. The fractional properties that exist in areas where now, if we would say they're not allowed, those would become legal non-conforming uses. And then if an owner of a share sells their share, does that use run with the land? So it can just, as long as it's continuously, okay.
In here, they mentioned that that we're regulating ownership, not property. So it wouldn't run with the land. The ownership changes. Is that a different question?
And I would say that it's regulating the use of the property.
So building on that a little more, right, our current zoning in those, well, let's say some of our primary residential neighborhoods, I mean, the way I took it is it's defined as no stays less than 30 days. Is that right?
Yes, that's in the current definition.
Okay. And then do you recall what the minimum occupancy requirement was for that light deed program? How we defined it? Was it 6 months or 9 months or? Actually, I
think we decided to go back to the original.
I don't remember what it ended up being. All right.
I thought it was 6 months.
6 months.
6 months, probably somewhere around there. So do we have to create something new or can that apply? Right? Like, so if there's, if we say, well, the model is there's a 7-day stay and then the people leave and other people come in for 7 days, like why wouldn't that 30-day minimum in the zoning apply?
And I think that these are the proposed amendments distinguish the fractional ownership of a single family dwelling from nightly rental. As Spencer mentioned, over the years, we've seen communities, neighborhoods petition the city to amend the land management code to prohibit nightly rentals. And so this is not tied to the zoning districts that allow or prohibit nightly rentals. Instead, this would direct the use and the ownership of these single family homes that we're seeing in these primary residential neighborhoods. It would direct them to the zoning districts that already allow for the timeshares and the private residence clubs.
Okay, I think I understand that, but wouldn't the zoning still apply?
The zoning, if it prohibits nightly rentals, is that?
Yeah.
Yes, that would.
So like if the minimum stay in the zoning and it's defined as 30 days, I mean, no matter what, that zoning still applies, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thanks. Thinking.
One more question was just about is it pending ordinance doctrine? I was just curious about, this has gone to planning commission, it's to us. I have a lot of questions. I don't know if I can figure it out by the end of the night. So where are we as we continue to discuss this item in terms of regulating the use?
In terms of how would the pending ordinance rule apply?
How does the pending ordinance rule apply to a new fractionalized property that happens
Right,
to
so-
under discussion?
So if council were to ask planning commission to take this back up based on some policy feedback you want to share with them, despite the fact that they were unanimous in their recommendation to you that's before you tonight. I believe it first went to planning commission on May 11th. And so during the 180, does everyone know what the pending ordinance rule is? So it effectively puts sort of a hold on the vested rights rule. So if somebody, because there is now an ordinance change has been initiated, if you all were to send it back to planning commission while that's being considered within this 180-day window that began on May 11th, anyone who applied during that window is not entitled to the normal review and approval under the code because of this pending ordinance, right? So it effectively sort of puts them in a queue to see what's going to happen. So that could give planning commission, until November something-ish. I think Rebecca has the date.
On November 7th, yes.
November 7th to take it back up.
Or us. I wasn't suggesting it has to go back to planning.
Okay.
commission, just
Yep.
asking for some.
Or council.
Okay.
Yep. But you'd want to, consider continuing to a date certain. The noticing, I think, has been pretty complicated in this one, but I'll let these guys talk to that.
And the ordinance this is the ordinance, even if we change the recommendations within it. If we change what's presented here, did we change the ordinance and does it not fall into that same protection?
I think what Ryan's talking about is not taking action, either continuing it or asking planning commission to take it back up. And during that time, anyone who comes in with an application.
Yeah, I get that, but if we change the
Okay, you
ordinance
change
that's
the proposal. If you modify it,
if we
yes.
modify it, is it still, because then it's a new ordinance.
Right, if you modify and adopt tonight, for instance, then that's what's in effect.
Right, but if we continue it and then readdress it later, and sometime between now and when we readdress it, we've changed the nuts and bolts, does that not negate the?
I'm sorry, Max, I'm not understanding.
I-
So maybe Rebecca.
When you say
Maybe you
the-
can articulate it better.
I think you just.
This is Mark. This is Mark. I can address the question. If you can
Go
hear
for
me.
it.
Yes, we can. Thanks, Mark.
Mark Harrington, Senior City Attorney. Max, it's a great question and comes up a lot. And for that reason, we would recommend that the actual pending ordinance is not officially changed by staff until by formal motion, the recommending body or the council is officially swapping it out for a new draft. And because the text that is pending, by definition, has to prohibit the activity that's being applied for in order to trigger the pending ordinance doctrine. So you can still give direction to consider different elements, but we would keep the same pending draft that's more restrictive until it was affirmatively replaced, knowing that you would want to let anything that isn't prescribed, prohibited in that pending draft to go forward. Like you would make that decision as you replace the pending draft. And that adds a degree of complication to it, but we've managed through that in the past. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, thanks.
Other questions?
Yeah, build slightly on that. So the part that would be covered is that, let's say a new operator wouldn't be able to apply for the business license. Is that essentially it? Or they wouldn't be able to apply for the CUP?
Yeah, either. If the ordinance doesn't allow the activity without the license, they can do it until they're able to get the required CUP and business license. And so if
Okay.
today they don't need either, and the ordinance sets up additional requirements, that they can't move forward until that action is final.
And what about for the pre-existing non-conforming ones? Because they would be able to apply for a business license for those, right? Because the ordinance wouldn't, it was pre-existing to the ordinance.
Well, the management company could apply for their management company license in that regard.
Okay.
I think they would just continue with the use.
Could they add new
What the-
properties to it? Because we're talking about a single management company business license. Right. So would they be able to
Yeah.
add new properties to it during
No,
Okay.
it's for both. So, but to answer your other question, I think Jeremy was also a little confusing. I think perhaps how Rebecca was considering it, because you keep saying the 30-day nightly rental would still apply to stays. It's not to stays, it's to rentals. So the nightly rental ordinance only applies to rentals. And so that's why these aren't currently captured or prohibited in nightly rental zoning, because they don't fall under the definition of a nightly rental, regardless of stays under 30 days. Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Kenna, do you have a question?
Yeah, so I have just a couple of questions. Do you know what the county is doing in regards to this at all? Have you talked to the county?
We did. We reached out to their planning department. Several of these homes are in the larger county. And so they are looking into this, but they don't have anything in process.
And then on kind of that same note, have you reached out to any other towns similar to us, like Jackson or Breckenridge or any of the ski towns, and had any conversations on what their zoning looks like?
We have, yes. And because this is a very new, land use, we have reached out to several communities to see what's being proposed. Some communities have proposed prohibiting these. Others have adapted strategies similar to what we're proposing to allow them in certain zones.
Okay, and then last, it's a little bit of a comment, but mostly a question. I'm still kind of lost in our maps. So are there areas, because I know quite a few of the hotel condominiums in town that do allow timeshares. Are there areas that on our list that do have like a timeshare hotel, but they're grandfathered in? Do you know what I mean? So like we've changed the land management code, but there's still a timeshare type place. And it's only because I'm looking at some of these where we have red and I know there's a timeshare in there. So and maybe I'm just confused on the map, but I just wondered if we've pulled all the timeshares to look at those and if they fall into the right zones. Is that making sense to you a little bit?
Yeah, we can evaluate that. And as far as our research indicates, we are including those zones. So there might be something that's grandfathered in.
And like I said, honestly, it might just be because I'm just a little confused on where some of this starts and ends in the green and red. But okay.
Any other council questions? Okay. Oh,
Well, I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for the staff or if it's for Picasa. In the presentation that we were provided, it says if someone violates their code of conduct, they will be suspended. But how do you suspend someone from something they own, I guess? And so I guess I don't know if you guys know the definition of what that means.
I think we do have representatives who will be participating in the public input and may be able to clarify that.
Other questions? Okay, we've had a lot of folks hang in here with us in the chambers tonight. How many people would like to make a public comment? Raise your hand. We've got 3, 5. I can't tell. Okay. If we have any hands up online?
We do. We have 9 hands raised in Zoom, 10 hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. Given the late hour, I'm going to restrict each public comment to 4 minutes since we have almost 20 people, it sounds like, that are interested in visiting with us tonight. So I will open the public hearing now. And again, please keep your comments to 4 minutes or less. If you have a comment and someone has already said what you were thinking you were going to say, please just come up and tell us that you agree with the last speaker. That will get us all home earlier tonight. So with that, we'll go ahead and open the public input. Hey, Jody.
Howdy. Jody Whiteside, stated for the record. Can you please put up your new map? Because I'm curious about the red zones. He's going to sign in.
You know the drill.
So demanding.
I didn't do it last time. Way to blow up 8th Street. All right. I'm against fractional housing in the residential area. I've already put in a public comment on the e-comment, but I'm disturbed by the fact that there are 3 listings on Picasa right now. One of them is at the top of 8th Ave on Crescent at Empire. There's another one on Park Ave, also in a red zone, and another one in Thames Canyon in red zone. Why are they already listed if it's in the red zone? That is my public question and comment.
Okay, thanks, Jody. Let's take a comment from online.
Todd Bice, he's been promoted to speak.
Hello?
Hi there. Who are we talking to?
Oh, my name is Todd Bice. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I'm concerned about this ordinance. I am the owner, my family and I are owners of 1135 Norfolk, which is managed by Picasso. we purchased through Picasso. What I would submit, members of the council, is the ordinance actually doesn't really accomplish what I think it's proposing to accomplish. The ordinance really only ends up, fractional ownership of properties has been common for years. This isn't a new model. And the issue that you're purporting to regulate is really just the fact that they're using a management company. And I would think that you would want to encourage people who own properties to use management companies because they make sure that the properties are taken care of and kept up. And by agreement, we all have agreed to a code of conduct, something that your code wouldn't even impose. So what I'm not understanding by your proposed ordinance is it seems to be punishing people for using a management company, which you shouldn't want to punish them for doing. You should want to encourage them to use a management company because that will make sure that the property is well maintained. But fractional, if you look at your ordinance, this draft ordinance, you're not precluding fractional ownership. You're only precluding fractional ownership in certain areas if they use a management company. And then the draft ordinance even goes so far as to try and suggest that if people who are unrelated to each other are co-owners of property, that somehow the ordinance would be triggered. I don't know how you would ever enforce that. And I don't know how you can dictate that certain people who aren't related to each other, if they're co-owners, they are somehow subject to regulation. But if my brother and I want to co-own a house, we could co-own a house and we could then have Picasso manage it for us. That's somehow not subject to this ordinance. To me, that just does not make sense, and it doesn't really serve what you're trying to do. And I certainly respect the fact that you've got to, control land use in the city, but this just isn't controlling land use. This is, in essence, just penalizing a company like Picasso because they manage property. And those are my points. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for hanging in there with us. Okay, let's go back to the chambers. If someone would like to come up to the podium. Come on up, Paul.
Thank you, Mayor Worrell.
Yes, would you sign in, please, and state
My
your name?
name is Professor Paul Zane Pilzer. I'm here as both a homeowner of 40 years on Airy Drive in Park City. I've raised 4 children, all born in that neighborhood, and have lived, obviously, a wonderful place because we could live anywhere else, and we choose to live in Park City. The very fabric of our existence, and I can't understate that, is what we face right now. Because we have a sleazy, and by sleazy is they read the intent of the code and they go, hey, here's a way around this, here's a way around that. New player in our town, in Picasso. And they make up new words. There's no word fractional ownership. I'm an economist. Let's call fractional ownership what it is. Picasso is in the time-sharing business. Can we all say it in unison? Picasso is in the time-sharing business, not the fractional ownership business. This is a timeshare. It smells like a timeshare. It looks like a timeshare. It will destroy our way of life and values. When I chose my home, I drove up Airy Drive, and I could have picked any of those lots at the bottom, which clearly were allowed for nightly rentals. But I wasn't after an investment property. I was looking for a place to have a family and raise my kids next to other homes who would raise their kids on the same neighborhood in the same conditions. And that's what it used to be, where the top certain areas of Airy Drive were no nightly rentals and certain were. And then you start the cat and mouse games. And Picasso is the leader of the cat and mouse. Oh, I tricked the city on this one. I tricked the city. And the biggest one you've all bought into. You have bought into the big lie tonight. There's no such thing as fractional ownership. Picasso sells timeshares and calls them fractional ownership, and then takes advantage of the different rights we give homeowners and we give people who raise families, who are the backbone of any community. And that backbone is being threatened. I'll submit some more comments in writing, but I can't implore you enough to stop using the word fractional ownership unless it's in a derogatory state. It's a timeshare. Now Picasso comes to us, as do others, and they want to do timeshares. And they want to do it in neighborhoods that are clearly, for decades, long before I got here, delineated no nightly rentals, families only, not getting around it. And they've been doing it. Their modus operandi at Picasso is to go pay off a couple real estate brokers to look the other way, get the deals done, and then go back to the city and say, oh, we didn't know that. We didn't know that. Come on, these are professional companies. And when somebody violates our laws, you should sanction a minimum of a year. I suggest 10 years. And if you can't find criminal penalties for some of the individuals involved, I'll help you. Because there's a reason we have laws in this state, in this country. Mostly start with your farm, your home, your property. And to allow entities to come in here, say they're sorry if they are or not, and then you guys regulate and zone them so they can still do nightly rentals in no nightly rental areas. So I've taken a lot of your time. If we could stop using the word fractional ownership and everyone say in unison, Picasso's in the time-sharing business, I think we could have a productive discussion of how we could help them doing their timeshare business in areas that we in this room have decided are good for timeshares and areas that are not good for timeshares. But there's no such thing as fractional ownership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you sign in, please, if you haven't already?
I'm sorry?
Sign in on the paper right there on the podium. And let's go ahead and go to a online comment.
Jamie Johnson, you've been given permission to speak.
Thank you so much, Council and Mayor Worrell, for having us tonight. And thank you for your service. I know as I've been sitting here this evening online, at least in the comfort of my home, I've just again, have so much respect for what you do for our community and how you give so much of your time and efforts to make this the best place we all get to live in, which is a joy. So I want to just reference the letter that we sent to council concerning just asking for a consideration to continue this discussion over this ordinance as I believe, and as the Board of Realtors, we see this as an issue that the points and the core values that are spoken about within the ordinance or about the general plan, about the sense of community, workforce housing, homeownership for workforce, and being a place for essential Parkites to call or live and be located in the heart of the city. We don't feel like this ordinance solves any of those issues, as the majority of these homes are multi-million-dollar homes that would never be affordable to workforce housing or for home ownership or rental for that purpose. So we feel like some of those things need to be looked at within the ordinance. We do believe that this is fractional ownership. It is not a timeshare. So in respect to what was just mentioned, we believe that this is an opportunity for families to invest in properties and to use those for their use. I look forward to hearing from Picasso this evening to hopefully hear more about what that looks like with them. But just want to say that as the Park City Board of Realtors, we do work with Western Mountain Resort communities all over the Western mountains, and we are always talking with them about what's going on in their communities as well. And I do think, as one of the counselors said earlier, that we should look at what other communities are doing in respect to this before we make an ordinance on it. And our goal as the Park City Board of Realtors is to help promote and support a healthy community. We are advocates for home ownership and for property rights, and want to make sure that we're not making any kind of just jump reaction because of one home in one neighborhood, and make sure that we're looking at regulation and opportunity for individuals who are looking at this as an investment for their family to use. Because I think if we try to separate fractional ownership and LLCs and we don't have all of the details and we're just throwing an ordinance at it, that we're probably doing many members of our community a disservice. So we would love to be a part of the conversation and to help with a little more research to get us to a better place on an ordinance if there is need for one. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for hanging in there with us tonight, Jamie. Okay, let's come back to Chambers. Who here would like to make a comment? If you just state your name for the record and sign in, please.
Keisha Stender, and I will sign in before I forget. I live, work here, raise children here, own property here, and I also develop real estate. So I'm here because my biggest concern with this issue, this ordinance, is that so many issues have been poured into one ordinance that truthfully, each of the separate issues should have its own working session and its own working meeting and brainstorming and considering all the issues. For example, there's a big difference between considering whether we should allow fractional ownership in Park Meadows and in Thanes and in Erie, the highest end areas of our community that don't allow nightly rentals. That's one issue. Another very different issue is whether we should require a conditional use permit for fractional ownerships outside of those areas that don't allow nightly rentals. And why those two major issues have been conflated into one ordinance is surprising to me, and I'd like to hear the methodology or the thinking behind it. My biggest concern is the conditional use permit process is extensive, takes a very long time, is a huge limiting factor on people who develop real estate or people who want to buy real estate. And there's no way to enforce the ordinance as drafted. So for example, if I own property with my brother and my sister, and we have an operating agreement that dictates how much time we are all going to spend at the property, and we have a property management company, technically we'd have to apply for a conditional use permit. In that situation, how in the world is the planning committee even going to know about us? How are they going to take us into consideration? Who upon Margaret's staff or Rebecca's staff is going to review all of this? So really the effect is only the name players, namely Picasso, are being targeted here because they're the only ones that council or planning office can identify. They'll never identify me and my brother and my sister. So it's got an impact only on a very small, potentially one entity organization, and it doesn't affect or address the issues that maybe the homeowners like this other gentleman have about being in Erie and not having nightly rentals. So my suggestion and recommendation to the council is that you take a step back and divide up all the issues into different segments and try and maybe think about them as different ordinances or different areas for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take another one online.
Steve L., you've been given permission to speak. Please unmute your mic and state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Steve Lewis. I'm a Picasso homeowner, fractional homeowner, that is. And in listening to the discussion, I have a question and a comment. My question to staff is in respect to a couple of the goals that were stated, in particular, affordable housing. I'm a homeowner in another community that where we have a big affordable housing issue as well. And as somebody pointed out earlier, these are homes that would not be part of the affordable housing home stock. These are all multi-million-dollar homes, 4 or 5 and on up in the millions. Furthermore, these are not rentals at all. We're, as owners, precluded from renting our property. So they don't affect, there's no nightly rentals, no weekly rentals, or even monthly rentals. The only people that are permitted to stay there are homeowners with their friends and family. My other comment is that as a homeowner with other homes next to me in my permanent community that are similar in that they are substantial and usually second homes, I feel more comfortable knowing that there are owners there, that there are going to be people staying there, because most of these homes stay empty for a big part of the year. Nothing good happens to empty property. And knowing that the people who are staying there are not renters, not nightly, not weekly, not monthly renters, but actual owners that have a stake and equity in the property that may be next to mine. So that's my question is, how do you see this fulfilling the goal that was stated? I think it was 7 or 8 with respect to affordable housing. And my comment that I think the community is actually better off having ownership of and active ownership of these type of properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back to the chambers. If you'd like to come up to the podium and make a comment, please do.
Good
Hi.
evening. How you all doing? My name is Paula. Zach and Mike. We are Picasso present in market. We are the ones that communicate constantly with the owners. We are the ones that address any issues at the homes right away. We work directly with people like Bill and his wife when we have issues at the house that need to get addressed right away. I live in a community. I live where a lot of people don't live in their homes. Oh, thank you. And their homes sit empty. The AC runs all the time year round. Outside it's falling apart. But if you come to our houses and you see the level of care and love and respect that we give to the community, making sure that everything is well taken care of, and that we, when we come to new neighbor, we touch base with the neighbors, we give them our information so that they can communicate with us, and they, they can let us know if there's any issues or something that is not properly being handled in the house. That's also something that we are always, addressing right away. And they know us. We're always there. We're always coming in and out. We're always checking on the house. We're always making sure that everything is appropriate, taken care of. And we love our homes. We love our owners. If I could tell you the faces of the kids when they walk in the house for the first time, that is priceless. It's they're part of the community. They love going to Park City Mountain Resort. They love to go to the store, the bookstore on Main Street. They know everything about Park City. So they're absolutely part of our community, and they love being at their houses every time that they come, and they're proud of sharing it with their friends and families. Thank you.
Would you sign in, please? Thank you. And let's go back online.
Jessica Sell Chambers, you've been given permission to speak.
Yes, thank you. Jessica Sell Chambers, City Councilwoman from the town of Jackson, Wyoming. I am speaking on my own behalf, not representing the council in any way, shape, or form. I want to thank all of you, as I know very well what kind of work you do and the marathons of meetings that you have, including tonight, so I will try to be brief.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm calling in just to voice my support for the work that you're looking at right now. As was stated by your staff, as many of you know, our mountain towns are facing the same kinds of issues. It is the forefront. We don't really know too much about all of this, but we do know that it's a slippery slope. And when we don't have regulations in place to protect our communities and our neighborhoods from fractional ownership, timeshare, whatever you'd like to call it, it leads to a degradation of our community as a whole. Picasa is, I've spoken with them in the past, they're really great people. They have misunderstandings about what our community needs. I don't know if any of our communities need work. We don't need stimulation of our economies. They've argued that by having 8 people in a home throughout the year, that they're going to provide us with opportunities when really we are struggling with workforce shortages, affordable housing. We do not have the people to service them, to serve them food at restaurants. They add work to our plates, and they don't really give anything back. And we are watching to learn what you do. This is going to be a matter of sharing best practices. And so I just want to encourage you. I want to support what you're doing. I think at the end of the day, we want to discourage fractional ownership because of what it does to our communities. Because sometimes not having a neighbor in a house 11 months out of the year is better than having 8 of them cycling in and out throughout the year. And I will leave you with, to borrow my mayor's words, Mayor Haley Morton Levinson. She said the whole point of our zoning and our comprehensive plan, I'm not exactly sure what your plan is. I've seen your comprehensive plan, but The whole point of our comprehensive plan and our LDRs is so that we can live in neighborhoods where we expect to have neighbors, and we can have lodging where we expect to have visitors. And so thank you for your work. We are watching, we are here. Let us know what we can do. I'm sure we can figure out the answers all together. So again, thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to hang in there with us tonight and to listen in and to share your perspectives. I really look forward to our communities working together.
Thank you. And you too.
I'll come back into chambers. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Craig Kipp. I live in the area where there are 2 Picasso homes right now, and there's 2 more homes for sale, and we're worried right now. I want to understand one conversation because I think it was very important. If this goes back tonight to the Planning Commission, is Picasso essentially stopped from their activity for the 2 homes that are for sale in the area right now? I didn't completely understand that conversation.
We don't generally do back and forth during the public hearing, but I will ask City Attorney Margaret Plain to address that.
I'm happy to. I'm just giving a quick pause. I'm not sure if I don't want to step on Mark's toes since he's been.
Is he still with us?
If an application were to come in for the, if an application were to come in an area that is not in the proposed ordinance, then it would not have to be processed and approved during this time frame.
You were talking 6 months until
It's 180 days under state
Okay.
law.
So essentially, there's 2 homes in the area for sale right now. If Picasso came in and said they were going to buy them, they are not allowed to do that.
That's not quite the same as what.
Well, the area is designated as an area that in the ordinance, you can't do timeshares. So what are we talking about here?
And again, I don't want to do a back and forth, but what I
Exactly.
specifically said was if an application were to come in. So that's a land use application. And that's what I'm specifically addressing under the pending ordinance rule.
But they
I'm
wouldn't
sure,
sub-
again, we don't do a back and forth generally during.
I'll just
public-
make a comment.
public
They don't
hearing.
submit a land use application if they're going to buy a house if that ordinance hasn't been changed. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Perhaps you could make an appointment with staff and come in for clarification.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what you're changing. So let's be clear here. The premium that we all pay to live in a residential area, secure, safe, we know our neighbors, Picasso is appropriating this premium for their advantage and turning it into a condo development. This guy that called in, who's a Picasso owner, I don't want him living next door to me. And I don't want 7 of his friends living next door to me, coming and going every 2 weeks. It's great if he likes it. I don't like it. So it's not good for everybody. So Picasso's out talking to their owners, telling them to call in to give them their story. The story is the residents don't like it, sir. Live somewhere else. Okay? So you talked about other resort areas. Carmel just issued a cease and desist yesterday to Picasso. Said you're done. Palm Springs has said their timeshares. You can't do anything in Palm Springs. I can give you a dozen other places that is stopping Picasso if you really want to look. This is a national issue. It can be followed nationally on stoppicasso.com, stoppicassonow.com, and I encourage you to do that. There are now 6 other Picasso lookalikes, and they will be here shortly. So we need to do something now. So I was glad to see the Picasso person here because one of the Picasso homes in Erie, the last 2 nights, has had a party on their roof. Boom boxes, people on the roof. celebrating partying. It's a vacation home. They're partying. So I'd like to talk to you before you leave to ask if you can do something to comply with your code of conduct on this house. And we have pictures and video, by the way. So this is your code of conduct, I guess. It also has, the same house has a mobile home parked on the street that belongs to the Picasso resident. So this is where we're going. We're turning this into vacation land, condo land, and we need to move quickly. And it's not just happening here. I was very happy to hear this person from Jackson Hole, because this problem is all over, and Picasso is fighting it everywhere. They're not going to tell you that. But we know where they're at and we know what they're doing, and we're following it. So with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go back online.
Dustin War, you've been given permission to speak.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. My name is Dustin. I, too, am a Picasso owner in Park City. I own at 1360 Empire, and really want you to know that I enjoy being part of your community. I enjoy very much, bringing my kids to the community, and look forward one day to hopefully being a primary resident in the neighborhood. I want to say I understand neighbors not wanting Airbnbs in their neighborhoods. And I understand neighbors not wanting timeshares in their neighborhoods. I own Airbnbs, and in the past I've owned timeshares, and I get that. But I would ask you, council, and also the people in the room, to take the time to understand the difference between co-ownership and these businesses. Because there's been a lot of talk tonight about timeshare, and there's been a lot of talk about short-term vacation rental, and yet I think Picasso's been as clear as they can possibly be that rentals aren't allowed in Picasso's. These are not rentals. These are people who have come together and own a home together. And there was the presentation a little while ago, if I understood it correctly, showed that there's about twice as many second homes in Park City as primary homes. And I have to assume that if those aren't being sitting vacant most of the year, those are co-owned as well by friends and family. So like Mr. Bice said earlier, this is not a new thing. It's just, it feels like it's being targeted, Picasso's being targeted here. So I don't understand the fear that this is somehow going to be bad for the neighborhoods. The gentleman that just spoke said there was a party going on and that there was an RV, which perhaps is the case, hopefully not, but I think there's probably a lot of primary homes around town that have RVs in front as well, and once in a while have a party. And I know when my neighbors do something like that, I just try to walk across the street and say hello, and I would encourage them to do the same. So the average second home is vacant the majority of the year across the country. I know the statistics on that. The average second home is used about 4 weeks out of the year. So I'm not really sure how anyone in the communities would argue that that's better for neighborhoods to have these neighborhoods, just having vacant homes, right and left in these neighborhoods. The ones that aren't vacant most of the year are being rented out. I'd argue that Picasso, it's not bad for the neighborhoods. I would argue the opposite. It's great for your neighborhoods. We are responsible homeowners. We don't rent out our homes. We use the home as much as any typical second homeowner would in Park City, and yet our homes are not vacant. Our yards are immaculately maintained, and we're spending our money in your community. And like the other gentleman said, I won't belabor this because Mayor, I know you said that if it's already been said, not to repeat, but if the goal is to increase affordable housing, would you prefer that myself and the 7 other co-owners in this home each come in and take 8 medium-priced homes off the market? Or is rather us all come together in one home that's significantly higher than the median? And again, it begs the question, what's better for the community and what's better for the housing crisis? Those neighbors who say that they're concerned, I would just ask, have you walked, the ones that say they're concerned that this is hurting their neighborhood, have you walked over to meet these neighbors? Have you met the people that have bought these Picassos like you normally would? Because if you haven't, I would encourage you to do so. I actually think that we are the type of people you do want living next door. And I'd hope that we'd get to know one another. When we get to know one another, you'd look forward to me coming to town and us going golfing together and us getting coffee together. But come over and say hi. And I think that, once you meet us, you'll realize we are the type of people that you want on Erie and in Thanes and in Park Meadows and anywhere else in Park City. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers wishing to speak? Let's go back to online.
Vince Brock, you've been promoted to speak.
Hi, my name is Vince Brock, and I'd like to thank you, Madam Mayor, and the council for sitting through all of this and trying to, figure out these problems that are affecting the community. I am a Picasso owner, and I'd like to say that I've been a part of your community for approximately a year. My family and I came out there and we had our Thanksgiving in our Picasso home on Empire Avenue. We'll be there this year for Christmas. We do feel like we're a part of the community. It's not a timeshare. We are absolutely owners of our house. We treat our house as though it's ours because it is. We invested very close to $1 million just for the fraction of the house that we own. And so it's not, I think we are very, very different than your nightly renter or even your timeshare customer, right? A timeshare person, typically those customers can trade weeks and they, can go to different cities and you have this couple of weeks that you can use in different locations. We can't do that. Our home is in Park City and it's that one single home and it's ours and we love it. And so we would just ask that before you plow forward with regulation that you give a little bit of time. Besides, what I've heard in this meeting is a lot of fear about, these short-term, basically foreigners that are coming in to invade your neighborhoods. And what I would say is, besides some anecdotal stories of a party or an RV, is there any real evidence that these homeowners that have all spent in the neighborhood of at least $1 million, are they truly troublemakers? Because I would say that myself, my wife and my children, we are not. I think that we are good neighbors. And I think if you, like the last guy said, if you had the opportunity to meet us, I think you'd appreciate having us in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take another one online.
Greg W., if you would state your name for the record, you've been promoted to speak.
Good evening. Greg Watts is the name. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I'll keep it very brief. So I've learned a lot from a few comments here. I joined this this meeting as I heard about it. I'm currently under contract to purchase a home. I'm not purchasing a Picasso home. So I think that's something that I've learned is clearly this was written towards. I am purchasing it in nightly rental. I guess it's more of a comment. I'm still very confused. It seems like the proposal is really towards Picasso. I would assume that there's been other fractional purchases, such as myself, over the years that maybe just haven't been as high a profile. And to be honest, I'm reading through the single family dwelling fractional ownership use that was presented. It is a bit confusing as to whether or not I would apply it. The other comment was made, I want to echo that if I hire a management company, Picasso or something like that, am I now in that scenario and I need a conditional use permit? Again, I'm sure it's something I can figure out, but does that prevent me if I don't have that in hand to use my property? So again, I think just some clarity, and that might be on my part, but please make sure you guys think through it. If this is targeted for one thing, make sure it's solving that problem and not, not creating more by combining. I believe it was Tisha who mentioned combining the two aspects, the permit as well as the fractional ownership. Thank you.
Thank you for hanging in there with us to make your comment tonight. Who's next online?
The Lawson team, you've been promoted to speak. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, this is David Lawson, and I just really have one comment. And I don't really understand why you're doing an ordinance that is all about one particular organization, being Picasso. The reason why is I sell real estate, and there's hundreds or there's thousands of properties that are in LLCs that are owned by multiple people. And if you put this ordinance in, basically you're going to put so many people in violation, essentially, of what of this. The thing is you're saying if it's not, family. I mean, there's 2 and 3 and 4 people that I know, clients, and they come and they buy a house together and then they use it. Almost all second homes in Park City that I know of use a management company to take care of it, because when they're not here, they have to have somebody checking on the house. And so I'm thinking, I really think that the focus needs to be on how all of that is all taken and how it's all encompassed, as opposed to, just this one, the Picasso people. So that's really just my only comment. And thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Sarah Filosa, you've been promoted to speak.
Hi, how are you? I'm Sarah Filosa. I'm the Public Affairs Manager at Picasso. I know I had the pleasure of meeting with some of you last week, so I want to start out by saying thank you for that. I know there was a question earlier that I wanted to address, asking about how Picasso could suspend owners' rights if an owner is in violation of our code of conduct. So just to give you some context, at the time of purchase, our owners sign and agree to an LLC operating agreement. As part of this, they agreed to restrictions that are, penalties, access usage, and if they violate those home policies, it's within Picasso's right as the LLC program manager to implement the restrictions. And this is something that's agreed upon by the entire ownership group, and we're employed by the ownership group to enforce these restrictions. Another thing I wanted to point out, and I know I said this last week, was that, Picasso is not opposed to regulation in Park City, but we simply just want to be a part of the conversation, and we want that regulation to be fair. So we've tried to be proactive with our outreach and collaboration, and we've really taken a lot of your thoughts and concern into consideration from the council. I wanted to also address the issue that was brought up earlier by a neighbor about a home in Erie. To Picasso's knowledge, we reached out to the homeowner. They were not contacted by any of the neighbors about their concerns about what was going on at the home. We did connect with them, and they said that they had some, teenagers that were taking photos of the sunset, and they were playing music on a portable speaker. I also want to point out that, Picasso was not contacted either, and this is something that we have tried to be proactive in, is providing our contact information. So if issues such as this arise, we're contacted immediately, and we can kind of get to the bottom of what's going on there. So I'll kind of just do a really brief overview. I know we sent you some materials prior to the meeting, and the draft ordinance we think can be improved to address some inconsistencies that should be resolved before it's enacted. The first one is the inconsistent and spot zoning. So the proposed permitted zones don't include all zones that permit nightly rentals. Professionally managed co-ownership is no different than professionally managed home ownership, and it's more beneficial than short-term rentals. It should not be excluded from zones that permit rentals of 30 days or less. So Picasso is requesting that the city council expands those permitted zones to include historical residential, since this is an area that permits nightly rentals. The second is the labor intensive conditional use permit. It's really a duplicative and labor intensive process. Picasso believes this is an insufficient use of the city resources, and it's time-consuming process that will potentially make Picasso's business incapable of operating within the city. So we're requesting that City Council permits professionally managed co-ownership if the management company meets certain requirements and acquires a business license with the city. We propose some requirements, and you have those in your documents. We also would say that we require a single business license for fractional ownership home management companies that require them to uphold all conditions in the ordinance for each property that they manage. The third I'd like to point out is this is a direct infringement on property rights. So the draft ordinance, infringes on an individual's right to own property, and it will be difficult to equitably enforce within the city. It's going to trigger a ripple effect of all owners who own property through an LLC or a similar vehicle that employ a professional management service to manage it. And I also want to point out that it's it's directly inconsistent with the state's stance on protection of property rights. The fourth is the targeted enforcement / anti-business legislation. So the language chosen in the ordinance is a direct attack on Pacaso, and it's attempting to regulate Pacaso out of business in Park City. Like it said previously, a lot of second homes are professionally managed and owned in an LLC or a similar vehicle. So this is not something that's new to Park City. So with all that said, if we are very grateful for the City Council's time. If you take these modifications into consideration, we've proposed extending a price floor in Park City so that we would not purchase homes more than 2 times the median price point within the city. We've also been in contact with Mountain Lands Community Housing Trust, and we want to set up a program to support their efforts. The first initial conversation that I had with Pat, we talked about a $5,000 donation per property that we acquire within the city, and then that not to exceed $35,000 in a calendar year. We're interested in collaborating with them further to better see how we can address some of these concerns around affordable housing within Park City. We really want to work with the city. It's really important to us. It's important to our core mission. It's important to our owners. And then finally, I know we've mentioned this briefly in our conversations last week, but developing a co-ownership study to see, how this affects the market. We think that it'll be a great tool for both Pacaso, but really for the city as well. So with that, I just want to say thank you again for the dialogue and for including us. And we really look forward to being great partners with Park City.
Thank you for those comments, Sarah. Just so you know that what you just went over was in the letter that came to the council. The council has read that letter, and it's been sent to the city recorder for inclusion in the public record.
Great. Thank you.
Who else do we have online?
Deb Renfro, you've been promoted to speak.
Good evening, council and mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am just going to maybe raise just a couple of questions or things that I think we also need to consider as we come up with a final ordinance, if there's going to be one. It's basically my husband and I follow the real estate all the time. He checks it daily, and he found out about Pacaso almost a year ago and started watching, and we would notice listings that would come out in Park City would then show up on Pacaso as being potentially available. And we saw a new one today at 802 Empire listed as a prospect for Pacaso. And I would be curious to know whether the developer who is building that home, if he knows his home is being, or the property that he's building is being advertised in that manner or not. Second of all, Margaret Plain pointed out it would be if there was an application that it could get held up. I don't really know how we think we're going to enforce Pacaso or any of its owners to submit an application. Really, the only way that would get handled would be as if we required the realtors to enforce that, because otherwise, why would they see it as necessary? And then I'd like to know, I haven't heard anybody talk about the primary residence tax break. So I don't know if Pacaso would get that, or if the owners are getting that, or how that's being handled. And then lastly, the license, there's been some discussion about whether the license is with the operator versus with the individual owners. And it kind of sounded like it was going to be with the operator. So they buy one license for a year to operate however many properties within our city. And I think a license is around $100 to $150 a year. So I don't know if that is an adequate fee if we're going to move forward with that. So those are my questions or points, and I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thanks for hanging in there with us, Deb. Who's next, Michelle?
We have no more hands raised in Zoom, Mayor.
There's no more hands raised?
No more.
No. Okay, great. Anyone else in the chambers that would like to make a comment before we close the public hearing? No? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Council, comments? You want to start?
I can go. I really appreciated the councilwoman from Jackson Hole calling in, and I thought that her perspective was really interesting when she was saying that I think Picasso is maybe a little bit confused about the needs of our communities, because we are, as resort towns, we have this facade that everything is going great. We have these luxury properties, and yet in a lot of ways, we have no workforce. We're struggling with daycare. That was a topic that came up earlier. It's very much a tale of two cities in a lot of our communities. So I think one of the things that's hard about the single family neighborhoods, I don't think it's about anyone being good or bad or not wanting someone as a neighbor. I think it's the way that this could potentially change our neighborhoods over the course of time. Many of the single family neighborhoods that we're looking at where they have these luxury homes, they weren't necessarily luxury neighborhoods. They were just neighborhoods. And people that bought into these neighborhoods bought into them. Some people bought into them a long time ago, not thinking that this was going to be this luxury product. And now their neighborhoods are being sold as a luxury product for fractional ownership. And it really does change the way the neighborhoods feel. The one thing that really concerns me is the permanence of fractional ownerships. When you have units that are maybe used as a nightly rental by someone, or even if they're owned by an LLC or something like that, if they're sold, the next owner could come along and potentially use it for a long-term rental or a primary resident or a second resident, maybe even with one person in it. But once something becomes fractional ownership, the way it works is that it is very unlikely to ever not be in that fractional ownership. It's just people selling off pieces of it at a time. And that unit is essentially, unless all these fractional owners that doesn't sound like they actually know each other get together and all decided to sell to one person, it's a fractional ownership. And I do think for me, that's the big difference between an LLC or a bunch of siblings owning a unit. It's if you have an LLC, you would presume that the members of the LLC, the owners of the LLC know each other and could make a decision, a united decision. The same with siblings. I own a condo with my brothers, and we can get together and talk about whether we want to sell it or continue renting it long-term. But these fractional ownerships really are, everyone operates individually, and it's not anyone getting together to make a decision. It's everybody operating through this app. And it feels very different. It feels like a very different way our neighborhoods are going to be used in our community. The other thing is I think that this is creating some restrictions and some guardrails for Picasso, but it's not saying that Picasso can't operate at all in Park City. We're just trying to put some guardrails in. And I actually think the idea of a cap is a good idea to explore. But I also, I would like to get something in place now, understanding that these are all living codes and that they can be amended and changed in the future. But it does sound like there is enough pressure on our community right now that it would be good to get something in place. And then I also thought it was really interesting when they talked about this being a luxury product and the cost of these units being 2.5, the median cost of, our median sales in our home. And I just got a report today that said the median sales price in Park City is $4 million, which means that like 2.5, that's what, like $10 million average, homes that are going to be sold, something like that. I think I got it from I can't remember who, it came out on like one of our Park City Realtors, Park City Board of Realtors. The May 2022 market statistics said that, the median sold price for May was $4 million. And so I think when you're talking about a $10 million, I really appreciate the idea of a donation to Mountain Lands Community Fund, but I think we can do better than $5,000 with a $35,000 cap when you're dealing with $10 million homes and multiple $10 million homes in a year. So I'd like to see that number go up. So yeah, I think that what we're talking about makes a lot of sense. The restrictions in the staff report start to provide those guide rails. They can evolve and change as we move into the future, but I do think that it makes sense. I think the CUP for right now makes a lot of sense for our community where there is that concern. Nightly rentals hit our community really hard and fast. And I think that we've all felt it was very overwhelming for us, and we're still trying to figure out how we deal with that. So I would be in favor of continuing forward with the staff recommendations.
Ryan?
Yes, I have quite a few bullet points. I'm going to try to just actually hit it quick. I don't think I'd be in favor of passing something tonight. I have some questions about what's here, so I'll just kind of hit it. I do think, first off, I would say, we've talked a lot about Picasso. We're not regulating Picasso. We're regulating a use. And so it's important not, I think, to get too wrapped up in the details about how Picasso does this or Picasso does that. If it's a successful model and it works and is therefore something to be concerned about, there'll be competitors who do things differently. So I would just think about it as, and I guess as vanilla a way as you can, which is as a use. So I think sort of big picture, we are in a, it's important to recognize we're in a state with a strong property rights context. And so when we're regulating uses, I think we want to be judicious, we want to be targeted, we want to talk about uses and impacts and things that can be reasonably anticipated and regulate them sort of no more, no less, right? We're not being reactionary here. We're analyzing the use, thinking about the impacts and regulating as such. So that said, I see those impacts as very similar to a nightly rental. Perhaps less so. I think that there's an argument for that too. But very similar. You see the list of attributes of from the management plan. Those are the same impacts you'd expect from a nightly rental. So I think sort of for consistency's sake, I would really take it from a map perspective. I would look less at where timeshares are allowed, but where short-term rentals are allowed. If we have an area where short-term rentals are allowed, but Picasso, even I'm doing it, Picasso, these fractional ownerships wouldn't be, I think maybe then the short-term rental map is wrong because these impacts really are the same. So I'd want this to be overlaid probably with where short-term rentals are allowed. Let's see. We have a set of HOAs that have banned nightly rentals, but which are allowed in the zone. I think it would be inconsistent for us to disallow the fractional ownership in these areas unless we think these HOAs were right in banning nightly rentals and nightly rentals are inappropriate in, say, April Mountain, then we should extend and we should make zoning changes such that nightly rentals aren't allowed. Or we should be consistent that, these types of uses and these impacts are either okay or they're not. So I would let, the HOAs that have banned nightly rentals by private contract, they can do the same for fractional ownership. Some may like it, some may not. There was a lot of talk about this being so broad that it would extend to, brother and sister, have a management company for a condo they own. I don't think it's that simple. I think that the part of the definition is important about the ability to reserve the property for less than 30 days or actually mandating that you use it less than 30 days. So when brother and sister own a property, they don't often have a management agreement that's a third party and restricting their ability to use it for consecutive days and not use it for 30 days. That's something that's really different. And I share David Lawson's experience that the vast majority of second homes are owned in LLCs, but I haven't really seen that restriction exists. I think that's something that's fundamentally different about this third party manager and this restriction on consecutive occupancy. I think that definition, I'd want to work on that definition a little bit. in terms of the agreement allowing reservations. I mean, I think it just doesn't quite nail the that time distinction. So I'd want to work on that and maybe not try to peg it at a specific number of days. The CUP, I do think the CUP seems like a pretty onerous process for impacts that are like nightly rentals, and our nightly rentals we don't require CUPs of those. So I think that's an inconsistency. I guess I could see the case that we don't really understand the impacts of this use yet. So a CUP is cautious. So maybe that makes some sense. I think in the long run, I'd want to see consistency between nightly rentals and this use in terms of whether we require a CUP. And I don't think we have the bandwidth, on staff to handle that flow of CUPs. So I think that's probably, you're probably hitting the property rights. I'm looking for the word, I've lost it. You know what I mean? So the fact that this doesn't apply to townhouses, I think is a miss. I don't, this model can clearly extend to some really nice townhouses in town that Picasso may do that and others may not. But I think that I don't know that we necessarily need to restrict this to single family homes. The business license piece is a little bit confusing. I guess I get it as the operator going for one license. That sort of makes sense. A question about enforcement. I was wondering, actually, I guess this was a Margaret question before, the state code that restricts our ability to investigate nightly rentals, would that also apply to this use? So we could actually investigate and enforce. I think enforcement's actually relatively straightforward on these because they're advertised for sale on the MLS versus a nightly rental. Yeah, I think there's this point about second homes versus fractions, and I was at this. There's this literacy program at McPolin right now in the summer, and I went and my wife and I went and read to third graders, and it was awesome. It was really fun. And there were two other adults reading to kids in the room who were second homeowners, and they just come for the summer, and they're part of our community. They're at McPolin, they're reading to kids. They're summer people, and their house is unoccupied for 8 months a year. I don't see any conceivable way that a fractional homeowner who uses their home for a week is at McPolin reading to kids in a way that that second homeowner, that group of second homeowners was, even if their house is unoccupied for longer. So I don't think it's a matter of just house being empty or not. I think it's there's a complete community aspect here that matters, and it doesn't really matter the price point. I got like 10 more bullet so that's all I got. Okay.
So I think maybe going off of what Ryan said, I wouldn't be ready to vote on this tonight either. I think there's just a few unknowns that I would like to look into a little bit more, especially number one, talking about the LLC and unrelated co-owners. I mean, I immediately thought of I own a condo with my boyfriend and we have rented it out short term. I mean, he's not related to me. So, I mean, there's just so many what ifs there that I think we need to get a little bit more into that. Because it's not just brother, sister. It could be your partner for the rest of your life and they're unrelated to you. So I would like us to just dig into that one a little bit more with a little more clarification. And then I would like for us to have more conversations with some of the stakeholders in town, like the Board of Realtors. There's some property management companies that are already have these fractional ownerships in their neighborhoods. Some of the HOAs, I think it would be important to have some more conversations there. I still am having a hard time with the maps. So I think I'm just going to have to come and we're going to have to just look at it a little bit better because I'm just not understanding. Some of the zones seem to me to be exactly where you would want to have a short-term rental. But then, and I also know there's a timeshare there. So I just want to look at those a little bit more. I agree with Ryan on the CUP. I think that's just a little bit over. Yeah, I'm not necessarily on board with that part of it. And I'll say, and I know Jody's here and Jody lives very close to me, but I am surrounded by nightly rentals, and there was a motorhome parked in front of one of them this weekend. And I'm constantly picking up beer cans and just, so I have to sometimes I'm trying to wonder if having somebody who rents that house 365 days a year and is on vacation all the time and has zero respect for a neighborhood is better than someone 6 people who own this house in Old Town would be. So there's part of me that's going both ways on that, because it definitely, I'm definitely very impacted by short-term rentals every single day of the year. So, so that's what I'll go.
Max?
Oh man, it is late.
We're only at 8 hours. It's okay. Technically 7 and a half.
I appreciate the conversation we're having. I have a couple of different, I'm kind of conflicted here. I think we're, as a body, we're getting a little bit stuck in the mud with CUPs and we're wanting everything to get all the way to us for every decision, and we're limiting our staff's capability to make administrative decisions. And I think that's a problem in this city right now. We've got to create a little bit more flexibility and autonomy for our managers. But when it comes to this particular conversation, I do think that we have a bit of a problem. This is the train that's coming, and I appreciate all your comments, Ryan. I actually think we probably are going to end up having to continue this item and make sure that we regulate in a way where we're not going to really piss off the state, because they have come over the top and beat us up on these types of things in the past. That said, I trust our planning commission did a pretty darn good job of finding ways to limit the impacts that this use is going to have in the community. So I'm probably going to vote to continue having these conversations so we don't go too late into the night. I do have real concerns with the impact that this type of use is going to have on the community. And I'm going to use an example that maybe we can all identify with, which is, when we pave the road, this is sort of like allowing a group like Picasso or a management company that has an interest in advertising this type of use. All of a sudden, the use gets way more out of control. We're talking about, Tana, the residents you're talking about managing with your boyfriend is completely different from a company that's advertising a use like this in a community like this. It's sort of like paving a really an unused dirt road that we all kind of know how to work our way around and turning it into a highway, and you end up with something like what's happening up in Bonanza Flats, right? It was a place that we all used to go and kind of use periodically. The road got paved. We advertised that we bought the land. It's this beautiful place. Now it's a problem, right? We're abusing it. Our community is on the precipice. I think Jessica Chambers spoke eloquently about her community and the impacts they're having in Jackson. The Colorado Association of Ski Towns, this is high priority for them to deal with how this type of use is going to impact their community. We heard about communities in California. This is not an anecdotal problem. I'm sorry, but that's just BS. This is not an anecdotal problem. This is a nationwide problem. The use is a problem, and we have to figure out how to accurately and responsibly regulate that problem. And instead of waiting until it's a bigger problem to regulate it, I'm down for having this conversation a little bit further before we move forward, but I think we will miss an opportunity to regulate this. I'd rather regulate it, come back and amend those regulations to allow for good business operators to operate in our communities in particular zones. I think we've missed something when we're comparing this to nightly rentals, when it smells like a timeshare, it looks like a timeshare, it functions like a timeshare. It's much more akin to a timeshare than a nightly rental. I'm searching nightly rentals all the time. You can rent nightly rentals for 3, 4, 5 months at a time if you want. You cannot do that with timeshares. That's a fundamental difference. Becca's point is well taken. A nightly rental gets sold to a permanent homeowner. We've seen that happen. I've done that. I've had a nightly rental and took it over, and now it's a permanent residence. That doesn't happen with timeshares. You don't see that anywhere, right? Timeshare is a timeshare forever. Once they're in, they never leave, and the owners don't know each other. They just straight up don't. So it's not a communal, like, kumbaya situation at all. So I fundamentally disagree with the concept that this is, in the nightly rental category. And in that respect, I actually think that the Planning Commission, the Planning Department did the right thing by comparing it to timeshares. Those are the zones that it should be in. And then I'm also with Becca on, it's pretty much just an insult to say that you're going to do $5,000 a transaction and cap it at $35,000 when you're talking about owning essentially $100 million worth of property in Park City as it stands. I think it should be minimum. I don't even really want to have the conversation unless it's 1% per transaction that goes into a housing fund, and we can start really dealing with some of the problems that our community has in terms of housing, transportation, childcare, you name it. A consistent donation to a fund like that, that's marked, right? I mean, $35,000 is an insult in a community like this. So frankly, that's a ridiculous offer.
Thanks, Max. Jeremy?
Okay, so a few things here, I guess. It was nice and organized, but now it's all over the place. Bear with me. So first, in terms of the intent, I think let's talk about that. Let's talk about fractional ownership and where it falls into the spectrum here. I don't like the sales pitch. I'll say that, right? Like I don't agree with it. I mean, I was sitting here when we heard the siren at 10 o'clock thinking, I wonder how many owners of these would know what that was. And probably not a lot, but that's just a guess. Anyway, so when we look at where does it fall on the spectrum, I kind of feel like it falls in between nightly rentals and timeshare, which makes it tough, right? Because there's ways it can look like each one. I mean, Max, your points are great. Make it look much more like a timeshare than a nightly rental. And then some of the points that Ryan and Tana made, it kind of makes me lean the other way. So I think about intent here. And to me, the intent is we want to preserve our primarily residential neighborhoods. So like that's number one. And then it kind of gets into how do we do that? So one thing, this whole conversation about CUPs, it really comes down to notification in my mind. Like, how do we know about this? And I think there might be ways to accomplish notification that we haven't quite spoken about yet. And in my mind, it's like, is it a CUP? Is it an admin CUP? Is it some other mechanism? I just don't really know. Then we have the HOA issue where I agree with what Ryan was saying. I think we need to be consistent. If we're going to if there's certain zoning that allows nightly rentals and HOAs make the decision to prohibit them, I just don't see how this would be different where we would tell the HOA, then update your CC&Rs and manage it at your level there. The property type thing, yeah, I don't like that it's only single family homes. I think it should be universal. And then enforcement. The fines, I think that's the only way to do it, is look at really big fines. So that's another conversation that we're not really having tonight. But I think we need to. And part of this to me is I do think the staff did a great job on this. I think the Planning Commission did a great job on this. But it's murky, right? And we're trying to figure out not only how to do it, but what to do. So that makes it tough. And I do feel like if Planning Commission would consider some of these other items that have surfaced based on the discussion that staff has had with the Planning Commission. It'll raise some more questions that it would be valuable to get the input of folks who focus in that area versus us who don't. We take recommendations from them. So that's kind of my fractional thing. But specifically where we are now, it does worry me to have this gap, right? It worries me to not pass the ordinance, and then what happens between now and when we do? Are we going to keep losing homes in primary residential neighborhoods or primarily residential neighborhoods in the meantime? And that's probably my biggest concern with not passing it tonight. And I know that, we're talking about fractional ownership. Pacaso is one company who plays in this space. There are others. They are already operating in other communities. They might be operating here that we just don't know about. But it does give me a little bit of peace of mind, to be perfectly honest, that we're having the conversation. So that's a positive. And I think we can work with the industry. I think we can work with the Board of Realtors. I think we can come up with something here that hits that intent of preserving our primarily residential neighborhoods and addressing some of the concerns of the organizations. And some of these mitigations here proposed, number of owners, max on permits, the enforcement like we talked about and how that would work and how much the fines would be, the contributions like was just discussed, price point floor. My guess is that the numbers being thrown out are the combined numbers, whereas generally here we talk about the median home prices in terms of condo / townhome and single family home and have separate numbers for those and how that would work. And I think it's something, can we build it into an ordinance or is it specific with a company or, how does that go? So I'd almost want to hear actually if we could from someone from Pacaso and say, if we did continue this item, how do we have any assurance that this problem doesn't grow in the meantime? And I know we have the state laws and all that, but I don't think anyone wants to go down that path. We're trying to figure this out. So can we just simplify it and accomplish that some other way? I mean, with Pacaso, and again, it's only one company and it doesn't protect us from others doing it, but would you make any assurances? I mean, what do you got?
I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm not interested in having that conversation in this forum. I think that, I don't know, I kind of continue to move. I feel like it might make sense to move forward with approving this item with the clear understanding that we're open to have this conversation moving forward about maybe making amendments to these codes, because I have the same fear as you, Jer, that I just don't see this problem as slowing down. I feel like their foot's on the gas pedal and it's just getting closer to the floor. And I'm a little bit afraid of what could happen even in the short term. I don't think this is perfect as it is. Perfectly willing to have that conversation at a higher level. But I'm also not even remotely interested in kicking this back to the Planning Commission who unanimously voted on it and sent it to us. It's an insult to them and the work that they've been doing and the planning staff and the work they've been doing to send something back to them when they've unanimously approved these items. So if we want to change it, it's on us. It's not on them. And quite frankly, I haven't heard anything tonight that tells me we're clear on what changes we want, when we can easily come back and amend these codes really at any time that we want. And we can start working with our planning staff immediately to say, hey, what did we miss? And if we get hit by the state, we can say, listen, we're trying to listen to our HOAs, we're trying to listen to the stakeholders, and we're amending these codes, but we wanted to get out in front of it rather than being behind it. Because as Becca said a bunch of times, it's really hard to take something away once you've granted it. But if we put up the roadblock now and then kind of limit progress for a little while, I think that might be our best path forward. We can address a lot of the questions that I think that are valid that you bring up, Ryan, but I'm afraid if we don't move forward, that this can is going to get kicked and kicked and kicked and kicked, and we're going to be behind the ball by September 1, and we're going to be scrambling. And I think that's a potential real problem.
Question. Really quick. So, like I said, one of my concerns here, the biggest one is number one. Oh, sorry, I'm not on. Does this affect, like I guess the question is, what is the repercussion of this affecting somebody who is just owning an LLC with someone they're not related to? So I'm trying to understand if we are, if we're basically creating a precedent for people who have an LLC company already in town, own a short-term rental, and if we start doing that, if we have this now, are we basically saying two people who are not related who have an LLC cannot own a short-term rental or under 30 days in these neighborhoods? Is that like, I mean, I'm just trying to understand the verbiage so that we're not hurting a different, or not hurting, I guess I should say, but we're not limiting other uses for this area. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
Can you address that?
It's factors. That makes sense. And I believe the definition was crafted to be very specific. And as we all know, this is something very new, and there are opportunities to revisit this and revise this. But as it's drafted, it was crafted with the intention of being very specific so that it does not have those impacts or consequences to, it wouldn't be related to nightly rentals or ownership and nightly rentals.
Okay, because it has the fractional reservation word. Is that, I'm trying to just like, sorry.
I think it's kind of like when we have our chain store businesses where it's not any one thing that defines it, but it's like having multiple of those, identifying markers that make it so it's not like, oh, well, two unrelated co-owners automatically makes it a fractional ownership. But if you have multiple of these things, then it likely is. And that's just how our chain store business ordinance works as well. It's like if you have this, multiple of these things, you are likely to do it. Again, I agree. Maybe it's not perfect. I think it's a good starting off point. To Max's point, we're already behind. This is already here in our community, and we haven't found a way to put any guardrails in place. This is a start for guardrails. We've got to start somewhere. This is a living document that we can evolve and amend, and things can come back to us. But I think, that's not that we're going to end up behind in September. We're behind right now.
Well, Council, you've all made some really excellent points, and I don't have a tremendous amount to add that's unique, and so I won't bore you with repeating things. All of you know that since the time I was on Planning Commission, my question is always, where's the teeth? And, there's some enforcement in here. I'd like to see further, stricter, more robust enforcement included in it. I think it's important to learn, as we talked about with our colleague from Jackson, that we learn together and we work together with other mountain towns. And if indeed the Board of Realtors already has that information, which I understand they have some of it, may have all of it, I don't know. I would like to see that. I think no matter which way this goes tonight, whether the council votes to move forward, and it sounds like maybe that's the direction you're heading, or whether this is continued, I'd like this council to come up with a clear path forward. What are the next steps? I've heard a lot about, we can come back and revisit this, we can look at it, let's put something in place now and then come back and talk about it later. So if indeed we're going to do that, then I'd like to hear from the council, what is the next step?
So let me chime in here, Mayor. So I just want to clear up one thing, right? Like the intent is not to insult staff or the Planning Commission. This is a new topic, right? It's something we're all trying to figure out the right way to handle it and handle it fairly in our community and accomplish the goals that we've outlined in our general plan. And and that we've discussed on a number of issues. The discussion during that planning commission meeting is, I think they had a lot of questions too, and there were mixed opinions. They did forward it unanimously, but the impression I got from their discussion was they were interested in our feedback as well, to see where we really wanted to go with this and what we were trying to accomplish since it is new. So ideally, I would think the right path is to have a joint planning and council meeting, perhaps, to discuss this and air a lot of the concerns and work through them. But back to that concern around what happens in the meantime. And I suppose that's a question, for legal here of, does passing it tonight get us anything different than that pending ordinance stuff we were talking about earlier? I don't know the answer. I mean, that's a real question.
Yeah, just for consistency, I think Mark is still on the phone and I'm going to let him take it. Mark.
Thanks for hanging in there, Mark.
No worries. Mark Harrington, Senior City Attorney. Yeah, I think functionally not between now and the November 4th date that Rebecca gave you. The difference is if you adopt something, then someone can go forward with permits in the zone that the ordinance allows immediately. If you don't pass something, everyone is sort of more on hold, and in that manner. So, so it's a little bit more restrictive current by delaying, arguably, but there's always, factors of the unknown. Like there's other third-party factors or legislative factors that could interfere with that. And people could change business operations or do something differently. So I don't want to overpromise either, but typically that's how that works.
So I think I can, just in the interest of time, which is not of much interest, it seems.
At this point.
I would like to make a motion. I actually appreciate Mark's input there. I would like to make a motion to continue this item to the October 6th council meeting with a commitment that we will look into each one of these amendments, come up with solutions, potentially have that joint meeting. Jeremy, I don't know that we can commit to that, but potentially have something like that, or a liaison to the planning commission to start discussing this and potentially other land management code amendments, because when you get into that meeting, it's going to come up. And a group of us go to the CAST meeting at the end of August, which I plan to attend, and bring ideas back from that for that month. That month of September, we have an opportunity to work with our partner communities around the country, especially in the West here, and hopefully we'll have some better ideas on how to move forward. So I vote we continue this item to October 6th council meeting. I know that's a long ways out there, Matt, but I'm thinking it's far enough that we don't have that meeting fully scheduled and booked yet.
Do you want to add having stakeholder groups with other stakeholders in Park City, or do you not want to add that too?
I think that will be a part of the process. I don't know that it doesn't need to be a part of the motion. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Just a question on that, quick. So we can, by continuing it to October 6th, we can continue to have work sessions on it. We can still talk about it in a council meeting, correct? We just can't have it on schedule for action.
Can't take action.
Should we just do a date uncertain?
Mark, is that
He was
correct?
recommending
We
it.
need a date certain. November 4th.
November,
Yeah.
and we'll have to do all the noticing again.
Mark, are you still with us?
Yes, that's correct. There's no restriction. Your continuation to a date certain is mostly necessary for the public hearing notice. But there's nothing that prohibits you from having additional agenda items as a work session item.
Okay.
Why can't we do it with a joint meeting? Like, is there a rule against that?
Well, we just don't need to
Schedule.
commit to that yet.
Schedule.
For this motion, we don't need to have that as we can make that request, but it's not part of a motion. regarding this item. We don't
I
have.
just, so what I want to make sure is we'd have enough time after whatever date we specify to do what we need to do before the clock expires on the pending ordinance. Does that
That's
make
the
sense?
point. Is all that work gets done between now and October 6th.
That's the date we take action.
That's the date we take
Final-
action.
All right.
Yeah.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
We're not done yet.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
We've been going 8 hours now. So let's just stand up for a few minutes and then we're going to take it home. Okay, let's take this. We're in the home stretch here, folks. Let's get going. And get my agenda back out here. We're going to be talking about consideration to approve ordinance 20-22, whatever, an ordinance clarifying roles and responsibilities and prohibiting the ignition or use of ignition sources, amending section 11-9-3, and repealing section 11-9-3.1 of our municipal code. Take it away, Mr. Thacker. Thank you for hanging in there.
Thank you for being here, and thanks for the opportunity to be here, Mayor and council members. I appreciate it. Yeah, as you mentioned, we're here to talk about open flame and firework restrictions. Just a brief history really quickly, and then we'll let you guys deliberate. But in 2016, well, one step before that, the state has adopted the International Fire Code, which gives the authority of restricting or regulating open flame and fireworks throughout various jurisdictions to the fire code official or someone appointed by the jurisdiction. We have given that authority to the fire code official. In the past, in 2016, we came to council, and rather than going to council to request specific, the authority to regulate that each council meeting each year, the authority was delegated to the fire code official to go ahead and make that call and then inform council when that was made through a staff communications report. What we found is that the state code has changed since that time. And so we want to more align ourselves with the state code. What that does is that changes the reference in our LMC, which is what you've got in your packet tonight, and also moves the authority back to city council to make the determination as to when any open flame or fireworks would be restricted in the community. And so that's the other element that we want to bring before you tonight is A, the adoption of the updated land management code language, and B, the direction you'd like to go as to whether or not to implement a firework and open flame restriction throughout the community. And I have some information related to what data points we use when we look at that. But as we've looked at it this year, it's very similar to the last few years when we have gone ahead and restricted that with the forecast that we have for a dry summer with the moisture content in both the dead and live vegetation. It appears that we're going to have a very similar year. And so our recommendation would be to go ahead and restrict or regulate the fireworks and open flames once again this year, but that will be a determination made by council, assuming you adopt the updated code language. And I'm here for questions. And if that wasn't confusing, it's because you guys are really well rested and I'm still trying to wake up from my nap back there.
Okay, questions, Becca?
So my question is, when you read the ordinance, it says, when the fire code official determines that existing or historical hazards exist, they can, city council can prohibit the use of whatever things that are burned. So do you have to find that those conditions exist for us to prohibit it, or can we just decide we want to prohibit it?
So how we've done it in the past is we've looked at those conditions to determine that there is potential danger or concern. The historic elements obviously look back at several years. The existing conditions are what we look at as kind of present conditions. Based on the last few years, the existing conditions or the current conditions are what we've been going by because they've been so dry and so dire, right? Especially
like,
drought.
I'm just wondering, in another year where it's not wet, if you were like, oh, you could totally have fireworks this year, we could be like, no, we still just feel like prohibiting it. That's an option for us, or you have to find those requirements. There's a certain, level of something that needs to be met for us to prohibit it.
Per the fire code, you have the authority to regulate based on whatever condition that may be. It doesn't have to be these specific conditions. So.
And then my other question is, once you've delegated or it's been redelegated back to us, could we then redelegate it back to you because we're not experts on this? We have to have it. Okay. And then on top of that, do we need another ordinance in regards to this year's celebration, or can we just state that tonight?
I would look to Margaret.
In the past, we've always had
a
fireworks ordinance ban or something like that, but it doesn't, there's not one in here.
So we've had a document that we've added into the staff report that we've given to you, but it's not anything that's specific to the ordinance. Is that
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that state law does require specific findings
That's what I was.
for the legislative body to regulate fireworks in certain enumerated time periods. And I'm sorry, I'm not able to pull up the code, but it's like New Year's, 4th of July, Chinese New Year, maybe it's Pioneer Day.
So there, and there
So
are,
you do have to make certain findings. It doesn't have to be the findings that, about there can be different ways to get there, but you can't just say,
That's what I was
we
wondering. I
don't
wasn't-
like fireworks.
Yeah,
State law has
we've had
preempted
a
your
lot of
ability
people
to
in
do
our
that.
community that have asked us not to have it. I didn't know if we could just make that determination. And then I guess the only other question, sorry that I have so many actual questions about this at this time, but how do you enforce it? It feels like we ban the big fireworks and then every neighborhood, there's people blowing stuff up all over the place. And it almost seems like it would have been better to have one that was managed as opposed to have every neighborhood, everyone blowing stuff up in
Yeah.
the fields out in their backyard.
that's one of the challenges with that, right? Is it is going to happen here and there, and it's something that's complaint based and regulated by the police department once we do see that. And so
Is it worth people even calling the police? Like, should we be calling?
I guess I'll leave that the answer to that question up to you, but it is against code, and so therefore it can be enforced.
I have a question. With ignition source, like what about something like hot air balloons? Because I'm thinking of like that's always like an ignition source, and so I just want to make sure like that's something that is pretty regulated into, but it happens a lot over the summertime. So I just want to make sure that wouldn't like restrict that use.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think the intent behind that is open source flame, right? So we're looking more at fire pits and things that can get out of control, not something that is specifically regulated. And so the way we've looked at that in the past is, not necessarily hot air balloons specifically, but we look at barbecues or gas fire pits versus the fire pits that maybe you purchase at the Home Depot, right? The gas fire pits are required to have a permit in order for them to be installed. And through that permitting process, we're looking at the extremities of that too, where it's located, how the distance it has from combustibles, et cetera. And so those are permitted and already regulated. So they would be approved even through an open flame and fireworks ban. However, if we're just going to have a fire in one of those kind of dome things that you buy at the Home Depot, that would be something that would be, that's correct. Yeah, please don't burn in a trash can.
Other questions? If not, we'll open public input. If you're listening online and would like to make a comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. And then we'll open up public input here in the chambers. If anybody, Tal, would like to make a comment. Any hands up online?
No hands raised online, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public input. Further comments or a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve new business item number 11.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, one clarification. We're banning all outdoor ignition flame sources, right? So no fire pits.
So that's kind of what I just mentioned. Some of the fire pits that we've already permitted that have been installed with the benefit of a permit, they've been viewed as to be able to be used, but those that have not would either. So, and let me take one more step with that. We still have operational fire permits that can be applied for. And so if someone were to request something, we would go ahead and analyze that and evaluate it and determine whether or not there's a safe practice that could be made. And we could approve something on an individual basis, but as a whole across the board, it would be restricted to this.
No, that's what I was looking for. Okay, thanks.
Just real quick, and maybe I'm still just confused on this, like in passing this item, where in here is the actual ban, like the ignition ban for right now? Like I see the code, the new piece of code that gives us the authority to do it. Where's the current ban in here?
So I don't
come back and do that.
There is not a ban in there. And so I guess that would be the ask, is that if council would like to take that step and make that ban, then I believe that they have the authority to do that. I'm not sure if we have to come back.
Okay.
I would ask that question.
Can we do that if it's not agenda?
Can I amend my motion and add a request for them to come back with a fireworks ban for this year?
But we're not going to meet before the 4th.
Oh.
So could you just choose for like one?
Can we make an ordinance together?
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's go ahead and deal with that.
So this one is just that.
Want to repeat the motion?
Aye.
Your Honor, I move we approve new business item number 11. Can I add that?
Yeah.
Two separate motions or one motion?
No, it's just the same
If
motion.
you want to do it as one motion, you can amend.
I'll just amend my motion. So my motion is to approve new business item number 11 with an amendment that we include a fireworks ban
Prohibition, yep.
prohibition per the recommendation
Yep,
from city staff.
which covers Park City proper, right? Because it is mountainous, brush covered, forest covered, or dry covered area.
That's correct.
The whole thing.
Correct.
So that's just so council understands, that's what makes Park City
Illegal.
different. Everything within the city boundaries meets that statutory definition. And because the determination has been made about the conditions, the legislative body can then prohibit it within that area.
Yes.
So
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McComb, for hanging in here. Okay, we are adjourned and
Spin. Thanks, Jeremy.
all right,
I'm glad that
we're reconvening as the Park City Redevelopment Agency. All board members are here. Do we have anyone here that would like to make public comment to the redevelopment agency? Anybody online have their hand up?
No comments online, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close public input and move into new business. Consideration to approve resolution RDA 02-2022, a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2022 revised budget and the fiscal year 2023 budget for Park City Redevelopment Agency. Hello, Jed. Hope you got street tacos.
Thank you. So we are just asking council to adopt the fiscal 22 revised budget as well as the fiscal 23 final budget for the two RDAs, for the Lower Park RDA and the Main Street RDA. We've gone over some of these changes. Most of the RDA budget goes for capital projects. A lot of it goes for housing. The Main Street RDA has actually ended in December, but we still have money in the budget, and so we're adopting that for this fiscal year and for next fiscal year. And that's kind of the main gist of it. I can show council some of the tables that are in the packet, but I know it's late, and so if council's comfortable, we can just go ahead and adopt the budget unless there's any questions.
Council, do you have any questions?
Just one, why do we park so much money in these funds and not use it? Or is that a discussion we can have as part of when we have one of those budget return things in the next few months?
Yeah, I guess if you're looking at kind of the fund balance, I think that'll be a good conversation to kind of go through and maybe look at some of our funds and how we store fund balances. Fund balances are, depending on what fiscal year you're looking at, they show you kind of the end kind of cash balance of what you're estimating. So if in fiscal year 22, we're estimating a balance through June 30th, essentially, and then we have another ending balance for fiscal year 23. The fund balances themselves can be programmed out into the future, and since we adopt a 5-year capital plan, that's where most of this fund balance is going to, since most of like the Lower Park RDA, for example, is a capital fund. We are using those funds out into the future, but right now it's a snapshot of where we see the money either at the end of this fiscal year or the end of next fiscal year. But we can kind of walk through that more in a holistic manner, I think, with a lot of our different funds, especially the capital funding.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Then we'll open for public input. Is there anyone here wanting to make public comment on this? How about online?
No raised hands online, Mayor.
All right, we'll close public input. Is there further comment or a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve new business item number 1.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Woohoo, last time, Jeremy, you can do it. Come on.
Gotta go back.
Okay. So we are now reconvening as the Parks City Municipal, I feel like kindergarten here, Park City Municipal Building Authority meeting. And all members are present. We'll open for public input. If there's anyone here or online that would like to comment, this is your chance. No. How about online?
No raised hands online.
No. Okay, then. We will close public input and move on to considering the approval of Resolution MBA 02 2022, a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2022 revised budget and the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Park City Municipal Building Authority.
Thank you again. This is for the Municipal Building Authority, which is a kind of separate entity from the Park City Municipal. And this is something we've had for many years to help kind of build facilities through kind of lease revenue bonds. We have some money left over remaining in this budget. And that's what we're looking at. I think it's like 450,000 or so. So a little bit of a formality that we just have to adopt it as part of the budget process here.
Are there any questions from the council? If not, I guess we have to open public input for this too. So, Cal, would you like to speak on it? Thank you. Any hands raised online?
No hands raised online.
Okay, then. Do we have any further comments or a motion?
I move we approve new business item number 1.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Now, before we adjourn, are is the majority of council going to go out socially?
Nope.
All right, then we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Good work.